Hello and welcome to round number 9, the final round of the 2024 NRG Karting Teesside Owner Sprint Series. I am David Sullivan. Alongside me should be Mr. Tom Butterworth, but it would appear that his pillow is far more attractive this morning than what Teesside Karting is. He will be with us at some point, I'm sure, but until then, you're going to have to make do with just myself. Unless anybody else fancies coming into the commentary box and doing a bit of a stint, then you're more than welcome. There's a headset alongside me. We can have a bit of fun this morning here at the final round. The sun is out, but the far end of the circuit where the Bambinos are heading round at the moment is still a little bit damp. We've had 3 qualifying sessions this morning with Coma Bambino, Honda Cadet and Interax, all throwing up a few surprises with particularly in both Honda and Inter, some drivers a little bit higher up than maybe they'd have hoped, and some superb qualifying from everybody in tricky conditions, changeable conditions. But in Coma Bambino, we have Cadet Tennant on pole position. Yesterday's final winner, Sullivan Crawford, alongside with Jenson O'Connor, and the returning Aston Wilson, who didn't race yesterday, just here for today, going off P4. Verity Crawford, yesterday's driver of the day, starts in P5 with Oliver Bullock for company. Archie Mostyn, another driver who didn't race yesterday but is here today, is going off P7. Abel Hutton is in 8th place with Edward Charlton P9. You'll notice as well, though, the glaring omission of the S-plate, Tommy Burgoyne. He watches today, having secured the championship yesterday. He's going to enjoy his day from the bank, watching his Bambino counterparts race the final round of the season. Final few runners rolling in. Edward Charlton in what we believe will be his final Bambino race before he moves up into the cadet classes is rolling the 36 machine into the final grid slot. And we should be good to go for the first race of the day here then at Teesside Autodrome. It's time for heat number 1, Coma Bambino at the final round of the 2024 season. Green is down for 8 minutes and 1 lap of action. It's a good start from Sullivan Crawford, but it might be a better start for Jenson O'Connor, who tries to sweep all the way around the outside. He slots into 3rd place as they head up and around the national loop for the first time. Cadet Tennant will lead then from Sullivan Crawford, and Jenson O'Connor, who had an up and down day yesterday, seemed to have some pace in the kart, particularly at the end of the straights, but was struggling to find a way through, was O'Connor. Let's see what he can do today on what is still a very green and slippery surface. We've already had, looks like he's at Aston Wilson in the 16, I believe it is, having an excursion at hairpin number 1. And what we say is still a very damp track, particularly at the far end of the circuit where they're going now. You can still see South Bank and hairpin 3 in the shadow. They then emerge from that shadow as Sullivan Crawford gets a little bit of snap oversteer, but still manages to find a way round the outside of Cadet Tennant as they head towards the timing line at the end of the first lap. Sullivan Crawford will lead us through from Cadet Tennant and Jenson O'Connor. Verity Crawford inching closer to the leading trio that had already broken away to around about 10 kart lengths at the end of the first lap. And now being reeled in as well by Oliver Bullock in the number 18 machine. Behind them, the 7 of Archie Mostyn, who will just be getting used to the circuit once again, having been here for round number 7. Both himself and Aston Wilson making the trip over from Cumbria and battling for podium places. Their first attempt here at Teesside. We'll be hoping for a top step today, but they're going to have to go hard to beat Sullivan Crawford. Bambino yesterday, if you haven't watched the final from yesterday, go back and find it on TSK-Media. It is one for the ages in Coma Bambino. We're 3 wide on exit of hairpin 4 as Verity Crawford and Cadet Tennant squabble, and one of them looks to have lost a little bit of sticker kit. Because of that, it's Verity Crawford. She's now running the O-plate on the left side panel because the number 2 has been peeled off as they came together on the exit of hairpin number 4. I'm sure that'll be replaced at the end of the race meeting, or end of the day, sorry. As at the front, Sullivan Crawford and Jenson O'Connor now takes up the battle to try and dispose the 22 at the head of the field in Comas as they run down the back straight towards South Bank. Crawford electing not to take the traditional Bambino line that you can see Calais Tennant in the 52 taking, which involves getting to the inside white line as early as possible. As they run round the right-hander, the Bambino's running at normal pace as they normally at just around the 101s for early morning as Crawford goes wide at hairpin number 4. They are running a treaded tyre, so that trip round South Bank on a slightly damp track won't be affecting them as much. The LeConte all-weather tyre for the Coma Bambinos is up and over the curb goes Sullivan Crawford. That's a uncharacteristic Bambino line, and it has allowed Jensen O'Connor and Calais Tennant to close up to the back. Oliver Bullock has found a way past Verity Crawford and carries a huge amount of speed round hairpin number 1, and all of a sudden we've got a train of 5, and Bullock is down the inside of Calais Tennant at hairpin 2, up into 3rd place, but will Tennant have more down the back straight as they head up towards South Bank? I think he will. Door, though, is still firmly wedged open as Oliver Bullock slides the number 18 down the inside. Verity Crawford tries to do the same thing as they run up towards hairpin 4. Calais Tennant still alongside Verity Crawford. Crawford looking for a switchback as they head towards the timing line to commence lap number 5.
Good morning.
Hello, Tom.
Hello. Apologies for the delay, everybody. I'm sure you missed me massively.
We had a queue of applicants to replace you.
I'm sure we did.
Spinner at hairpin number 4. Looks like Edward Charlton has gone round from 9th place in Coma Bambino. The leading 5 all coming together once again. Oliver Bullock on the brakes into hairpin number 1 is just gaining loads of time. He's down the inside once again of Calais Tennant. Tennant's on the outside, and I feel that Tennant may well have got on the power earlier again. But here comes Verity Crawford down the inside, and as Oliver Bullock tries to go round Calais Tennant, Verity Crawford goes down the inside, and she's up to 4th place.
Yeah, great move from Verity Crawford. Looked like she got good power down the back straight, and is looking to overtake Calais Tennant here. Turns in early. Calais Tennant was still there. They come together, but Tennant and Verity Crawford still come out all in one piece, albeit with, I think that's Oliver Bullock in between them.
Yep, Oliver Bullock taking advantage. I felt he was going to sweep all the way round the outside and just try and take advantage of those two coming together with Verity Crawford and Calais Tennant.
But now our front 5 is now a 2 and a 3.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think Oliver Bullock's got some real pace in this opening heat. Again, he does a switch back, and this time he's got a lot more to get past Calais Tennant, I think, as they run up towards South Bank. Tennant, though, is still on the power all the way around the outside, and Calais Tennant's just got more at the top end. Bullock with a lot of bottom-end power. Tennant with top-end power. As Verity Crawford then tries to move down the inside. Remember, fixed gearing on Comas, so it's not like they're geared, and Crawford's going to do 2.
That's twice in 2 days. She's done 2 in one corner.
Verity Crawford, who pulled a move like that yesterday to
hairpin 1, wasn't it?
Help secure a Driver of the Day award yesterday here at Teesside Autodrome for round number 8, is pulling similar moves at round number 9.
Yeah, there's been, I think there's been a bit of a light switch gone on with Verity Crawford this weekend. All of a sudden, a massive leap forward towards the front, and I don't think it's going to be long before we actually see her fighting over victories here if things carry on this trajectory. Down the back straight they come once more. It is still Sullivan Crawford from Jensen O'Connor. Of course, we saw yesterday Jensen O'Connor, huge amount of power out of the slower speed corners, and then sort of loses it towards the top end of the straight. Sullivan Crawford, pretty much the opposite, as was Verity Crawford. And Calais Tennant to an extent as well.
45 seconds on the clock, so that's 2 laps for Coma Bambino.
I couldn't hear what was being said before, David. Have we touched on our new champion not racing today?
Yes, we have. He's enjoying himself up on the bank there, although I say enjoying himself. I think he might be a little bit jealous now that the.
He'll want to be
now
out there,
some
100%.
racing,
Yeah. Definitely, he'll want to be out there. Chilly out there this morning as well. I know we had some rain overnight and the track's drying up nicely, but it's pretty cold out there. I think it's around about 8-9 degrees at the moment. People can see their breath out there. It's that sort of temperature level. So tyres are going to take some warming up today. I know we run on the soft, compound, treaded LeConte tyre that we have in Bambinos, but certainly in our championships that run on slicks as an option, there's going to be a decision to be made. Pole position, of course, set on slick tyres in Honda Cadet, which shows
this morning.
Yes.
No, wet.
So I'm told.
Wets. Fairly sure it was wets.
Was it?
It was Intermax.
Intermax, sorry, R200s and Intermax.
They're on Mojo, so they're a grippier tyre anyway.
That was on the slicks, my apologies. Yeah, so, yeah, with that being said, there's a decision to be made.
So it looks like Jenson O'Connor was popping out of the slipstream, trying to find a way past Sullivan Crawford, and then elected to dip back in, directly behind. And has 2 final corners to see if he can make a move, and there's a little bit of snap oversteer by Sullivan Crawford. Will that give Jenson O'Connor an opportunity to run out of the final corner? There's some lap traffic in front, but not enough that they're going to catch as Sullivan Crawford takes victory in heat number 1 from Jenson O'Connor, and a charging Verity Crawford. Fastest lap on the last lap of the race for Verity Crawford with a 1 minute. 0.113 for Crawford in front of Calais Tennant, Oliver Bullock and Archie Mostyn, Abel Hutton, and then Aston Wilson, who had a spin on the opening lap. He'll come back stronger in heat number 2. And then Edward Charlton, who will cross the line shortly.
We've, I think there's, the track's pretty much dry, it looks like, out there, with the exception of the always last to dry South Bank corner, which will take a bit longer to dry off. It's still in the shade at the moment.
Yes.
The sun doesn't reach the point where it's actually
South Bank
on the track yet.
Isn't particularly wet. It's the entry to Hairpin 3 in Friday morning on a track of very similar conditions. Everybody went out on slicks. The marshals worked hard throughout the session to keep putting the red and white barrier back in place.
Oh, okay. Everybody just went straight on.
So I thought I'll do a public service. So I went up and I told all the inters, the circuit is slippy at Hairpin 3. Be careful when you get there.
Yep.
Everybody was careful, apart from Joey Swan, who bent his chassis when he went straight through. But I'm reliably informed he doesn't really wake up till about 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
So it was fine. I was speaking to his granddad this morning. Yeah, Joey don't really wake up till about 11 o'clock, so whatever you said to him probably's gone straight over. Right, we move on to our Honda Cadet class, which showed a very, very mixed up qualifying for some, Tom. Luka Bachuev was on pole position. It's the maiden front row start here at Teesside for the 74 of Tom Nichols. Archie Cannon, who was on the podium yesterday, starts P3. Joshua Sullivan alongside Noah Clark. And Albie Cam in 6th place, a career best qualifying for him in wet weather conditions this morning. Layla Berryman and Aaron Berridge are on row number 4. Daniel Ziad and Ollie Crumpton complete the top 10 with Morgan Cooney and Robin Ashton in 11th and 12th. 13th is Jensen Whitehead with Francesco Di Caro alongside. Sebastian McCarthy finished in 15th despite an incident in qualifying which caused some damage to his kart. He's got Dexter Petty for company on row number 8. Margaris Kavekis, he plumped for slick tyres this morning. Yesterday's final runner-up will start from 17th in the 115. He's got Ashton Horspool alongside. Hugo McCluskey and Ollie Carter round out your top 20. Piers Whitehead and Tristan Gilfiller are on row 11 with Jake Gibbon and Harry Scrafton in front of Sam Dixon, Jacob McDonald and Andrew McCrossan.
So looks like it should be all action here in Honda Cadet. There are still a few on wets. it looks like.
Who's got that? So Batchev, they're slick. Nichols is slick. We've got
Is it
Archie Cannon on slicks. Sullivan is on wets.
Yeah,
Clark
that's a
is
surprise.
on slicks. Looks like everybody in the top 10 have plumped for slicks with the exception of Sullivan, who's going to roll the dice in the 13.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him.
Now, he's hoping that the time that he may well lose on the slick tyre throughout the rest of the lap on a green track can be made up round South Bank and hairpin number 3.
I don't know that it's wet enough through South Bank and hairpin 3 for that strategy to work, you know. And with everybody else on slicks, I would have trusted my own judgment there and racecraft, especially with the pedigree that Sullivan's got, but has rolled the dice on wets.
Well, we're going to see. It was Cadet.
I'll try it as they come across the line. I'll try and see if I can spot anybody else on wets.
You normally be able to see the slick. It's got a little white line down it. That's how I've been able to pick out those that are on slicks and those that are on wets. I think Crumpton could be on wets in the 55 as well. We'll see. Let's see whether the gamble pays off in 8 minutes plus 1 lap's time. The green flag is in the air. The sun is out, and we're away and racing here at Teesside Autodrome. Everybody slots into their grid positions as they head towards first corner. It's hoping to get round their single file nicely. Now, the wet tyre will probably come in a little bit earlier than the slick, Tom. That's got to be what Sullivan's got to hope for. And he's going early with a move down the inside
double move
of Cannon, and move down the inside of Nichols as well as they head down. But it's whether they go off, Tom. Can you break away before the tyre goes off behind them? Where NASCAR style 2 wide as we head down the back straight towards South Bank.
Sullivan's hoping to do a Sophie Pawsey here as he goes up the inside into hairpin 3. Sophie Pawsey from a couple of years ago. I'm not sure whether you will remember or not, but it was one of the most exciting drives and races we've seen here. It was.
Look at that! It's like the M25 on a Friday night coming out of hairpin 3.
Sullivan is indeed breaking away to the tune of already a second. He's 1 second in front of Luka Batchev. He's got to go and got to go early.
Yeah, meeting was called open this morning, so that status may well change in due course. If it does, we'll let you know, because we're over the circuit PA here as well. But at the moment, there was options available for drivers to run slick tyres and run wets as Tom Nichols and Archie Cannon squabble over track position down the back straight.
That's the battle for third place. There are a few washing out there. You can see Noah Clark pushing out wide.
Yeah, they're all going wide, Tom, on the exit of hairpin 3. And we've got Daniel Ziad and Layla Berryman off into the tyre wall on the outside. Marshall running to just put the tyres back into place there. So they'll fall down the order. Let's see where they rejoin. Ziad's just crossed the line now. Berryman is 18. Ziad is 22nd. Gap at the front, 2.1.
Looks like Aaron Berridge or Pierce Whitehead might be on.
I think
Pierce Whitehead, I think it is up 10 places so far in this race.
So is Margaret Kvetskis as well.
Yes.
We'll keep an eye out on him.
So they may be on wets as well.
Or even on slicks. Kvetskis was well out of position, wasn't he, in 17th, having run at the front. The British second seed is Margaret Kvetskis as Layla Berryman picks up a contact warning. Archie Cannon is up to second place. Tom Nichols and Luka Batchev squabbling, and Nichols is up into third place. Ollie Crumpton running well up there as well. He was one that I thought could well have been on wet tyres, Tom. We've got
Layla Berryman has picked up a warning. I think it was a contact warning.
Yeah, Kvetskis is on slicks.
Yes, he is. I was just about to say that. He came across the line. I had a look. He's on slicks.
He's just very, very good.
Yeah, well, he's up 10 places since the start of the race. So, as was Pierce Whitehead, who's remained 10 places up since the start of the race as well. So, big moves coming from those two. Sullivan is still breaking away at the front of this one. The gap was 3 seconds when he came over the line last time
yellow
around.
Flag out. That's Ollie Carter round. Sorry, Tom, at hairpin number 3. He rejoins the fray in front of what I believe is to be Jake Gibbon, who is in 22nd place. So should cross the line around about P21. Gap at the front again is another half a second extended by the race leader.
Yeah, he's definitely putting the work in early, is Sullivan.
We're heading towards half race distance as well. I mean, I have seen it happen before. It was at Three Sisters where Sullivan was one of 3 or 4 drivers that qualified down the order and went on slicks. And towards the end at Three Sisters, they were taking well over a second out of the leaders to come through to head towards the front. And I think it was himself and William Howard that day at an MBKC meeting where they came through from 7th and 8th to finish 1 and 2 on slick tyres. That was the day where they were further down the order and they rolled the dice the other way.
That's the first time that the leaders have now matched the pace of Sullivan, or the front-running pack on slicks, now matching lap time. So now the balance is starting to shift.
Yeah, Cannon matched. Fastest lap of the race was Luka Bachuev in 3rd place.
And he was 2/10 quicker than Sullivan that time around as well. And in fact, he's going to be pulling out and alongside now.
Oh, they've come together slightly. No, as Luka Bachuev puts the nose into a gap that was always going to close and finds himself squeezed onto the grass. Archie Cannon really had no idea he was there. And Bachuev and Nichols now are going to squabble over what will be 3rd place. There's a warning for Albie Cam in the 34. Bachuev with the hand off the wheel slightly as he's now under pressure from the 55. And because of all that, they've lost another third of a second or so to the leader at the time when they were chipping away fractionally at the lead. They're now going to find themselves... There's a point, Tom, where you have to look at the clock at the top and go, we're probably not going to catch that even if we work together. Do we squabble just like Noah Clark and Ollie Crumpton? Crumpton white lining it down the back straight with 2:30 on the clock. Clark with a little nudge into the rear. Just a gentle reminder that he'd quite like to come past him.
I think that was a bit more than a gentle reminder, but Crumpton definitely knows he's there. Let's put it that way. Through comes now Cannon with Bachuev, Nichols, Crumpton, Clark, all almost as one pack now.
Whitehead's on slicks, Tom, so apologies to Pierce Whitehead. He's not got there because of tyres. He made up 10 places earlier on before he fell down the order. He's down in 26th place, so he's had an off, and we've not seen that. We've also missed Jensen Whitehead retire. He's currently in the Marshalls post at hairpin number 1. He's had a tough weekend as Jensen Whitehead. He had a few incidents yesterday. Off track as well yesterday. He accidentally headbutted something and he's got a black eye, so unfortunate for him, but at least he's out racing today. Now, he's 2nd, 3rd. They're taking 3/10 out the leader, but they are squabbling. Luka Bachuev and Archie Cannon side by side. There's a minute 20 on the clock.
Sullivan's lost 8/10 of a second off his fastest lap of the race. His pace is dropping like a stone now. Meanwhile, Margaris Kvetskis puts in a new fastest lap of the race, which was 1.2 seconds faster than Sullivan could go.
3/10 of a... They've got 2.5 laps for me now to close in 2.5 seconds. It's doable because it's 8/10 a lap. That's 8/10, 8/10, that's 2.4. They're going to be right on the back of Sullivan, I think, here. By the time they come round to the checkered flag, it's going to be a tense final 2 laps. Let's see whether they take another 8/10. They need another 8/10, Tom. 2 laps to go, 30 seconds on the clock. Bachuev, Cannon and Nichols hunting down Joshua Sullivan at the front, and it is another 8/10. The gap's down to 1.7.
We've got a contact warning for Ollie Crumpton as well in the 55. Margaris Kvetskis, meanwhile, has passed them both Crumpton and Clark on that lap. And Kvetskis is the one potentially to watch here with 2 laps to go.
Can he close up? He's got a big gap, Tom. He's got 2.4 to close in on those in front, and they have only got... he's closing in by a 10th or so. On to the final lap as Bachuev goes wide at hairpin 3. Bachuev catches a little bit of water, goes wide. Archie Cannon comes through for 2nd place as they commence the final lap. As they cross, they take 6/10. Gap's 1.3.
It's visibly closing, though. Each and every metre, you can see the gap coming together.
They're racing to catch up to the 13. The 13 is just racing the clock now. Got to get there as Cannon, Bachuev and Nichols all close up. They're so close. They've taken huge gains.
And now they're going to be getting slipstream as well down the back straight from Sullivan.
But it's this corner where Sullivan has been gaining. Round South Bank and hairpin 3 and 4. So they head up towards...
Oh! He's lost a wheel! Sullivan's lost a wheel!
Oh, no!
He's bouncing across the track!
The lead of the front wheel's off! Joshua Sullivan...
He turned into hairpin 3,
lost
and
the
the wheel
front
bounced across the circuit.
And the race leader, and Tom Nichols, wins for the first time at Teesside from Luka Bachuev. Then it's Archie Cannon, Margaret Kvetskis, Noah Clark and Ollie Crumpton, with Aaron Berridge, Hugo McCluskey and Dexter Petty, and Ashton Horsepool completing your top 10. Joshua Sullivan, head in his hands.
Unbelievable for Sullivan.
Driving towards victory, having rolled the dice on wet tyres, and the front left, with 2 corners to go, decides it doesn't want to play ball anymore.
I'm genuinely speechless. He turned into the right-hander, and the left-hand wheel just departed and bounced not only off the kart, but went straight across the circuit. It's on the inside of the dog leg near the start-finish line.
Collect that on the way home. The quad will have to make 2 stops.
We were lucky nobody got hit by that on the way through as well, but it was only by virtue of Sullivan being in the lead and the rest of the pack had already come through that it made its way across and onto the grass and did not make contact with anybody else. But fantastic result for Tom Nichols. Maiden victory here as Luka Bachuev takes second place from Archie Cannon. Kvetskis with a brilliant recovery drive, 17th up to 4th. Clark and then Crumpton, Berridge and McCluskey, Petty and Horsepool, the top 10. Well, all action won as we expected in Honda Cadet with gambles on tyres and different decisions needing to be made. But Sullivan making the most of that wet tyre decision right up until 2 corners from the very end. The question of whether he would have managed to hold on or not right until the start-finish line will always play on our minds as to whether he would have actually held on to that lead. It looked okay, but the drive out of hairpin 4 would have been crucial for Tom Nichols.
With hairpin 3 being the damp corner where the gains were being made, but in order to finish, in order to win, Tom, first you have to finish.
Oh, hang on, I think you've knocked yourself down there, David.
Well, some people would say that's a good thing.
Just have a little chat with yourself a minute while I adjust your sound levels.
I absolutely love the sound of my own voice, so we'll carry on with the chat.
There we go. Right, I think we're back.
Yep, Sullivan heading in. We'll see him on the quad in a few moments' time as he comes through this camera and in front of the commentary box. He'll start heat number 2 then from 26th place as we start where we finish.
He's it's the right front wheel, in fact.
Yeah.
We thought it was the left front, but it was the right front wheel. That's
he's
probably why it bounced, because the left front would have probably just rolled off and into the tyres. The right front being the unloaded tyre.
Stub axle snapped.
Ah.
Yeah. Can see, so getting reports in that the stub axle is snapped.
Okay. So, well, that's unusual as well, to see it shear like that. But such is life. Let's see if we can get a... that's racing, as they say. Let's see if we can get a grid up for our Inters and Honda R200s, because they are already heading out. So, the grid for Intermax goes like this. Layla Bell set pole position on slick tyres. We got an update into the commentary box with that information. With Red Lind and Edward Rye alongside Buddy Hugo, Joey Swan and Grayson Crawford. Then we have our Honda R200 class. Toby Turner taking pole position in that one with Matthew Plant, Rocco Geraghty, William Clare, Peter Webster, and Daniel Hulse and Harry Pennington. Some new names as well for today. Harry Pennington particularly not here yesterday. Daniel Hulse, was he here yesterday morning?
But no, Daniel was here all day yesterday.
Okay.
So good to see Harry Pennington join us, a driver that I'm familiar with from his normal 200 days. So Intermax are coming through towards the timing line. Layla Bell takes the green flag and away we go. Red Lind tries to come across and squeeze, and Red Lind has indeed taken the lead into the first corner, but Layla Bell is fighting back and Bell is down the inside. She won't back out of that, I know it. And Layla Bell is back through to take the lead as Honda R200 make their way through and round the right-hander, and it's Toby Turner who's stolen the march at the start from Rocco Geraghty and Edward Rye. Then it's Matthew Plant and William Clare in the 31 in front of Peter Webster, Daniel Hulse, and the debuting Harry Pennington in the 22. Up towards hairpin 3 for our Inters as Layla Bell slides slightly wide, takes a wide line round the outside, finds that the inside has more grip because that's Buddy Hugo in the 11 coming through and down the inside. He started in P3. He crosses the line at the end of the first lap in P number 1.
Yeah, Layla Bell just with a lack of rear end grip through hairpin 3 just allowed Buddy Hugo to get through. It's as we said, it's still a bit damp down there at the moment. Pretty greasy conditions. It will feel like as they start to make their way through that corner, and they're about to head down that way one more time. So we'll see what happens this time. But it is Hugo from Bell, Lind, Crawford, Swan, and Geraghty in the Swan in the Inters, and then in the Honda R200s, we've got Geraghty, Turner, Rye, Plant, Clare, Webster, Hulse, and Pennington in that order. Everything looks okay this time around through hairpin 3 and 4. So they come across the line one more time in the Inters. Oh, David's just showed me a picture of the sheared stub axle, and that has well gone.
Oh yeah, that's a clean. That's clean, isn't it?
It's like somebody's sawn through it. It's that, sawed through it. It's
the wheel sawed through it.
Yeah, I mean it's it's a clean break. Is that as we've got
Layla Bell and Red Lind going side by side up towards South Bank. Bell holds on at the front though. Buddy Hugo still hairpin 3 is proving tricky. Tom.
I think Edward Rye has just taken the lead in the Honda R200s through hairpin 2. In fact, he has.
Yeah, he looks to have a little bit more grip as Rocco Geraghty slides wide around the entry to hairpin 3.
Edward Rye was pretty much untouchable yesterday in the Honda R200 class. Very, very quick. Seeming to suit him a little bit better than the cadets. I mean, we saw him running very much towards the front in Honda cadets, but he's taken a big step forward with his R200s, and
he's done a bit of Intermax as well, and done micro at some point. He really has tried his hand at most.
That's Toby Turner, in fact, retaking Rocco Geraghty, who goes around the drifting line, around the top end of South Bank, and certainly not the quickest way around there in these conditions, and that's going to allow Toby Turner now to move significantly clear of Geraghty, but slightly towards, I think, Edward Rye. In fact, no, he was about half a second slower, just over half a second slower that time around. Red Lind with a new fastest lap of the race in the Inters starts to move towards Buddy Hugo by a couple of tenths as well. So 9/10 of a second the gap at the front of Inters. So we look at Joey Swan and Layla Bell. That was pole sitter Layla Bell. Opted to go on slicks for the qualifying session that it sounds like everybody else went on wets, and Layla Bell sticking it on pole. So the gamble paid off there. Now everybody else has realised, and they've all gone on slicks, and Layla Bell is now dropping into the clutches of Joey Swan, who I feel takes a wider entry into hairpin 2, gets the better drive, cuts back, decided not to jump to the inside of the Layla Bell kart, and does it a hairpin 3 instead and drives clean through.
That inside line is definitely working now, isn't it?
There's grip there if you can find it. And it looked like Layla Bell just missed the turning point by maybe half a metre or so, and that's allowed Joey Swan to just drive clean through on the inside. So Swan away and into third. Redland a couple of tenths slower that time around than Buddy Hugo, so it looks like Hugo's away at the front of this one. It's 2 seconds, the gap.
Yeah, Redland put in a personal best, and it was still 4 tenths or so off Buddy Hugo's fastest lap of the race.
So it seems like they've gone right on pressures on Buddy Hugo's kart.
Yeah, he's coming up to some lap traffic now, and what he's done is give himself an opportunity as he sets the fastest lap of the race again to have a little bit of time. Doesn't have to rush the overtake, does he?
No, he does not. He's built himself up a nice little cushion there, and again, there's a fairly similar cushion back now to Joey Swan, and then again back to Layla Bell. Grayson Crawford, another 1.6 seconds back as Hugo makes his way through now the lap traffic of Daniel Hulse in the Honda R200 class. Going back to Honda R200s, Edward Rye leading by what will be probably 4 seconds when they come over the line from Toby Turner, and then it's Rocco Geraghty. Peter Webster's made his way through nicely into 4th place in class. Then we've got Matthew Plant, Harry Pennington, William Clare and Daniel Hulse. The running order there. Buddy Hugo here, your leader of Inters, heading down South Bank for one more time. Actually, Red Lind has now suddenly found some pace. Incredible amount of pace, in fact, and has taken the fastest lap of the race. I think he went around about half a second quicker than he'd been on the previous lap.
Yeah, definitely found something. Maybe it's just a different line, particularly around hairpin 3, where you can gain as comes through this time.
It was as he dispatched Daniel Hulse on that lap.
Well,
so
whatever he did, he needs to do it again, because that time round he was 8 tenths off.
you should be able to see that on his lap timer as well, that all of a sudden he's down significantly. And if he's got the right lap timer on, he'll be able to see exactly where he's losing all that time, and it will most likely be around about here at hairpin 3.
I'll see if we can pick up the battle coming through the chicanes at the minute here. It's Rocco Geraghty being hunted down by the 25 of Peter Webster at hairpin number 1 as Buddy Hugo makes his way through the traffic. 19 seconds on the clock, 2 tenths, 2 laps. There's Peter Webster. He took 7 tenths out of Rocco Geraghty on the last lap and will take the position down the inside into South Bank. Great move from Peter Webster, that kart appearing to come good as he then slides wide. Geraghty back through down the inside. Geraghty on wets there, Tom.
He is. It looks like he's on wets. We'll get them as they come over the line and we'll confirm that. I think he is.
Yes, I agree.
I think Geraghty's on wets and Webster is on slicks. And don't count out Matthew Plant as well. He's not far off the back of this group as well. And I think he's going to be arriving fairly quickly if Peter Webster can't dispatch Geraghty quickly. And in fact, he can now dispatch Rocco Geraghty and will pull clear down the back straight with the extra traction that those slick tyres are going to give him. Geraghty managing to hold on in the slipstream. And then dives to the inside, uses that extra grip. And Peter Webster's gone round at hairpin 3. Geraghty put his car on the inside, used that extra grip from the wet tyres, and it looked like Webster went wide onto the wet surface, and the back end came around.
Buddy Hugo then takes the checkered flag and wins heat number 1 by a fairly comfortable margin. It was 4.6 seconds at the end from Redland and Joey Swan. Then it's going to be Grayson Crawford and Layla Bell in the Intermax class taking the checker. We wait the leader in Honda R200. Here he is. It's Edward Rye. He takes the checkered flag for victory in Honda R200 from Toby Turner, who has a comfortable second place. Rocco Geraghty will keep third. He was closed in towards the end by Matthew Plant. And then it's Peter Webster, who was going for third earlier on, but went round as he was trying to find a way past Rocco Geraghty.
So what we've learned from the 2 races that we've just had where they are on or able to choose different sets of tyres, what we've learned is that slicks are quicker, except for hairpin 3. But if you can remain single file and get on the inside, slicks are the way to go. If you decide to make an overtake or you get pushed out wide, then a wet tyre will give you a faster lap time at the moment. So if you're at the front, go on slicks.
Yeah.
If you're in the mid pack,
the slick
it might be a gamble.
Well, look, the slick is the tyre now. What you have to remember is that the tyre that the R200's on is different to the normal Cadet tyre. The Cadets are on Vega Cadetti. They're on Mojo tyres for the Honda R200, so they are a grippier tyre. So, but the slick, as we saw towards the end of the Honda race, is the tyre now to be on. I don't think we'll see any more wets between now and the end of the day. Having said that, we've got Junior Rotax up next, Tom, and with it being random grids, who knows what's going to happen in terms of tyres. Keep an eye out on who's on what, Tom, if you wouldn't mind, as they go out on the rolling
my very
up lap.
best.
Pierce Whitehead and Ava Reynolds will go off the front row. Joseph Yao and Holly Swan behind. Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 3 with Sam Robson and Freddie Widrington on row 4. Then it's Max Wilkinson and Joseph Mills in front of Oscar Warr and Evelyn Bye with Sam Yeadon and Jared Fox-Whiteley in P14. Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Oliver O'Donovan and Jacob Carnes with William Howard, Jake Grufferty and Riley Sims-Ezard. Then we've got more seniors than we had yesterday. I think we had 5 on the entry list today with Ben Horner, Joseph Johnson, Pip Morris, Paul Swan and Bradley Heath. But the field is quite fragmented at the moment, including a very late entry in William Howard just joining us. We are going to go racing at the first time of asking, even though some of the juniors weren't on the back, and Will Howard is half a lap down. He came out of the pit lane very, very late. There's Pierce Whitehead then, takes the tight line and will lead them through the first time from Ava Reynolds and Joseph Yao. There's contact into hairpin 1, a little bit of bumping, and then Amy Peacock finds her way through down the inside. Yao with a switchback. Keep an eye out on the battle as that rages down towards South Bank. But at the moment, it's Pierce Whitehead breaking away at the front from now Isabella Stansmore-Wilson as she finds her way down the inside of Ava Reynolds. Amy Peacock trying to find a way through as well. She indeed does in the number 17 machine as the field tiptoe round this first lap, just trying to find where the grip is, Tom.
We're missing Pip Morris from the seniors, but other than that, we've got 4 entries in seniors.
Okay, that's
sorry, I was just doing a bit of digging while that was going on.
Double yesterday, and down the inside at hairpin number 1 goes Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on Pierce Whitehead. He then goes tight into hairpin 2, and that allows Amy Peacock to go through down the inside as well.
I'm going to check whether Pierce Whitehead is on a wet tyre, because it looked like he'd got a huge amount of pace early on, and then just as hairpin 1 and 2 came through, just lost a huge amount of time and is now down to 4th place. I think it's safe to say the front 3 are on slicks. In fact, I think Pierce Whitehead is on wets. Yeah, just got absolutely no grip now on the dry tarmac, and the slick runners now with some heat in the tyres are just driving straight past Pierce Whitehead now. The gamble on wet is certainly not paying off at the moment, as Dalton Ayres and I think that was Riley Sims-Ezard. It was Riley Sims-Ezard. They swap places at hairpin 2. And it all gets a bit Larry, shall we say, at hairpin 3 as they all start to come together. We're looking at Oscar War. Brand new chassis, we've been told overnight, for Oscar War.
I think they used it yesterday as well, I think. I think they just announced it late.
Okay.
Had new yesterday, which means it's nearly new today.
Yeah. Saw some action yesterday, a few battle scars.
As Jared Fox-Whiteley go, well, yeah, it's left the showroom now, hasn't it? So it's knocked at least, it's not 20%
half its
off
value.
it.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get Peter Webster involved if it's not 20% off.
He can write that off, can't he?
It's a promotional expense.
Amy Peacock has taken the lead then from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson now. So they run round hairpin 3 and 4. Fox-Whiteley is up into third, having got past Oscar War at hairpin 2. He's got 2 seconds, though, to close in, but was 4/10 quicker than Stansmore-Wilson in front. And Jared Fox-Whiteley, who had 2 race victories yesterday in heats, a second place put him on pole for the final. He then duly drove off into the distance after that to take the checkered flag and the victory on his return to Teesside. The reigning champion, who in his first Junior Rotax outing here this year, he's done a couple of rounds of Junior Pro Kart when his calendar has allowed, and he's been racing around the country. At Peacock beginning to move away from Stansmore-Wilson, Tom, at the front, and Fox-Whiteley beginning to reel Stansmore-Wilson in.
Indeed, I'm having a look a little bit down the order. It's where we've got the group that's got Elliot Dalton-Ayres. I think it's Ava Reynolds at the front of that one, and then it's Dalton-Ayres, Grufferty, Yeadon, Robson, all in one group together.
There they are. That's the battle. Great battle from Ava Reynolds in the orange helmet at the front with Elliot Dalton-Ayres, and that looked like it was a good move down the inside by Jake Grufferty in the 127 in the Hunter Motorsport colours. So we've got a driver off on the outside. Is that that's Oliver O'Donovan in the 64 wide? I think everybody's slotted in, so I don't think we had any overtakes in that mid pack there. We didn't, so everybody abiding with that yellow flag that they wouldn't have really seen until they were almost upon the incident. So
this battle still rages on. It's headed by Ava Reynolds. This is the fight just to be inside the top 10 in Junior Rotax. Seniors are still headed by Ben Horner with Paul Swan in second place. Then we've got Bradley Heath and Joseph Johnson.
Fox-Whiteley's up to second now, Tom, off camera. There's a move down the inside of Ava Reynolds. Elliot Dalton-Ayres is already through. That's Jake Grufferty down the inside as well. There's Sam Robson and Samuel Yeadon. The 118 goes all the way around the outside. Reynolds got a bit pinballed there and then pinned into the inside and couldn't get the drive.
With the way that Dalton-Ayres has suddenly gapped Ava Reynolds, I'm wondering, is Ava Reynolds on wets? I tried to have a look as she came over the line, but really looks to be struggling. And Elliot Dalton-Ayres, once he got past Ava Reynolds, has now just disappeared up the road.
Yeah, Reynolds is staying with this battle though, Tom, in the middle. So I think it could just be Dalton-Ayres has just got the pace, and once he's got through. So I think she's on slicks. We'll confirm when they come through to see if we can get a visual over timing as Grufferty and Sam Robson are side by side. Grufferty goes up and over. They are definitely slicks. They've got a red line around the outside. That's the Mojo tyre. So the wets don't have the red line round the perimeter, whereas the slick tyres do. And you can pick that out on Ava Reynolds as it comes through in front of the timing line and in front of the commentary position here at Teesside.
It's looked like Holly Swan.
Samuel Yeadon going down the inside, and Sam Robson goes high and wide as they tried to go side by side, and Robson then just hit the damp track on the outside and went up behind them, though. That is Ben Horner coming through, the senior leader, making his way through as Joseph Yao is on the grass at the National Loop. The points leader in the championship is on the grass as they go through the National Loop. He crossed the line in 6th place. he's going to rejoin in 22nd place.
And the run of terrible results for Joseph Yao continues here this weekend. Heat number 1, certainly not going the way of Yao, gone from 6th all the way down, as David said, to 22nd. That's a massive points drop as well in a championship day when every point is going to be crucial.
Yeah, his nearest rival, Wilkinson, is 4th, War is 5th, so they're going to pick up. And we've got Isabella Stansmore Wilson out of 3rd place, grinding to a halt, halfway down the back straight. You'll catch it in a minute because the field will come past. Isabella Stansmore Wilson, there's the kart being pushed away.
And that then elevates Wilkinson and War up to 3rd, albeit it's going to put Yao back up a place as well. But it's going to...
It's only individual points as well in heats, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is the difference between them. But Isabella Stansmore Wilson. And we've got Max Wilkinson, stationary as well, on the outside of hairpin 4. Does anybody want to win this championship?
I don't think so, not the way this is going. We've got Yao and Wilkinson and War fighting over the championship today. At the minute, it's swinging the pendulum the way of Oscar War.
Max Wilkinson walking off to keep Isabella Stansmore Wilson company in the back straight chicane that's unused. But Max Wilkinson retires. He will pick up points in terms of because he's completed half race, but it won't be very many. The gloves are being thrown into the seat. Traditional sign of anger on the Henry Baudet angry scale.
The race still currently being led by Amy Peacock, 3/4 of a second clear of Fox Whiteley with just under a minute plus a lap to go, and Fox Whiteley was 4/10 quicker than Peacock that time around. Ben Horner in seniors has moved his way all the way through the pack and up to 8th place overall.
Yeah, he's having a great time as we head across the line with 40 seconds on the clock. I think it'll be last lap next time round. 2 laps to go as Jared Fox Whiteley begins to close in on Amy Peacock, and there is some lap traffic. We need to cut to the lead battle as they head up towards hairpin number 2. Out and onto the back straight.
Fox Whiteley was 3/10 faster that time around. He's only 4/10 behind, so he's going to be right there at the end of this lap, and you can see the gap closing already. Or rather, we can. We'll try and bring you that in a moment.
Yeah,
Here they come.
They're coming through. We're waiting for them. We'll pick them up on the camera as they come through.
Here they come out of hairpin 4, and you can see now that Fox Whiteley is right there on the tail of Amy Peacock. Is it going to be a trademark Fox Whiteley move between hairpin 1 and 2, where he's going to straight line it up the inside? If Amy Peacock knows he's there, that would be what I'd do, is defend hard into hairpin 2. Fox Whiteley does try the straight line, does get it done as well. Amy Peacock completely unaware that he was there, and Fox Whiteley moves through and takes the lead away.
Fox Whiteley taking no prisoners at all in his
came
return.
from a long way back as well.
Yeah, here at Teesside as he dives down the inside on an unsuspecting Amy Peacock, and Jared Fox Whiteley will move through from 14th on the grid to take victory in heat number 1 from Amy Peacock. And then it's going to be Oscar War in 3rd place. Does his championship chances no harm at all as he finishes P3 front of Freddie Witherington, who again shows improvement. Tom, I think that's his best finish in a heat after a best finish yesterday of 6th. So great from Witherington. Riley Sims-Ezard, P5. Joseph Mills, Elliot Dalton Ayres. Overall, Ben Horner, seniors, 8th overall. With in front of Samuel Yeadon, Sam Robson and Holly Swan. Jacob Carnes with Ava Reynolds. Paul Swan, who's in senior, same as Bradley Heath. And Joseph Yao drops to 16th, but that'll move him up to 13th in points overall when you remove the seniors from his positioning. Then you've got William Howard, Evelyn Bye and Oliver O'Donovan. Jake Gruffity, who was going well, but looks like he had a difficult opening final lap. He pulled off into the pit lane with Joseph Johnson similarly retiring. Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Max Wilkinson and Pierce Whitehead also failing to see the checkered flag.
Quite attritional, that opening Rotax heat of the day. with potentially, well, at least 3 retirements, possibly 4.
5.
No, I think Grufferty just ended up a lap down in the end.
No, he peeled off.
Oh,
He peeled into the pit lane. A lap to go.
Might have been.
He peeled off just as we cut to the Fox Whiteley Amy Peacock battle. Right, just going to have a quick look at the live chat with Michael Burke saying hello. Same with from Frieda Yeadon. CK Fun TV supporting Buddy Hugo. With Leanne Howard saying good luck to Will and Alana Howard. Will managing to get that kart started. He had a tough day yesterday, did Will Howard. As we see Isabella Stansmore Wilson peeling off into pit lane. Will had a bent rear axle, didn't he, in one of the heats? They were changing that into the night yesterday.
Where did Howard finish in the opening heat? Because he started around about half a lap down, didn't he?
He did, yes. Crossed the line in P17, which would be 14th in juniors. Just really took advantage of other drivers having spins or failing to take the checkered flag. Sebastian Benson, who we know from here at Teesside, Tom raced in Cadet and then has moved into Junior Rotax, is watching from Japan today. I also had a message in from Steve Collinson via my Facebook Messenger. He's on holiday as well, but has suggested it would be a really good idea to get his son Jack in the commentary box to talk to during Intermax. So I think we're going to get Jack in and have a little chat with him during Intermax. A driver that we know has raced here in Honda Cadet and has moved into Intermax and more recently into Junior Rotax racing with Sam Pollitt Racing. At various championships around the country. So he's here watching some friends today. And, also good to know, I think we have an additional entry in Junior Pro Kart, Tom, which is good.
So we've got Ollie Clegg has joined us today. Not with us yesterday, but Ollie Clegg here. So we've now got 5 runners in Junior Pro Karts, which we're just awaiting them making their way off the dummy grid. I'm sure it will be as soon as Max Wilkinson is safely back into the pit lane. Can't see anything massively wrong with that one. It seems to have all parts in the right places, except for the chain.
Yeah,
which
I
I've
was
just
about
been
to
told.
say, engine, as we normally say, engine no-go barp.
It no-go barp.
But the
engine, no, it went very barp,
the engine
but there was
did
no
go
chain
barp.
on
Well,
it.
yeah, it went very barp. He'd have got he'd have probably got 18,000 RPM in his ear and no drive.
Yes. So heading out now are the Junior Pro Karters. It's going to be Reese Cranston going off pole position with Alana Howard alongside in P2. Then we have on the second row Ollie Clegg debuting here this weekend with Grace Matthews alongside, and Liam Edmonds will take up 5th position. So 5 runners here in Junior Pro Kart. And we think we're going to have a significantly larger grid for Junior Pro Kart next season. So, been a bit up and down Junior Pro Kart this year, but it's going to come to a close with 5 runners this year. And here we go. Reese Cranston leads them over the line. Alana Howard a bit slow to get away alongside, and that's going to allow Ollie Clegg to follow Reese Cranston straight through. And Alana Howard, in fact, is down into 4th place from 2nd on the grid.
Yeah, Ollie Clegg, he only had that 3-lap warm-up this morning to familiarise himself with the conditions of the Teesside National Circuit. Currently battling with Liam Edmonds in the middle part of the back straight. Edmonds went down the inside of hairpin number 1, and then Clegg returned the favour into hairpin number 2.
And then Edmonds electing to push Clegg down the straight, but backed off before South Bank, and Clegg then went straight on around South Bank and allowed not only Edmonds but also Alana Howard through as well.
So Clegg now with some work to do at the front.
That's a lack of local knowledge, that one.
Yeah.
That's all. It's just a bit of a lack of experience here. That part of the track is always the last to dry. But Clegg, I'm sure, will figure that out pretty quickly. A racing brain works very, very fast at that kind of on those kind of computations.
Yeah, you do it once and it's slippy. You think, I'll try that again and see whether I get the same outcome. And then...
when you've been overtaken by two people there as well, there's some motivation to not do that again.
I say it quite a lot to my lad. You can't do the same thing and expect a different outcome. Mm-hmm. And you can see there now a noticeable dry line appearing around the inside of South Bank, definitely.
And you could see how much tighter Ollie Clegg went around South Bank that time as well. So already learned the lesson that that's the line he needs to take, and does indeed manage it that time around. So it's Cranston now comfortably in front of this one from Edmonds, Howard, Clegg and Matthews. Matthews sort of dropping off the back a little bit. But Edmonds, Howard and Clegg still in fairly close company.
Stick the timing back on as support for Freddie Widrington was coming in the live chat after his best finish in a heat here at Teesside. Reece Cranston then with a gap of 1.7 seconds at the front. We've got a yellow flag out, I think, as Alana Howard has gone round out of third place at hairpin number 3.
Dropped down into 5th now, so that promotes Ollie Clegg up to 3rd, Grace Matthews up to 4th as they come over the line. So we'll see whether Alana Howard can start to catch that back up again. Was it hairpin 3?
Yeah.
Yes, it just probably got caught out with the dampness that's still there. Although the inner part of the track, I can see, the inside part of South Bank is now starting to get some sunshine.
Yeah, you can see definitely around here now. There's that line around the inside that is dry, but then you go back into the shade of hairpin number 3. But the sort of the shadow, race on race, the shadow is moving further across the track there, isn't it? And the sun is starting to break through the trees to
it's
dry
a gorgeous
the track.
day here. It just needs to be a bit warmer, I think, and it'd dry the track up incredibly quickly. But it's a glorious
It's incredibly
day.
autumnal, isn't it?
It is. It's beautiful. There's, apart from the chemtrails overhead, that's a joke, by the way. The contrails from the aeroplanes flying overhead, there wouldn't be a cloud in the sky. It's glorious.
Reece Cranston continues to put in fastest lap after fastest lap. Everybody on track on the previous lap did a personal best, so the track certainly rubbering in and going a lot quicker. So
Grace Matthews hounding now Ollie Clegg, and never mind hounding, straight through as Clegg went wide once again at hairpin 3. Matthews said, thank you very much, I'll take that. Straight
down the inside there. That inside line proving a lot quicker around hairpin number 3 for sure.
Tighter entry and then hold it tight on the inside. It's not the usual racing line, but it's certainly the fastest way through there at the moment with the conditions being as they are. Alana Howard now closing in on the pair of them, recovering from that spin. And I think she's about to make a move on Ollie Clegg.
Going to be tight down this back straight. Still not even at half race distance yet as Grace Matthews in 3rd place.
Looking very excitable behind the steering wheel.
Just trying to get the head down. Let's see whether Clegg now follows the line, the tighter line to the inside. Still goes slightly wide and loses the time to Grace Matthews. But then spends the rest of the lap closing it back up again. He's certainly got the pace over the overall lap, but on one corner alone he's losing the time that he needs to get up close to Grace Matthews.
But as we said, racing brain works very, very quickly, and I'm pretty sure he's seen what Grace Matthews has just done in front of him, and he's going to learn very quickly that that's actually a quicker way of going around that corner. So we'll see what happens this time around as they head out of hairpin 2 once again, and it is very, very close now, the battle for the final step of the podium in Heat 1 of Junior Pro Kart.
Cranston has a lead of 3.7 seconds. He's from Liam Edmonds, who similarly is some 5.5 seconds in front of this battle for 3rd place. And Clegg now is taking that much tighter line there, Tom. Let's see whether he can gain throughout the rest of the lap and find a way through. Because hairpin 3, if you can just follow that inside line, it's not really an overtaking opportunity yet at hairpin 3. It's certainly not dry enough.
Yeah, exactly that, David. And unless you can go full send on the inside,
which I thought
into
Alana Howard
hairpin
was going to do
3.
there, into 1.
Yeah, into hairpin 3 and force the other competitor out wide as Clegg dives to the inside of Grace Matthews and gets through. But now what's going to happen? Is he going to be able to hold it tight? He gets a little bit out of shape on entry. Good line through there that time from Ollie Clegg. The brain has worked it all out now. That's what we need to do. And is already starting to drive away from Grace Matthews, it seems, through hairpin 4.
Yep, as Tom mentioned, the racing brain is working fast for Ollie Clegg. And he moves through into 3rd place.
Oh, Alana Howard gets full-on drift around the national
loop.
Yeah,
looks like she just got the nose right into the number board of Grace Matthews at the front, and that just caused her to understeer and wash out round the national loop, just having no sort of weight over that front end and it just going light. And Alana Howard now will have the remaining 3 minutes or so to try and tow back up onto the back of Grace Matthews. And similarly, Ollie Clegg, who slides wide, got the left wheel onto that damp part round South Bank. We're saying it's a dry line round there, but it's not an entirely dry corner. And the hard work that Ollie Clegg did in finding his way up into 3rd place has all been undone. He's going to have to do it all over again.
What I would say, though, Grace Matthews has just been joining the dots.
Yeah.
Dot to dot to dot to dot to dot. Let everybody else around her lose their heads while she keeps hers.
Yeah, she's been faultless so far, hasn't she, Grace Matthews? You're quite right. It's just breaking point, turning point, clipping point, apex, rinse and repeat, corner after corner.
Join the dots.
For Grace Matthews. And as those in front have made mistakes, Alana Howard has had a spin. Ollie Clegg has been quick but offline at times as he learns the circuit and its intricacies here at Teesside. See, it's a kart width and a bit wide for these seniors. So when we get to Bambino and Cadet, it will be double wide for them. But it's still not an overtaking opportunity. But if you drop a wheel and make a mistake, it is an overtaking opportunity because you're just inviting people to drive down the inside of you.
We've got the Mexico Grand Prix this weekend, and it's a bit like the stadium section of there where you've just got one line through there. You aren't able to overtake through there. It's just follow the leader. That's exactly how the Cadets and the Bambinos are going to need to approach it for their second heat. Through that section of the track, just one line, don't overtake, follow through there, make your overtake at hairpin 4, 1 and 2. Alana Howard now does reclose in on Ollie Clegg. We're going to see him move at hairpin 3. No, backs out of it, and you can actually see tapped the brake, did Alana Howard in hairpin 3, just to give Clegg a little bit of racing room. And backed off, and she's definitely quicker, although gets a little bit squirrely through the D chicane. That costs a little bit of time. So we look at Grace Matthews back to joining the dots in 3rd place. Will be a good result for Grace Matthews as well. And as we said, we don't want to jinx it with 30 seconds plus a lap to go. But has been absolutely faultless so far as Grace Matthews. Meanwhile, Reese Cranston clear at the front of this one to the tune of around about 6 or 7 seconds. It might even be more than that. It's 7.3 from Liam Edmonds, who's comfortably in front of this this fight now, as Alana Howard has had a spin just while I was checking the timing and has dropped way back. So it's 7.5 seconds from Edmonds to Matthews, and then it's another 1.5 seconds now from Clegg to Howard. Sorry, 7.5. So Howard's had a bit of a spin somewhere. I'll try and...
Time is down to 0 as Reese Cranston makes his way out of the final corner towards the timing line to commence the final lap for Reese Cranston. It's been a stellar weekend so far for the driver of the 19. It's Liam Edmonds in 2nd place.
Oh, it was... she had a proper off, did Alana Howard. Apologies that we missed that on camera, but she...
well, you caught it on camera. We just missed it
sorry,
on commentary.
I was looking at the timing screen at the time. Yeah, she went right off at South Bank Corner and into the tyres.
So Cranston
apologies for that, folks.
Sufficient gap that he looks over his shoulder to look back at the rest of the field, which you can actually do from this run here between hairpin 3 and 4, and you can see the size of the gap. It's nearly 9 seconds for Rhys Cranston as he comes through to take the victory in heat number 1. Heat 2, second place will go to Liam Edmonds. Behind them, Grace Matthews, who we mentioned has just joined the dots up. Brings the 26 kart home in 3rd place, of which she is very, very happy.
Yeah, good result for Grace Matthews. Is that very well done, and a good clean drive. I think she should be proud of that one, definitely. Ollie Clegg then brings it in 4th, with Alana Howard now a distant 5th after that trip into the tyre barrier. And once again, apologies that we just missed that. It was trying to check the gaps, and then a massive gap appeared between 4th and 5th because it was on screen. Anyway, we're just waiting them clearing the track now on their rolling up lap, or rolling in lap. Rhys Cranston just making his way in front of the camera there and into pit lane. So we will go with Senior Pro Kart heat number 1 next. 3 classes in this one. We've got, as always, our Pro, our Clubman, and our Novice classes. Random grids as well. So we've got a Novice in Tyler McKenzie starting in 2nd place as well. So that's going to be interesting to see how Tyler gets on. Started at the front yesterday, I think, and got a bit beaten up in on turn 1. And
got loaded slightly wide, didn't he, on the first corner.
So we've got Oliver Hill will go from pole position with Tyler McKenzie alongside. Ike Needham in 3rd with Lennon French 4th. James Kay in 5th with Connor Lucas 6th. Joseph Williamson 7th and Sophie Pawsey 8th. Brandon Jennings in 9th and Cameron Bailey in 10th. Kyle Burns 11th. Max Shields in 12th. George Ludwell 13th and Isaac Duff 14th. Then it's Harry Roddis in 15th with Peter Stott 16th. Matthew Hauschby 17th and Danny Bean will complete our 18 runners.
Harry Roddis definitely not here in 15th in the 88. Not seen them all weekend, so definitely not here, I don't think. I will look out the window for a pleasant surprise, but I don't think I'm going to get one. James Kay had an excursion on the outlap as well. He was sideways in the middle of the back, straight out of hairpin number 2, but looks like he has managed to find his grid position before the grid has formed up. So let's see what happens here. Connor Lucas wrapped the championship up yesterday, but does compete today, and he goes off P number 6 as Ike Needham leads them up towards the first corner. So they head in towards the right-hander, and Lucas is off on the grass because...
As is Tyler McKenzie.
Yeah, McKenzie was squeezed, and Lucas went for the round the outside job and just ran out of tarmac.
Lennon French had a nose down the inside of Tyler McKenzie on the run up to the national loop, and we've got another one round as well. Is that Danny Bean? Potentially down the back straight.
Yes, it is, Tom. Yes, it is.
So we lost Danny Bean as well. Still going, but
we had 2 round at hairpin 1 as well. I'm just looking back. We had 3 off. Bean was off at hairpin 1, not 2. He was just rejoining back in. I was just trying to have a look. But as they came over the timing line at the start, we didn't pick up who was fully down the inside of Tyler McKenzie before
Lennon
we got
French.
there.
Yeah, it was Lennon French down the inside, but I don't think he was fully alongside. And there were 4 wide heading into that corner, and there was only going to be one result, and somebody was going off. Unfortunately for Tyler McKenzie, the finger of fate chose you. And still continuing on, though, around hairpin 1 as I speak. And heading down the back straight, it's Ike Needham from Brandon Jennings. From Lennon French and Max Shields, although they're starting to get close now. Then we've got Joseph Williamson and George Ludwell. And it looks like Kyle Burns is in that mix as well. Then there's a bit of a gap. And then it's Sophie Pawsey from Matthew Hauschby. And then we're missing a transponder number in 9th place. And it's Isaac Duff, Kyle Burns, Connor Lucas, Peter Stott, Danny Bean, James Kate and Tyler McKenzie. Peter Stott with the fastest lap of the race that time around.
Oliver Hill is the unallocated transponder, the 391 showing up on the timing system as transponder, and then the number, that's Oliver Hill in the 391, who's not picking up on timing, but was definitely behind Hauschby. As Hauschby goes very, very wide, he'll rejoin somewhere.
Lucas and Stott have just come together at hairpin 3.
They have.
There was tyre smoke in the air as they came together.
Yeah, and James Kay is round as well. Peter Stott didn't seem overly impressed by that. He wasn't here yesterday, but has won a final here. He attended the round earlier in the season that clashed with BPEC. Well, he took victory.
He got basically leaned on by Lucas as they came through hairpin 3. It was Lucas basically using Stott to be able to turn tighter. And
Oliver Hill goes round at hairpin 2.
Yeah, all on his own.
On screen, we've got Max Shields and Brandon Jennings trying to close in Lennon French and Ike Needham, but down the inside of Brandon Jennings has gone Max Shields, and similarly, there is George Ludwell.
So it's still Needham from French, from Shields, Ludwell, then Jennings and Williamson and Pawsey, Hauschby, Duff, Hill, who's actually dropped down now after that spin. So it's Lucas now taking the top 10 with Peter Stott in 11th. And not being dropped by Lucas either isn't Peter Stott. He's definitely got some pace. As you said, David, he's won a final here, but we've got a... it's a random twig.
Yeah.
On the start-finish.
Is that a tree?
It's that's now been collected by the marshal. Very well done.
Ike Needham now under pressure from Lennon French at the front, and they're going to need to be quick because Max Shields is coming through, who's yesterday retired from the final with 95% of his engine left intact, but the 5% of the engine, the front half of the block, rather critical to his power output in that he didn't have any. Down the inside at hairpin 1, though, goes Lennon French. Ike Needham left the door very, very open, like barn door open, but he's hit him with the switchback and then goes wide again round the entry to South Bank, and Lennon French dives down the inside. The different classes, so Ike Needham doesn't need to get too involved with these two.
Nice move from Shields.
Yeah.
Shields thought about following French through at South Bank and opted to back out of it. But a lovely move at hairpin 4, and that's now elevated him up to second place. He's been behind French this entire race, so just as French has been working his way through, Shields has just been following in the wheel tracks, and it looks like George Ludwell has now just done a full send on Ike Needham into hairpin 2 and got through.
Hairpin 1, Peter Stott goes in deep alongside Isaac Duff, and that allows Matthew Hauschby to come in. So Peter Stott, who was involved in that incident earlier on with the 43 Connor Lucas, no warnings being applied for anything on that. I thought we might have seen one for Lucas for that sort of lean on.
I thought we would as well, but he just kind of understeered, and they were side by side, and Lucas just kept understeering. Couldn't get any front grip, and obviously Stott's the one being hung out to dry around the outside.
So warning for the 26. Now I don't know if that is for the Lucas incident up there or for the one at hairpin 1 down the inside of Isaac Duff.
One with the timing
it's got to be the one for the Duff incident, hasn't it? I don't think we could attribute it with the 43 incident down at hairpin 3.
And he's just overtaken Hauschby as well at hairpin 2 with a nice move. That one has set it up around hairpin 1, and then did the Fox Whiteley move into hairpin 2.
Lennon French and Max Shields in what we believe will be French's final sprint weekend for the foreseeable future, appear to be putting on a bit of an encore in what has been a storied career of battling between Lennon French and Maximus Shields.
Two gladiators of pro karting, both junior and senior.
Shields just telling
French just not looking round.
Yeah, let's go forwards. We've got it.
But they've raced each other for a very, very long time, these two, and looks like this one will be coming to this partnership will be coming to an end.
What they
of course,
do,
it's not a partnership because although they race out of similar stables, they and friends off track as well. They
Lucas up to
go
sixth,
hard at
yeah,
it. On
Lucas
track.
up to 6th place, but with 2:45 on the clock and a gap of 5 seconds to the train of 3 in front, it's going to be a tough one to close in. And what Shields and Lennon French, as Shields again is trying to tell Lennon French, despite the fact that he's not looking back, to just go forwards, is if they get a first and a second, Lucas is down in 6th. Even if he wins the next 2, there's a decent chance one of these 2 could go off pole position if they come through for seconds and thirds. Shields there with a fair level of hypocrisy, having just said that he wants to push Lennon French on, dives down the inside of him into hairpin 4 and moves through into the lead.
But now he's going to give French the signal of, come on, work with me. And French is going to go, no, thank you, I'm going to
yeah, there we go, come on, let's go. Shields is just really having some fun now. I think 2nd place secure enough in the championship with yesterday as George Ludwell goes down the inside. Now, there's a driver that doesn't need to be taking unnecessary risks. He currently leads the Clubman Championship and really just needs to finish these races without any sort of trouble, and decides that it's a good idea to launch himself over the inside of a dogtooth curb at hairpin number 2, and then will dive down the inside and get squeezed to the inside. I know there's that racing driver mentality, but he just needs to chill his beans a little bit, Tom. There's a bigger picture here for George Ludwell.
Chill his beans. No, I know what you're saying, but yeah, the racing driver mentality, he's going to think every point is going to be vital as well. So if he sees an opportunity, he's going for it. Although if it was me, I would be treating Lennon French like the hind legs of a donkey. George Ludwell, clearly.
They're in different classes, you see.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Exactly.
George Ludwell has gone to the casino, put it all on red, and in we go. Fortunately for him, that time it came out all right, and he is actually now starting to move away ever so slightly from Lennon French. French now with Needham and Jennings still in close companies. We've got a front 5 now as a group. Lucas still a bit back off this one. Puts in a new fastest lap of the race, though, and closes in half a second on Brandon Jennings, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get there before the end of this race.
No, lap and a half. The time will elapse before Shields gets round.
Did speak to Howard Lucas briefly last night, and I say briefly, we spoke at length last night, but briefly about what's actually been going on with the 43, because yesterday we were saying he was pushing 100% of the time. Well, they have been, I did call it right, they have been trying some setup tweaks and different things that they're trying on the kart. So the best way to find out how fast he can actually go is to do that kind of tactic, and that's what they're doing here with 43 and Connor Lucas. Just testing out some different bits. I won't go into what because I feel that's private.
It's strictly need to know information, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm doing a brundle. I'll tell you that there's stuff going on, but not what. Sophie Pawsey was at the front of the second pack. But now Peter Stott has put a move on Sophie Pawsey in hairpin 2.
Yeah, just check out his nose cone when he comes round. It's a full-on snowplow now. As they come out of the final corner, Shields will take victory from Ludwell and Lennon French, with Ike Needham and Brandon Jennings in front of Connor Lucas. As Pawsey tries to come back, yeah, Peter Stott's nose as he comes over the line. Tom, just watch the front. He's definitely hit something, because that is full-on snowplowed.
Yes. Oh, and Danny Bean straight into the pit lane.
Yeah.
As is Isaac Duff. As well. Both peeling off straight into pit lane, which is not advisable. But
no, they're likely to have a polite word with them about that.
Yeah, and Oliver Hill doing likewise as well, although that might be with an issue. Also Tyler McKenzie now, and James Kay also pulling in directly into pit lane.
I don't know, man. How many times
do we need to tell them?
Go round again.
I think if there were certain examples there that weren't they were under no pressure. There was nobody around them. And they did ease off and came into the pits at a gentle pace. But still, just to be safe, just go around again. And that brings our first set of heats to a close here on, well, we'll probably call Championship Day, but although a lot of them have been decided, we're still waiting on Junior Rotax to be sorted out. That's going to be that's still very much up for grabs. Where are we sitting with that at the moment? Who have we got leading?
Well, I'm just doing some results now, Tom, from what has been declared.
David's spreadsheet's going to be doing some quick maths.
Just because we did have some penalties, but none that really caused us any issues in that junior class. So let me just put some numbers in, and we'll see what permutations that has with Junior Rotax.
So
War had a third, so we'll pop that in there. It was retirements, unfortunately, for two of our runners. Yao was promoted to 12th, having finished 13th because of a penalty applied, I think, to Holly Swan, who came in underweight. She's been removed from the standings. Max Wilkinson and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson credited with 17th and 18th, respectively. That's fine. So it's still very tight. Well, it's too tight for me to really work this out, but Wilkinson does appear to be fairly out of it unless War or Yao have a disastrous...
Well, Yao's had a disastrous weekend so far, so
yeah.
Don't rule anything out there. And likewise with Oscar War as well, the same thing that happened to Wilkinson could happen to War. So looks like it's still all to play for. David's just trying to work it out now.
I'm just plugging different scenarios in, but one scenario, if Wilkinson wins the rest of them, War has 2 fourths and a fifth, and Yao finishes in 6th across the board, there'll be 1 point between all three of them. That's how tight it is. So until it gets to the final, I'm not even looking.
No, but let's keep everybody up to date on what's going on. Right. So as it stands at the moment, where are we?
At the moment, anywhere. War's in the box seat at the moment.
Delete your hypotheticals.
Yeah.
And let's
well, no, because it needs the hypotheticals for the formulas to work. That's how that spreadsheet's on things. Peter Webster will be able to tell us about them. Tom,
Peter Webster, we need him in here.
We do need him in here
to work it all out for us.
Comas are gridding up. It's Sullivan Crawford then on pole position. Jensen O'Connor alongside Verity Crawford and Calais Tennant in 3rd and 4th with Oliver Bullock, and then it's the 7 of Archie Mostyn. 17th of Abel Hutton is in front of Aston Wilson and Edward Charlton in the 36. Here we go then for heat number 2 in our Bambino class.
And we're away and racing. We've got a random transponder again appearing on timing, but it is Sullivan Crawford leading away from Jensen O'Connor. And then Verity Crawford is in 3rd place at the moment. That
transponder was already on the timing before they crossed the timing.
Yeah,
so,
I think it's one from the last race. We have had timing issues all weekend.
I still think the start line marshal's got one in his pocket and he's just clocking laps every time he crosses the timing line. Crosses the line, green flag, there we go, fast lap. Down the back straight, and it does look like we've got a top 2 on a bit of a breakaway. Again, it's Sullivan Crawford leading from Jensen O'Connor with Verity Crawford slotting into 3rd place.
Yep, Crawford having an excellent weekend so far. Great day yesterday, winning driver of the day. And so as they come across the line, it's Sullivan Crawford from O'Connor, from Crawford. Verity, that is, from Calais Tennant, Abel Hutton, Oliver Bullock, Archie Mostyn, Aston Wilson and Edward Charlton. And the front group with the exception of Edward Charlton. So the front 9 all still together here at the end of lap 1 in Bambino's. And it looked like Wilson's just putting a move on Mostyn down the back straight. They go side by side, and I think it is going to be Wilson. Is it? No, just tucks back in.
Yeah, they take that wider line out of hairpin 2 and they just get on the power that little bit earlier. And whilst the driver on the inside, we saw yesterday drivers actually pulling a full kart length ahead and then being out dragged up towards South Bank with moves around the outside. But
yeah, you've got to think if that straight was 100 metres shorter or 50 metres shorter, they'd be able to get that move completed. But such is the length. The
Bambinos will be flat from hairpin 2 all the way round to the entry into hairpin 3. It's almost 20 seconds of flat-out power, but they have to get the move done before the entry to South Bank because it's just such a long way round the outside there.
Thomas Potter never used to lift, didn't he? He used to be flat out everywhere, I believe.
Yeah, round the outside of every corner, wasn't he?
Yeah,
outside of 1, outside of 2.
He did full NASCAR lines, didn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, never took his foot off the throttle at all. Had it pinned 100% of the lap and then just used a different line.
Probably did NASCAR noises in his helmet as well.
He probably did. Yeah. Sorry, everybody. we get a bit excited.
To be fair, I want a camera next year, like just a GoPro or something, on the grass halfway down the outside of the back straight for when the cadets go past it. Like the NASCAR camera. You know, the one they cut to,
like the gopher cam.
Yeah, when they cut to during the commercial break. And it's literally just cars going past it with the noise that you put on when you want to go to sleep.
Yes, absolutely. It's called brown noise. Did you know that?
I did not.
That's what you get white noise, you get green noise, which is like trees and rain and things like that.
Green noise, people throwing cabbages at people.
Well, blue noise is the sound of the sea, so whale noise and waves crashing and things like that. Brown noise is like industrial noises and things like that. and in particular, I love the sound of NASCAR V8 engines, particularly around Daytona and Talladega. And it sends me to sleep in a heartbeat.
Verity Crawford went wide on the exit of hairpin number 2 and clipped the curb. That unsettled the 20 slightly and allowed the rest of the field to really close back up on the back of Verity Crawford. She takes a wide line. Abel Hutton coming well in this one, Tom. He started in 7th place and is now up into 4th there by the look of things, though he's quite occupied with keeping Calais Tennant behind him, but he's going to make a 2-place gain this lap. Up into 5th place or 4th place because the race still being led at the moment by the random transponder that isn't picking laps up. So Sullivan Crawford showing in 2nd but is indeed leading this race from Jenson O'Connor. They've got a gap of 2.7 seconds now back to this battle. And Verity Crawford again with a slight error at hairpin number 1. This time has allowed Abel Hutton through and he's going to get a clean run down the back straight towards South Bank. He's up into 3rd place. In front of Crawford, who's now under pressure from Calais Tennant, who pops out the slipstream, but will find the door firmly closed on that run up to the long looping bank right-hander.
Yeah, Verity Crawford's going to have to work hard now to get back in front of Abel Hutton. Abel Hutton with a good drive through the grid so far. Made it all the way up to 3rd place on the road. As Sullivan Crawford and Jenson O'Connor trip the timing being one more time.
3 minutes remaining on the overhead gantry. The gap for the 2 leaders is out to gain by another few tenths of a second. They appear to just be working together so far. Reminder that there's only 1 point difference between the positions in the heats. It's 50 for a win, 49 for second, and then sequential 1 point differentials all the way down. We're 3 wide as they head up to hairpin 2, and that's forced Calais Tennant wide. And Oliver Bullock is on the inside being squeezed by Verity Crawford to the inside, and that's impeded his run. Yeah. And here comes Calais Tennant trying to go all the way around the outside. They slot back into exactly the same order they commenced, but it's only going to be brief, is it? No, I thought Tennant was going to dive down the inside of Verity Crawford.
Bullock had to lift coming out of hairpin 2, and now, in fact, is that Archie Mostyn has squeezed through? Yeah. It is. Archie Mostyn has now squeezed through on Oliver Bullock. So all change on that lap in Bambino's.
Yeah, Bullock got a really good run, but Verity Crawford showing robustness that will see her well when the time comes for her to move up into cadets. Just squeezed him to the inside. and just says, look, you've got two choices. Back out or we're going to have a bit of an incident. And Crawford really just seems to be driving with a lot more confidence this weekend, Tom, than what we've seen throughout most of the year.
A big step forward this weekend. Of course, we recognise that massively by her winning driver of the day yesterday, and she repeated the double overtake that got her that driver of the day. Already today she's done that, and she's now trying to go round the outside of South Bank Corner, cuts to the inside at hairpin 3, still alongside Abel Hutton as they go into hairpin 4. Going to try the switchback again as they cross over lines.
Nearly worked.
Got into the rear of Abel Hutton there, and that's just sort of bulked the momentum ever so slightly, but pushes Hutton over the start-finish line and into the D chicane. Sure. Don't count out Calais Tennant or Oliver Bullock either. And, of course, Archie Mostyn's right there as well at the back of that train.
Yeah, a few more millimetres, and that double switchback move would have been on there for Verity Crawford.
Should get the last lap board this time around as well, as we tick under 30 seconds now to go in this one.
Wide goes Abel Hutton, but in doing so gets on the power earlier down the back straight. We've dipped into the 59s, Tom, for the top three as Crawford and Hutton have a discussion, and there's Calais Tennant trying to go all the way around the outside. He might find an Oliver Bullock down the inside of him, and indeed does.
Yeah, Bullock
you
with a
have
great
to get
move
to the inside there at South Bank. You're opening yourself up to being overtaken if you don't, and Oliver Bullock puts his number 18 machine in the right place at the right time.
Indeed he did, and I like how he closed up that gap as well.
Verity Crawford is holding on to this third place with a level of robustness as Calais Tennant and Oliver Bullock side by side into the D chicane. Bullock will have track position though as Calais Tennant still trying to stick it out all the way around the outside. He might have to hand this one back, and does. Decides that big dogtooth curb is not a good idea for a 71-kilogram Bambino.
And Crawford lost the rear end at hairpin 1. That's allowed Hutton back through and Oliver Bullock to reclose that gap that opened up through the national loop as he went side by side with Tennant. Now it looks like Hutton is going to be in a comfortable third place for the time being. And Crawford's now going to be coming under pressure. I say it looks comfortable. Crawford immediately throws that out the window, throws it down the inside at hairpin 3, and takes position away.
Out of the final corner, though, will come Sullivan Crawford to take victory number 2 of race day from Jenson O'Connor. This driver's on the grass further behind. Hutton's going to take third from Crawford. Archie Mostyn takes advantage of them all going off for P6 in front of Oliver Bullock and Calais Tennant, who will need to charge us £20 for trimming the grass on the inside of the dogleg. He pretty much did the whole strip all the way down into the dogleg. Finishes in 8th place in front of Aston Wilson and Edward Charlton, rounding out your Coma Bambino grid.
So think Verity Crawford. She went down the inside at hairpin 3, took the position away from Hutton, and then lost the rear again through the left-hander, similar to what she did at hairpin 1. Lost the rear. That allowed Hutton back down the inside, and then that split Bullock and Mostyn either side as they came towards the line. Calais Tennant didn't really have anywhere else to go. Decided, I'm just going to go down the grass instead and keep his foot in. Then, and that was how they sort of came over the line. So it went Hutton, Crawford, Mostyn and Bullock, and then Tennant in 8th place. Aston Wilson completing that with 9th place, and then Edward Charlton coming over the line, as David said, in 10th place.
Bambinos have been really entertaining the last couple of days, haven't they? It's been
let's hope it continues.
Really good. We move on then to Honda Cadet as Edward Charlton rolls his kart through our camera on the start line there. And it will be a pole position for Heat 1 winner Tom Nichols. He starts alongside Luka Bachuev. Margaris Kvetskis, who started 17th in Heat 1, starts this one from 3rd place, having made his way through the field. Noah Clark starts 4th in front of Ollie Crumpton and Aaron Berridge. Archie Cannon, who picked up a 5-second front fairing penalty in Heat number 1, will start in 7th. He's got Hugo McCluskey for company. Dexter Petty and Ashton Horspool round out your top 10 in front of Layla Berryman and Morgan Cooney. Daniel Zayad and Ollie Carter are on row 7 in front of Tristan Gilfillan and Robin Ashton, with Sam Dixon and Sebastian McCarthy row 9. Harry Scrafton and Francesco Di Caro are on row number 10. 21st is Albie Cam, Jake Gibbon 22nd, Andrew McCrossan is 23rd in front of Jacob McDonald. Then you've got Pierce Whitehead, Joshua Sullivan and Jensen Whitehead in 27th place.
I just had a look at the forecast for the rest of the day, and weather looks set fair for certainly the early part of the afternoon. It's going to get up to a balmy 11 degrees, which in my own head is not quite t-shirt weather, so that's going to be jumpers all round for 11 degrees for the rest of the...
You say that, but I'm guaranteed John Turner will still be in shorts and t-shirt.
Yeah, somebody will be in shorts and sandals, I'm sure. We've got some rain coming in, though, around about 5 o'clock, so we're going to need to wrap this one up early, I think.
Well, we will, because the clocks went back, so it'll be dark by then.
Yes, but we're going to need to wrap this one up early and get the presentation done before we all get soaked. So... the final cadet runners are just about making their way into place.
Yeah, it's just before we start. It's been a controversial day again in the commentary box. Thomas, for the second day in a row, Kat has arrived with a bacon or sausage sandwich for herself, but not for one for me and you.
And and not paying attention to what we're saying either, so we can get away with quite a lot at the moment.
Yeah. Until it gets watched back and we get fired.
Let's be nice. So, Honda cadets all in position now, the barrier being replaced. Got Teesside Stig up on the bank, David.
Teesside Stig is doing a grand job so far today. He made the inspired call to put the 13 on wets.
And
has worked hard to get that car, get the stub axle replaced. And here will... Joshua Sullivan, who was 10 seconds away from a Heat 1 victory, will go off 26th place. We'll keep an eye out on his progress as the green flag is up at the front. Nichols on the inside, Bachuev on the outside. It's a good start from Kvetskis on the
great start
from P3, but he's going to find the gap closed. He tried to go round the outside of Nichols, but he's down the inside of Bachuev for second place. So Nichols will lead them through as there's contact towards the tail end of the field. Andrew McCrossan and Jacob McDonald have come together round the national loop.
4-5 off at
Morgan Cooney, Robin Ashton, Daniel Zayad, Jake Gibbon, and Morgan Cooney's got a problem. That looks like a bent track rod because these carts going in a straight line. So we've got drivers off already. And Morgan Cooney has just been directed towards the marshal's post at hairpin 1. So there'll be no overtaking, I don't think, unless that cart is moved clear. At the front, though, Tom Nichols has a little bit of a gap, probably 2 or 3 tenths of a second from Margaris Kvetskis and Luca Bachuev. Then it's Noah Clark, Ollie Crumpton and Aaron Berridge, Archie Cannon, Hugo McCluskey, Dexter Petty and Ashton Horspool.
Yeah, Horspool and Petty, I think, went side by side through the national loop. It was Petty, in fact, and Petty lost the position there to Horspool. But all fighting away for the outside of the top 10 positions.
Top 4 are on a bit of a breakaway here at the moment. Can Clark go with them is the big question. Ollie Crumpton and Aaron Berridge are just behind.
Where did Sullivan start?
26th place. Okay,
well, he's up to 15th already by virtue of certainly some overtakes, but a lot of carts going off at hairpin 1. But to finish first you have to finish, and Sullivan is already making his way through. And as we said, up to 15th place as they came over the line that time.
He's wide though at the national loop as Pierce Whitehead gets a nose down the inside in the 72.
Kvetskis and Bachuev have now closed the gap to Nichols at the front as they head down the back straight, and Clark isn't far away from this one either.
No, I was wondering whether Clark would go. He's in a little bit of no man's land at the moment there, isn't he, in 4th place with Aaron Berridge trying to slot his way in as well, trying to go with. He's found a way past Ollie Crumpton on that previous lap, which is going to allow him now to try and go with.
Indeed, and Nichols still manages to hold position at the moment, but coming under increasing pressure now from Kvetskis, and Kvetskis likewise under increasing pressure from Luka Bachuev. We've now got the front three fully nose to tail, and Clark and Berridge are starting to close in on each other as well, and I think Clark going to need some help from Berridge here to close up on the front three. So whether Berridge is going to be willing to oblige with that and work together to close the gap, or whether he's just going to go full send and think, no, I can do it on my own. And in fact, there he does at hairpin 4, makes the move past Noah Clark.
Warning on the overhead gantry for the S-plate, the Scottish champion and 6th seed in the country, Archie Cannon. He's been in front of Hugo McCluskey for the last couple of laps, so I think that one is from lap 1 or 2 of this race.
And Berridge, with that overtake, actually set a fastest lap of the race that time around as well. So Berridge is feeling that he's got the pace just to go on his own to bridge the gap. Is he going to bring Noah Clark along for the ride as well, though?
Well, let's see whether Clark can go with. Behind them, Archie Cannon and Hugo McCluskey are having an almighty scrap over 6th place. But at the front, Kvetskis and Nichols are on a bit of a pull away at the moment as Luka Bachuev begins to fall back slightly into the clutches of Aaron Berridge. Will Berridge push him onto the back of the leading duo once again, or will he just look to find a way past Luka Bachuev early doors? Not into hairpin 1, he doesn't.
Down the back straight one more time. The gap opening up now between Kvetskis and Bachuev, but now Berridge is going to, I thought he was going to make a move down the inside of hairpin 3, might save it for hairpin 4. No, elects to follow in the wheel tracks for the time being. Does Berridge, is he going to work with Bachuev to try and close that gap up? I was saying that about whether he was going to work with Clark or not, and he certainly did not. Just went full send.
Tyre-wise, I think Bachuev's falling back at the minute, but is that because Nichols and Kvetskis are just working together at the moment? Kvetskis hasn't looked at all interested so far until now, as he dives down the inside at hairpin 2 on finding a way past Tom Nichols, and now he makes that move, and Nichols then slides slightly wide and lost a bit of drive as well.
And now we've got a front 5 working together. Sullivan up to 12th now on that lap as well.
11th. He's just gone down the inside of Ollie Carter at hairpin number 2. And this will be some drive if he can get toward, into that top 10 from 26th. He did get a little bit of a helping hand on lap 1, but similarly, he still had to thread his way through the incident that was happening in front of him. And closing in with 2/10 on those in front. Fastest lap of the race so far by Aaron Berridge. And Luka Bachuev and Aaron Berridge are not out of this one yet, Tom. They are coming back into the mix at the front.
Yeah, it looks like Noah Clark potentially dropping off the front 4 now. There's a gap appearing, and Bachuev is going to need some slipstream and a bit of help from Berridge if they're going to make an impact into the lead of Kvetskis and Nichols. Tight line into hairpin 4 from Luka Bachuev. I thought he might have scrubbed off a bit too much speed, but uses the slipstream nicely with the front 2 to maintain momentum.
Minute and 30-ish on the clock. We're lapping in the 47s. It's going to be tight if they get round for additional laps, but now we have got a definite 3 at the front at the moment as Nichols looked to have half a nose down the inside of Kvetskis for the lead.
And Bachuev giving Nichols a signal to push on and don't defend. I think Bachuev is thinking overall heat win rather than just second place here. That's allowed Berridge right back onto the tail now of Bachuev. Our timing system's gone a bit crazy on the screen. There we go. That's a bit more like it. Sullivan up to 11th, as we said. And, David's now giving me an update on 10th as they came over the line that time. And indeed it is 10th place now for Sullivan.
Yeah, screen is updating. It is updating, but it's updating a little bit just off when we'd expect. And just further down, we're just...
Bachuev had a look on the inside at hairpin 2 of Tom Nichols. That's allowed a gap to Kvetskis to appear. And Nichols feeling the need to go defensive into South Bank corner. That's going to allow Kvetskis away at the front of this one. There goes Bachuev at hairpin 3. A little bit of side-to-side contact. Nichols holds on into hairpin 4 with a robust defence and holds on to second place. Bachuev dropping into a comfortable third place now with Berridge dropping back off, and then Clark again and about the same distance off.
Final lap of Honda Cadet as Margaret Kvetskis leads us over the line from Tom Nichols and Luka Bachuev. Bachuev tries to go down the inside of Nichols. Nichols wide. I don't know whether there was a little bit of a bump and run there from the two of Bachuev. Can Nichols get across to defend down that back straight? I think he's going to have enough busy. Bachuev's coming strong as they run up towards South Bank. Bachuev is indeed down the inside of Tom Nichols as they make their way round the South Bank corner. He'll then white line to defend it. Kvetskis has got this one in the bag. He started 17th at the commencement of this race meeting. He's going to win heat number 2. Margaret Kvetskis wins heat 2 from Bachuev, Nichols and Berridge. Then it's Noah Clark in front of Archie Cannon, Ashton Horspool, Hugo McCluskey, Joshua Sullivan, 26th to 9th in heat number 2 for the 13, in front of Dexter Petty and Ollie Carter, Ollie Crumpton and Layla Berryman, with Francesco Di Caro, Piers Whitehead, Jensen Whitehead and Sam Dixon, Albie Cam, Daniel Zayad and Sebastian McCarthy complete your top 20.
The final runners come over the line. Brings to an end heat number 2 of Honda Cadets. We are absolutely flying through today. And we're going to have our Rotax and Honda R200 class going second.
Can I replace you for a little while?
That's perfect timing.
I'm going to allow you to have a comfort break.
I was just going to go anyway, so
Good
that's
timing.
Perfect timing.
Good. I'm going to see if the commentary box camera is working. There it is. It's working. It's a little bit off kilter because we're, but I think it looks a little bit better. That's not Tom. That's Jack Collinson. Jack, who we know here from Honda Cadet, and has moved up into Intermax, and we've just made the jump up into juniors as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone great so far. I mean, I was at PF the other week, made the final straight away, so I was happy with that.
It's a tough grid there, isn't it, at PF? We know a lot of drivers that from here that are racing here this weekend also do that meeting as well, particularly in juniors. I know Teesside Academy have started taking a few of their drivers up there, so Oscar War, Max Wilkinson, and a few others will be competing there next weekend. So you were in Inters, we've moved out of that now, we're into juniors, but I'm fairly sure you went juniors for a little bit straight out of Cadet and then went back to Inter when the Inter class wasn't very big, but then it sort of took off overnight, didn't it? And that was the right call for me.
Yeah, I went a full-size mini for 2022 winter, and then after that we've seen the small mini, the 950 mini was beginning to grow, so we made the move to there, and it was definitely the right call because it brought me on a lot as a driver. Yeah,
absolutely. Now into that big chassis as we head toward. What's the plans for next season?
Yeah, I mean, I'll do the British, I'll do PF clubbies over the winter just to get me craft in the junior, and then I'll do the RMC Euro Trophy as well. Yeah, it's a superb grid, isn't it? You look at Junior Rotax yesterday, the British lads over at the Rotax Grand Finals, top 3, all British top 3 in Junior Rotax with Jacob Ashcroft, Lewis Goff and Cameron Nelson. Nelson, who'd started the final on pole position, was a tough break for him. He was top by points, by nearly 20 points, wasn't he, going in? Yeah.
But the Brits had a great effort over there.
Yeah, as well, it just shows how strong and how great the racing is in Britain as well. Yeah, we saw it even, was it Armand Hamilton obviously races under the flag of Hungary, but does a lot of racing over here as well to sort of aid his craft. And so I'm going to take that one as a half win as well for Team UK, but we've done really, really well. We've seen Austin Oman, who we've seen here loads on the podium,
as well. Albie Friend was on the podium in Mini. So we'll just run through the grids very quickly for our amalgamated Interax and Honda class. Buddy Hugo goes off the front row, virtue of his Heat 1 victory. Red Lind alongside Joey Swan and Grayson Crawford. Row 2, Layla Bell on row number 3. Then into our Honda R200s. It's Edward Ryan, Toby Turner, Rocco Geraghty and Matthew Plant, with Peter Webster and Harry Pennington in front of William Clare and Daniel Hulse. Here we go then. They're going to head towards the acceleration cones. It's power down as Buddy Hugo looks across at Red Lind as they head up towards the first corner. Red Lind slots himself nicely into that gap in second place in front of Joey Swan and Grayson Crawford, who comes under early pressure from Layla Bell. Honda's crossed the line now. We're away and racing with Edward Rye on the inside of Toby Turner, and he slots in nicely in front of Rocco Geraghty and Matthew Plant. William Clare is up into 5th place. Good start for him in front of Peter Webster, Harry Pennington and Daniel Hulse. I know that you spend a fair bit of time, Jack, with Red Lind. Heat 1, but what was the debrief?
I mean, considering the start... Oh, Red make move down the inside there. Good move. Great
move by Red Lind. He takes the lead early.
Yeah, I thought it just wasn't going in the corners hard enough with the tricky conditions, so we sorted that out, and now he's winning, so it's all good.
Yeah, it was a tough Heat 1, wasn't it? Because 90% of the track was dry, and then we went down the bottom end up there, and there was just that entry into hairpin 3, and then progressively throughout the race, hairpin 3 was just getting drier and drier, but it sort of favoured those that pushed early doors. We saw similar. We saw the similar in the Honda with heat number 1, with one driver electing to go on the wet tyre at the start of that, and they sort of broke away and gapped the field, reeled in towards the end. There's Joey Swan trying to move down the inside of Buddy Hugo. They'll be side by side over the timing.
Ooh,
Joey Swan. Oh, I thought he was going to keep his foot in there, Jack, and I think you did as well, because you were halfway through. What a move! And then he elected to back out. Edward Rye is slow, and our race leader in Honda R200 has ground to a halt round South Bank. So we've got kart stationary. Edward is out of the kart. Kart's going to be pulled away. There it is. There's the yellow flag. So there'll be no overtaking down there as Edward's kart is pulled away. The grass is very slippy there, as the marshal found out. So we've got a yellow flag out for the kart and a yellow flag out for the marshal, who slipped over at hairpin number 3. But we won't dwell on that too much. We'll probably just clip it up for the dawn of time. Red Lind, though, now has a comfortable gap at the front of nearly a second, Jack. When you're in these sort of positions where you have a gap, at what point do you stop the all-out push and think, well, actually, these tyres have got to last me another heat in a final?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once you've got the gap, it's definitely about conserving the tyres and not making any mistakes, so it's just full focus from there.
At the front of R200 here, we see now Toby Turner, who now leads after Edward Rye's retirement, which will see him start from the back of the pack in heat number 3. Is coming under pressure from Rocco Geraghty. Geraghty down the inside, but Turner will be on the power slightly earlier, but Geraghty has enough at the end of the straight to pop through, and Rocco Geraghty then leads now from Toby Turner, Matthew Plant and Peter Webster, who has had some good pace so far, but just doesn't seem to quite have the setup dialed in on that 25 machine. Has came through the field earlier on in Heat 1 and then had an excursion with a little spin round at hairpin 2 as there's contact into the D chicane just off the back of this between the 53, I think that's Daniel Hulse, is it, getting into the side of William Clare? Yes, it was, into the D chicane. As they argued over the same bit of tarmac. Buddy Hugo and Joey Swan are starting to reel Red Lind in ever so slightly. It was 2 tenths on the previous lap, just over half a tenth that time round, but personal bests for both Red Lind and Buddy Hugo, and Hugo goes wide there at hairpin 1. Contact for the warning for the 53, not surprised at that for the incident into the D chicane on the previous lap. Here we've got Joey Swan pushing Buddy Hugo. Tactics here, Jack, for me would have been to push, but then Buddy Hugo goes wide halfway round South Bank. But I think these two, if they push for a few laps, there's still 3.5 to go, could reel Red Lind in here. But they are going to have to work together, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they start tripping over each other, the gap will just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it won't be catchable. Yeah,
1/10 of a second out this time round. They're going to start getting into sort of slipstream territory at 4/10 of a second. Buddy Hugo does seem to have a little bit more front-end bite, particularly in hairpin 1. He's able to turn in that little bit later, but hit the middle part of the apex that Red Lind is sort of sliding wide on. But is currently being pushed by Joey Swan, who is proving a very capable ally at the moment, is our 2024 Intermax champion, Joey Swan. Great to see both Red and Buddy here this weekend, giving Joey a battle.
Red takes a bit of curb there, catching a bit.
Another 1/10.5 out there as Buddy Hugo puts in the fastest lap there, Jack, with a 44.451.
Yeah, Buddy's looking pretty quick, to be fair. Catching Red quite a lot over the last couple of minutes.
They have been, thing is, it's tense, and we've got half a second still. The time elapsing down, and I don't think he was particularly quick round hairpin 1 or 2. I think he was a little bit wide round 1, which sent him tight at 2. We'll see whether the gap is half a second when they come round this time. As they come through, it does look to have gone out ever so slightly, visually at least, and indeed it has. That's another 1/10 of a second as Red Lind responds with a personal best of a 44.469. For me, a lot of it's here at hairpin 1. I think Red's turning in, but not quite having the same front end bite as Buddy Hugo. When Buddy gets it right, he gains around a 1/10.5, but on that previous lap, he definitely missed the clipping point. Just looking at Honda R200, we've got Rocco Geraghty has gapped the field now by a decent margin, actually, 2.8 seconds or so, back to Toby Turner, who's under pressure from Matthew Plant and Peter Webster. They're having a great battle over second place in that class. There's another 1/10 is eked away by Buddy Hugo on Red Lind, and now, Jack, we've got some traffic in front that they will have to contend with, and it's whether Red Lind gets the rub of the green here.
Yeah.
If you catch it through the chicanes, we saw it yesterday in Hondas, it played havoc with our leaders in the final.
It's definitely about making the best out of a bad situation. If you can get past and cause them to be behind for a couple of corners, you've got a 2-second gap at least.
Yeah, Red's done well there. He's been he's through in a good place because both Buddy Hugo, they might not be able to get through before the D chicane. Hugo has, but Swan hasn't. Second place is all but done and dusted here. As, you can just see now how much time Joey Swan has lost. We mention it time and time again. It is not the lap traffic's job to get out of the way. This is not car racing. We don't jump off the line. You maintain your line, and the rest of the field have to find their way through. Sometimes it works out for you. Sometimes it doesn't. It's just the rub of the green.
Yeah, definitely. Just with the back markers as well, or the lap traffic, you've got to be very smart with how you negotiate them. Because I was just saying.
Red had enough time, didn't he, that he didn't have to rush it too much, but found a way through quickly, and the gap is opened up by another 0.3 of a second. There could be more traffic for them to contend with before the end of this race, depending on the overall speed. The front to back differential is around about 3 seconds from the front of Inters, which are around about a second or so quicker, a second and a half quicker than the Honda R200s. That's your difference between Red Lind and Rocco Geraghty, the two respective class leaders. Matthew Plant has found a way past Toby Turner, and then Toby Turner's going to sweep round the outside of him as the race leader, Red Lind, comes out of the final corner, and Red Lind will take victory in heat number 2 from Buddy Hugo and Joey Swan. Honda R200 second place battle, you can see it there going into hairpin number 1 and out onto the back straight, as that's Red Lind, your race winner. This is the battle I was wanting to look at, because Toby Turner is holding off Matthew Plant and Peter Webster for second place. So they run round South Bank. Rocco Geraghty is already out of hairpin 4 and heading towards the checkered flag. Here he is taking his victory as Turner and Plant feels that Plant was too busy remonstrating with Turner and has thrown third place straight at Peter Webster. Oh, Peter Webster rubbing his hands at that one. As Toby Turner defending second place. Matthew Plant clearly not happy with what he felt was a robust defence. Had his arm off the wheel remonstrating. And his focus on the 16 allows Peter Webster to dive down the inside.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, considering it was the last lap of the race as well, should be definitely trying to find a way past instead of complaining at the defence. But, yeah, you got a bit unlucky there, I suppose.
So your final order then in Intermax. Red Lind takes the victory by 1.2 seconds from Buddy Hugo and Joey Swan, Grayson Crawford and Layla Bell. And then I'm going to let Jack do Honda R200. From 6th place down there, Jack. There's your winner in Honda R200.
The winner in R200 is Rocco Geraghty, followed by Toby Turner and Peter Webster rounding out the top 3. Matthew Plant, Harry Pennington, Daniel Hools, William Clare and Edward Rye, who unfortunately DNF'd.
No, Edward Rye, whose cart will be collected from the marshal's post down there at hairpin 3. The quad already dispatched to collect the cart of Edward Rye. Not quite sure what was wrong with that. It just seemed to grind to a halt round South Bank and pulled to the inside. Does Tom fancy coming back, or are you retiring for the day?
I was waiting for an invite.
Oh, so Jack, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Absolute pleasure to have you in for Intermax Heat number 2.
Thank you.
Go and have your debrief with Red after a great victory for him, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Jack Collinson there, who we've seen here in Honda Cadet before, and will be contesting Junior Rotax next year in the British Championships. Another driver who took his grounding from this Teesside karting grid, who's gone on to race at national level. We must be 20 or 30, Tom, now, of drivers that have gone on from having started their race career here at Teesside to having raced in national championships.
Well, some of them finished on the podium yesterday in the World Championships.
I know you don't like the term, Tom, but World Champion.
Don't say it, David. Just don't say that horrendous phrase. It's a runner-up. He finished runner-up. Be proud of where you finished. It was second. He did exceptionally well, and he finished second. No, it's not. You posted that. You do his socials. Just for people who don't know what we're talking about, David does the social media for Lewis Goff, who finished second in the Rotax Max World Finals yesterday.
I'm very proud of my Vice World Champion.
That he's posted Vice Champion on it, which is a phrase that just makes me want to eat my fist.
But also, similarly, you don't like teams that have got the word racing in them. You don't like, because you had a 20-minute rant.
Yeah, well, in fairness, I was very tired during my 20-minute rant at Le Mans, but yeah, if you're called, I don't know, Jeff's Windows.
Jeff Racing.
But why would you call it Jeff Windows Racing? It's just Jeff's Windows. That's all you're promoting. That's your sponsorship. Fine, no problem. Jeff's Windows Racing doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, let's not get diverted by the fact that you trying to distract me from the fact that you've posted Vice Champion on Lewis Goff's Instagram. Disgusting behaviour.
I preferred it when Jack was in here. Oscar War is on pole position. Evelyn Pye alongside on the front row with Samuel Yeadon and Jared Fox-Whiteley on row number 2. Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Oliver O'Donovan are on row number 3 in front of Jacob Cairns and William Howard. Jake Grufferty and Riley Sims-Ezard complete your top 10. Then it's Pierce Whitehead, Ava Reynolds and Joseph Yao. Holly Swan, Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Sam Robson, Freddie Witherington, Max Wilkinson and Joseph Mills in front of your seniors. Paul Swan, Bradley Heath, Ben Horner and Joseph Johnson.
And here we go. And Oscar Ward does lead them away nicely at the front of this one with a good start and will hold the inside line. And it looked like Fox-Whiteley's gone right round the outside and takes second place. We've lost one on the national loop from somewhere near the front.
Evelyn Bye off the outside of the front row has gone round on the national loop. Don't think it was entirely at her own volition either.
I wonder whether Fox Whiteley coming round the outside and coming across the front of Evelyn Byers then sort of spun it out.
Yeah.
I don't think there was much. I didn't see any contact, but it doesn't mean there wasn't any. But Fox Whiteley certainly went right round the outside and has taken up second position here. So it is going to be war from Fox Whiteley from Dalton Ayres in third place. Then it's Jacob Carnes, who's having a great weekend so far, from Samuel Yeadon, Joseph Yao, Amy Peacock, Max Wilkinson, Jake Gruffity and Oliver O'Donovan, your top 10.
Opening lap contact warning for Joseph Yao in the 8. Don't know if that had anything to do with the Evelyn Bye.
And he's just gone full send up the inside of hairpin 2 and taken the position away from Samuel Yeadon.
That's allowed Amy Peacock to dive down the inside as well. So war leads from Fox Whiteley and Elliot Dalton Ayres, and then Jacob Carnes is under pressure from Joseph Yao, who similarly dives down the inside.
Fox Whiteley's just taken the lead away from Oscar War at hairpin 4. Nice clean move there. It's similar to what he does at hairpin 1, between hairpin 1 and 2. But got the move completed there between 3 and 4, and now he's already starting to move away from Oscar War. Elliot Dalton Ayres, don't count him out either. There's in third place. He's had good pace so far today.
Yep. Just looking further down, Amy Peacock's just tried to move down the inside of Jacob Cairns into hairpin number 2. That hasn't worked out because it's allowed Max Wilkinson to come through and down the inside. He's on a charge this time round, Tom, after his Heat 1 retirement.
Yeah, this is that's the group we really need to be focusing on, because that's got our championship protagonists in it, although Joseph Yao is quite clear now at the front of that one in 4th. But then we've got a big scrap on that goes from Carnes all the way down to, I think, about Sims Ezard, maybe even further down than that.
Yeah, I think we're going to fall back onto this one and just pick it up at hairpin number 1 as Jacob Carnes, and then Amy Peacock dives back down the inside of Max Wilkinson at hairpin 2. We'll pick them up as that's the battle as they run up towards South Bank. We'll hold still, I think, here and wait for them to come through.
And there they are.
That's the train, and it is that long. It's Peacock now just behind Jacob Carnes, who's proving difficult to overtake.
Stansmore Wilson on a recovery drive as well from a lower grid position.
Yeah,
in this random grid.
So those retirements wouldn't impact them in the same way it does those qualifying classes.
But still had, I think it was the back start for Stansmore Wilson. In fact, up 7 places. Max Wilkinson likewise up 11 so far. There goes Stansmore Wilson with a switch move on Max Wilkinson, and it looks like Wilkinson's going to get the drive. Is he down the inside of Stansmore Wilson? No, it has to back out of it. Stansmore Wilson finally gets the move completed.
I took about a 7-second exhale there because I had the feeling that they were going to cross over at the wrong point and come into contact, and then Stansmore Wilson is wide and then gets squeezed to the inside by Max Wilkinson. Wilkinson is through, and then Riley Sims Ezard tags through onto the back of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. There's Amy Peacock, who managed to find a way through and has gapped away from Jacob Cairns, who is still holding firm in 6th place. Stansmore Wilson is back down the inside of Max Wilkinson, but then is generous in terms of track space, and Wilkinson is back through. I thought Stansmore Wilson might have been a little bit more robust there and put Wilkinson out onto that rumble strip on the outside.
Sims Ezard massively opened the door on the entry into South Bank, and it's taken Joseph Mills a couple of corners to actually accept the invitation, but now moves through on Riley Sims Ezard.
Second place, Oscar War is under pressure still from Elliot Dalton Ayres, who seems to be just inching closer and closer. Still really been impressed with Jacob Cairns, Tom. And then there's a little bit of contact there with Max Wilkinson putting the nose down the inside, and that's going to ruin, I think, the run of Wilkinson down this back straight. He's going to try and squeeze Stansmore Wilson. He's got enough to hold on. Stansmore Wilson's nose looks a little bit low, but it's not flopping round. We do employ drop downs in all of our classes, with the exception of both Junior, Senior Pro Kart and Coma Bambino. So we'll keep an eye out on what's happening there.
They are able to close up on Carnes quite quickly, but unable to find a way through. Carnes just putting his car exactly where he needs to, and again, that then halts the progress of Wilkinson, who has to back out of it through the national loop.
Oh, look at that. That's a shot and a half.
That is a great move as well from Stansmore Wilson to get round.
And then we're all come together, at hairpin number 2. That's broken the top 3. The 3 away there and that looks like it's Sam Robson down the inside of Riley Sims-Ezard. He nearly gets tipped into a spin as the nose was down the inside, but no more of his kart.
And neither Stansmore Wilson nor Wilkinson are able to find a way through yet on Jacob Carnes, who's doing an excellent job of, as I said, just putting his car exactly where he needs to, just holding the racing line, and the others are going to have to make the move.
He's quick as well, though, with it. That's the thing, isn't it? He's quick. It's not trolley train type effort. As Stansmore Wilson goes down the inside of him into hairpin 2 with a side pod move, a bit of a block pass by Stansmore Wilson.
Wilkinson followed through as well. So Wilkinson now going to go with Stansmore Wilson, we think, but Joseph Yao and Amy Peacock well in front now as Carnes then gets moved out of the way by Joseph Mills, and Freddie Widrington, I think, has followed through as well.
Riley Sims-Ezard is through down the inside, so Carnes a little bit pinballed there. But you lose one place, you do sort of end up then it's just it's one thing after another, and Freddie Widrington now is alongside.
Now he's through.
Keep an eye out on Sam Robson as well. He could well be in that gap as he comes down the inside of Jacob Cairns. Cairns holds on to the position, but it's been a tumultuous lap for Jacob Cairns in this his introduction to Junior Rotax. He's been very impressive, but this lap alone, I think, will have helped him grow as a driver even more. Just in that huge pack of karts from Wilkinson, goes all the way down now to Holly Swan in 16th.
Yeah, Wilkinson back in front of Stansmore Wilson now. But Sims-Ezard and Joseph Mills are going with. So this is a group of 4 now. Let's close back up. Wilkinson feeling the need to go defensive into South Bank. Defending 6th place is an interesting strategy. I mean, I know Yao and Peacock are very far in front, so clearly wants to just consolidate. And Stansmore Wilson, you can see, getting frustrated by that with a hand in the air.
2 minutes to go, though, Tom. That's the best part of 4 laps, depending on when Fox Whiteley, who's already on the back straight, crosses the timing line. He's flying. He's got a gap of 1.3. Back to Warren, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Yao and Peacock, the top 5. Pretty much set in stone, albeit Dalton Ayres and War are close. Joseph Johnson rolls into the pits in the 26.
I think Yao's closing in on Oscar War and Elliot Dalton Ayres.
He is, and Peacock's coming as well, Tom.
So that could be a fight worth watching, although we are still keeping our eye on Max Wilkinson and Stansmore Wilson. Of course, Wilkinson very much in a championship fight needs every single point he can. I think has given up the ghost on chasing down Amy Peacock and Joseph Yao, and probably rightly so. So is doing what he needs to do championship-wise and hold on to position.
Yeah, there's a train of 4 of them now, with Freddie Widrington just off the back in 10th place. Jacob Carnes has just been overtaken down the back straight. I think it's by Sam Robson up towards the far corner. Jake Grufford's trying to get a nose down the inside as well, off camera. That's going to allow Samuel Yeadon's 118 kart down the inside as well. I say Carnes with a strong first half of the race. He has been shuffled backwards, but I think this will aid his racecraft in the long run. Reminder, it's his first race weekend, Tom, and yesterday he was superb. Wasn't at all intimidated by the occasion, was he? As Stansmore Wilson goes wide at hairpin 1. I think that was more an evasive action not to run into the back of Max Wilkinson.
Yeah, possibly, yeah, and she's giving Wilkinson the go-ahead now to just push on. I think that's the smart play from Stansmore Wilson. I think more than anything, she probably doesn't want to get involved in an incident that's going to potentially upset a championship as well. And he's just saying, let's just go now.
Well, they're going to both be down the order for the final, aren't they? Admittedly, they did pick up points from heat number 1 because they completed half race distance. However, it was for 17th and 18th place respectively, so not exactly ideal as the battle for second place now is going to rage on for this final lap. They're heading round hairpin number 3. We'll pick them up as they come over the timing line. I feel for the as Jared Fox-Whiteley is comfortable at the front, but now Oscar War, Elliot Dalton-Ayres have been reeled in by Joseph Yao and Amy Peacock. There they are, all 4 of them in one camera shot round the national loop. War, Dalton-Ayres, Joseph Yao, and Peacock's down the inside of Joseph Yao at hairpin number 1. Yao then will run tight into 2. Will Peacock get the run out of 2? Not quite close enough. As Yao moves across to defend.
That move there could have potential championship implications as well. Although Yao managed to hold on, it hasn't given him an opportunity to take third place away. So it is going to be Jared Fox-Whiteley taking victory in Heat 2 from Oscar War, with Elliot Dalton-Ayres in third. Joseph Yao holds on to fourth from Amy Peacock. Max Wilkinson will come across the line in 6th place, with Stansmore Wilson in close company, as was Sims Ezard and Joseph Mills. Freddie Widrington, a slightly distanced 10th place. Then we had Sam Robson, Jake Grufferty, Sam Yeadon, Oliver O'Donovan, Ben Horner winning seniors by quite some distance, with Jacob Carnes crossing the line 16th overall. Then Holly Swan, William Howard and Ava Reynolds. Paul Swan finished second in seniors, with Bradley Heath in third. Then Evelyn Bye in 22nd place, and Joseph Johnson a retirement.
I feel bad there, because you've just gone down, you just gone, and Ben Horner won seniors, and my first thought was, there were seniors? Because we just put all the focus was on juniors, because the junior race was so brilliant at the front with that huge battle for 6th place down.
Well, Paul Swan and Bradley Heath finished very, very close together in seniors, and in fairness, they've been locked together all weekend.
Yeah, there was only 2 of them yesterday, but they were really, really close, weren't they, between the 2 of them? So
you've just yawned, and it's made me yawn now.
I don't know why as well, because I got an extra hour last night, didn't I?
Yeah. Contagious. What have we got next? Junior Pro Karts, heat number 2. Okay, so that brings to an end our 2-stroke running for our second set of heats. And while David has a quick comfort break potentially. Oh, no. Oh, what have we here? We've had a delivery. So Junior Pro Kart Heat 2 are heading out from the dummy grid. So we've got Ollie Clegg taking pole position in this random grid format. Oh, crikey. With Grace Matthews, Liam Edmonds, Reese Cranston and Alana Howard. Excuse my exclamation. In the commentary box, David's just unfurled a Cadbury's Flake chocolate cake. So be prepared. Strap in and hold tight for some potential incoming #cake chat. So we're around about half a lap away now from getting going here for Junior Pro Kart Heat 2. Just a quick update on the weather. All still looks the same for the forecast for later on today. It doesn't look like the rain is creeping forward in time, so we might just get lucky and stay dry for the rest of the day. So leading us over the line is going to be Ollie Clegg for the very first time. Grace Matthews, Liam Edmonds, Reese Cranston and Alana Howard. And it looks like Grace Matthews has been shuffled back through the national loop and has dropped down to 5th. Then goes into the back of I think that was Reese Cranston, in fact, at hairpin 1 it was.
Affirmative.
So it's Ollie Clegg from Liam Edmonds down the back straight, then Alana Howard and Reese Cranston, and then Grace Matthews. There goes Reese Cranston overtaking Howard to take 3rd place away on the entry into South Bank. Reese Cranston has looked very comfortable at the front of this one so far this weekend.
Clegg needs to just get his head down now, doesn't he? As we've got a contact warning for Grace Matthews for the tap into the back of Reese Cranston through the D chicane. So Clegg has a gap of 9/10 of a second, but that appears to have disappeared nearly round the national loop, hasn't it? As both Edmonds Cranston as well. And to be fair, Alana Howard and Grace Matthews are going with.
Yeah. It's certainly not the field spread that we've seen over the opening couple of laps in Junior Pro Kart throughout the weekend. It's
particularly yesterday's final, which was a masterclass in filling by Tom and I. After the opening lap incident meant that everybody was 15 seconds apart and nothing was happening.
More filling than your local dentist.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ollie Clegg
luckily
still leads
today,
us over the line.
Yeah, luckily today, this one is a lot closer as fastest lap of the race, Reece Cranston. Liam Edmond closes in half a second on Ollie Clegg.
Well, not anymore, because now it's Reece Cranston closing in, because he passed Liam Edmonds around the national loop, did Reece Cranston, with a lovely move.
Good move by Cranston.
And it's not cost him any time either, because he's already homing in on the back of Ollie Clegg. Down behind the steering wheel, you can see with that crystal clear visor that Reece Cranston uses. It makes it look like he's almost got an open face helmet, but very much has got a visor on. It's just everybody runs a tinted visor nowadays, so you're not used to it. And even the ones that run clear visors then have stickers over it.
It looks, and I don't want to get this, in the same way that we turned Peter Webster into an accountant. But when you used to have a little Lego figure and then the visor used to fall off, so you just had a helmet with no visor. That's exactly what it looks like, because he's got a clear visor on.
Yeah.
And there we go. Down the inside goes Reece Cranston. And, Ollie Clegg gets back down the inside, and then Reece Cranston.
He needs to get over, does Ollie Clegg. He needs to be faster at getting over. There
Good
we go. Now he does.
Clegg. So hold off Reece Cranston, who I thought had the job done at hairpin number 1, but then Clegg came straight back at him at hairpin 2 with a strong move. And then here's the move down the inside at 4. Clegg again just drives all the way around the outside.
Yeah, kept the momentum up there.
Good drive by the 88.
Yeah, I'm liking Ollie Clegg so far from what we've seen this weekend. Today, should I say. He had a few issues learning the track in Heat 1, but seems to have picked it up very quickly here as he's holding on to the lead in Junior Pro Kart Heat 2. But great to see that we've got a train of 5 karts all together.
Down the back straight, and it looks like Cranston's got a good run this time, but he's not going to be close enough to make the move into South Bank.
We need Grace Matthews to push Alana Howard in towards Liam Edmonds, and then we're going to have a fight of full 5 going for the lead here as Clegg gets a bit crossed up coming out of hairpin 3. Doesn't seem to cost him anything, and Cranston still holding on to second place.
Up and down the D chicane. Still amazes me from that camera angle actually how much that corner rises up and then falls away into the inside of the national loop as Cranston tries a half move at best down the inside with just a nose on Ollie Clegg. I'm not sure whether that's just a different line into there. I think Clegg there then looked over his shoulder, and as he ran out of curb on the outside and the kart just bounced up as he ran out of the concrete rumble strip.
Didn't seem to cost him much, though. Yeah, still as you were. I thought Grace Matthews was going to go and do the inside line into hairpin 4 on Alana Howard, but no, it's as you were. Everybody's still line astern.
Yeah, I think Clegg's losing a bit of time, you see, through the D chicane because he's staying away from the curb on the inside that most of the others just follow the line of, and I think he's sort of half a kart width off it, and that does allow the others to close up. We saw it earlier on. That was where he sort of lost that half-second gap in the early part of this race. But for the rest of the lap, seems to have the measure of the field. It'll be an impressive victory if he can hold on. We're still just over half race distance, so there's still plenty to run in this one. And Alana Howard, Tom, has set the fastest lap as Cranston goes down the inside of Ollie Clegg.
Yeah, Clegg just lost the rear end at hairpin 3 in the same way that he did on the previous lap. Just as he got back on the power, the rear end started to come round and try to overtake the front. That allowed Reece Cranston with better traction to just drive in between the apex at hairpin 4 and Ollie Clegg and get the move completed.
Yeah, as I was just about saying, Alana Howard with the fastest lap of the race so far the only driver in the 47s with a 47.9.
I have a feeling that might be adjusted when Rhys Cranston comes over the line this time, as he is already starting to move away now from Ollie Clegg, who had better traction that time out of hairpin 3. And that's allowed him to maintain position from Liam Edmonds and Alana Howard and Grace Matthews.
Indeed, you are correct. 47.77 for Rhys Cranston, the new fastest lap of the race, set on lap number 8.
See whether Ollie Clegg can now go with. He needs to get in behind the steering wheel at hairpin, out of hairpin 2, duck down and try and use some slipstream.
Run up towards South Bank, 3 minutes on the clock. As this field now has started to spread out a little bit more in this second half of this race, with Cranston at the head of the field now, having found the way past Ollie Clegg. Solana Howard and
he's not moved away anything like as quick as I thought he was going to do based on Heat 1. And in fact, Ollie Clegg has closed the gap slightly with a new fastest lap of the race of a 47.682. So good driving from Clegg.
Yeah, to say he wasn't here yesterday either, so didn't do Friday practice. Is straight on the pace, and he's only going to get quicker, Tom, through heats 3 and the final this afternoon. We are going to do all 3 of our heats before the lunch break this round, same as we did yesterday, and then we will head to our finals after dinner, and we'll get wrapped up hopefully in enough time that everyone can pack away in daylight, because the clocks changed last night. As Ollie Clegg again puts in the fastest lap of the race, but it's only fractionally quicker than Rhys Cranston. It's 47.61 to 47.64. I don't think he's going to be closing up. He needs a few more tenths per lap, but that wider line into hairpin 1, I think, is doing him some favours. I think that's pretty much counteracting the differing line that he's taking through the D chicane. There's the run down the back straight now.
Yeah, gap still opening up to Edmonds as well, but don't count out Howard and Matthews. It's pretty much stayed as it was throughout the course of this race, but I have a feeling that as the time ticks down, both Howard and Matthews are going to get a bit impatient and decide that they were going to make a move on Liam Edmonds here.
Yeah, this battle for third now is the one where we're going to focus, because Liam Edmonds, Alana Howard and Grace Matthews all nose to tail.
Cranston was the best part of 7/10 faster than Ollie Clegg on that lap around. Looks like Ollie Clegg had a bit of a scruffy lap, but 47.553, new fastest lap for Rhys Cranston. Puts it in at exactly the right time and is now moving away comfortably at the front of this one. Clegg slipping back into the clutches now of Liam Edmonds. Possibly another scruffy lap from Clegg has allowed third, fourth and fifth to reclose. And in fact, indeed, Liam Edmonds' personal best lap of the race, as was Alana Howard, and closed in 3/10 on Ollie Clegg.
Time is going to elapse down to 0 now, so Rhys Cranston has a lap and a half to bring the number 19 home for what will be his 6th race victory of the weekend after a clean sweep yesterday for Rhys Cranston. Setting himself up nicely for next year, Tom, with our top 2 in the championship this season, Isaac Duff and Joseph Williamson, already moving up. We'll see them in a few moments' time when Senior Pro Kart come out. Rhys Cranston crosses the line to take the final lap board in front of Ollie Clegg, Liam Edmonds, Alana Howard and Grace Matthews, with another fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, again, Ollie Clegg was half a second off his personal best, but then so was Liam Edmonds that time around. Grace Matthews with a new personal best. Only a couple of tenths off what Rhys Cranston was able to do as well. So Grace Matthews has definitely got pace, just needs to find a way through on the 3 in front. But with this being the final lap, does send a move down the inside of Alana Howard at hairpin 3, but can't get it completed. Tries again at hairpin 4, but again can't get that one done either. And it is going to be Reese Cranston once again taking victory in Junior Pro Kart from Ollie Clegg, with Liam Edmonds rounding out your podium. Then it's going to be Alana Howard and Grace Matthews. So looked like it was about to kick off in the final half of the lap, but it's finished as you were. In Junior Pro Kart, we've got our second heat of seniors coming up next. They will continue with the rolling in lap, and we will try to bring you a grid.
So we've got the grid. It currently shows that Cameron Bailey's on pole position, but he's not here, so I can assure you that he won't be. It'll be Kyle Burns going off P1 with Maximus Shields, then George Ludwell and Isaac Duff, Peter Stott and Matthew Hauschby, with Danny Bean and Oliver Hill in front of Tyler McKenzie and Ike Needham. Then it's going to be Lennon French, James Kay and Connor Lucas, with Joseph Williams, Sophie Pawsey and Brandon Jennings completing your Senior Pro Kart grid. As they roll out, Tom, I'm going to say I'm really impressed. We've got chairs and what appears to be a picnic as well on the bank. So yeah, we've got chairs and picnics. So that's good.
What have we got in the picnic?
I don't know, but there's a bag full of stuff. So I'm
bound to be a pork pie.
Let's have a look.
There's always got to be a pork pie.
That's a drink.
Pringles.
Yeah, there we go. That looks like that's a dinner box. Even that one is full of colouring stuff. There we go. Look, the camera. There we go. The camera's turned around. There, look. There we go. Picnic and we do need more seats here. I want the stand that we'll have to open, the Sullivan Butterworth stand or the Butterworth Sullivan stand.
Ticket only.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll charge entry for it. All proceeds go to the charity of David and Tom's
goes
pockets.
To the purchasing of more cakes.
Absolutely.
Can't believe I took it into a full birthday cake in here.
You are.
I'll share it in a bit.
It's not been offered yet.
Would you like some cake?
Not right now, because we're about to go with Senior Pro Kart. Here we go. It is underway and racing here at Teesside. We've got Kyle Burns leading us round the national loop for the first time, although goes very, very wide, loses around about 6 or 7 places. And it's now Peter Stott from Danny Bean, from now Lennon French in third. Is that, who's that in fourth?
Matthew Hauschby in fourth, Connor Lucas coming down the inside of him. Then behind them it's George Ludwell. Ike Needham took a huge amount of curb on the way through, as did Maximus Shields.
Well, Peter Stott has moved into the lead, but has picked up a contact warning for good measure on the way through. So Maximus Shields, I think that is, yes, indeed, making a move at hairpin 4.
Peter Stott has replaced his previously snowploughed nose cone with one that now looks actually like a nose cone.
Do you think it's been replaced, or do you think he's just warmed it up and pulled it out?
No, that looks fresh. The other one didn't have any stickers on it. So, Lucas down the inside of Lennon French, sends it in with the side pod, forces Lennon French wide.
I mean, that was fully out of control, wasn't he? Like, fully slide, all 4 wheels have lost traction.
It was,
and slid through on Lennon French.
The 43, dancing on the limit of adhesion into hairpin number 1. Moves his way through on Lennon French. It cost French another place as well, as Ludwell came down the inside of Lennon French. There's a contact warning for the 181 of Max Shields, and Ike Needham's UK plate is hanging off.
I think that could be what the reason it's hanging off is Max Shields has picked up a contact warning, but Ike Needham with a very loosey-goosey number plate that's waving at us as it comes around hairpin 1. So we may have a marshal picking that up at some point.
Everybody has a look over the shoulder, almost in unison, to see where everybody else is.
It's like looking at the Jamaican bobsleigh team coming down the back straight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
They all went round in one go.
Everybody having a little look. There's Peter Stott at the front.
Looking very comfortable as well. As he said, David, earlier on, he has won a final here, but moving away from Danny Bean 2.5 tenths that time around. So a quarter of a second faster.
Gap is 1.3. Lucas in third place now is closing up on Danny Bean as Shields goes down the inside of Lennon French at hairpin number 2, and they're out onto the outside rumble strip, side by side down the back straight, and Shields slots back in behind the 120.
Looking at the battle for second now, that's Bean versus Lucas. Lucas, I thought he might straight line it there between 3 and 4, and does.
Puts Bean out on the strip, doesn't he? And
yeah, I think Bean gave him a little bit of racing room as well, kept a little bit wider than he probably needed to, but allowed Lucas to come through. Of course, they are in different classes, so Bean, knowing that he doesn't need to fight Lucas for position in class, though George Ludwell is now right behind as well, and that is for class position. Speaking of class position, down the back straight, just to the left of that shot, we're going to have Lennon French and Maximus Shields resuming hostilities as Shields goes down the inside in South Bank corner and gets the move completed at hairpin 3. Then looked to go a little bit wide, but manages to gather it all up in the end. And Ike Needham's right there as well. French had a look back on the inside at hairpin 4 and tucked back in. Ike Needham is going to be very much there to pick up the pieces of this scrap.
Yeah, I think there they are coming through the camera. If we can stay with that, that will be brilliant. So we see Shields, French, Ike Needham.
Brandon Jennings is now through on Matthew Hauschby. And then we've got Isaac Duff, who we spoke about just a moment ago in the juniors. Isaac Duff has moved up, as has right behind him Joseph Williamson as well. Both of them moving up this weekend into seniors.
Yeah, Duff, the champion, not only in Teesside Senior Junior Pro Kart, but also the British Pro Kart Championship, contested over 4 rounds earlier in the year. Shennington, a double-header at Wilton Mill, and then the finale at Clay Pigeon was enough to secure him his second championship of the season.
And that means as well that they move up into the clubman class as well. No novice plates for juniors moving up. They're straight into clubman class.
Yeah, well,
particularly for Duff and Williamson.
For your champion, at least,
yeah,
goes straight into clubman, as we see Sophie Pawsey as well, the current Junior Pro Kart champion, until effectively the end of the season, when she'll officially hand that title over at the end of the race day, even though Duff has already won it in points. She's the 2023 Junior Pro Kart champion in the number 77. Peter Stott at the front is being reeled in by Connor Lucas by the tune of about 0.4 of a second on that previous lap, but he's gone missing. Where's he gone?
Stott's lost it.
Peter Stott is off.
And he's right. It looks like he's bounced over the inside of the D chicane, lost the rear end, gone around, and
his rear bumper is wedged inside his left rear wheel,
and his right-hand side pod is hanging down as well. There it is.
The 26 down the back straight will pick it up, hopefully round South Bank, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. There he is in the all-black car. And you can see
the grey helmet. Yeah, we're just missing him on screen now. He's heading through hairpin 4 now. And we're still trying to find him on camera, but we can assure you as he comes over the start-finish line now, there it is. There it is on camera now, hanging in the air, the rear bumper. And in fact, he's now picking up a meatball black and white mechanical, black and red mechanical flag, which will mean that he will need to come into the pit lane. I think as much as it is for the rear bumper being up in the air, we've also got the right-hand side pod is dragging on the ground as well. So that's not going to be good either.
The thing is with that is that, yes, it's not actually hanging off much, but if it's on a wheel that's travelling at 70 miles an hour, there's a fairly decent chance it can flick that rear bumper off completely. Lucas then leads from Ludwell, Shields and Bean. French, Needham, Jennings. Then it's Hauschby, Duff and Peter Stott, who will see the mechanical flag, question it, and then when he pulls into the pit lane, will realise that
exactly why it's happened, yeah.
Now, he is correct in doing an additional lap here, Tom, because
He's only just picked up
because he has only picked it up. What we don't want is people peeling off and the drivers behind them not necessarily knowing what's happening.
What I would say is on the previous lap as well, Ludwell and Shields moved past Danny Bean for second and third.
Yeah, here we go. This is the battle for second on screen there. George Ludwell leading the Clubman Championship and leading Clubman in this race is under pressure now from Maximus Shields, the youngster in the 181 from Wetherby. He's closing down George Ludwell.
Peter Stott now peeling into the pit lane. That's a big shake of the head, but it was all very, very self-inflicted, was that one. He was in a group of one, heading through the D chicane, clipped the inside of the left-hander, spun him round and off the track to the right. Yeah. And that was game over for a heat victory for Peter Stott.
Yeah, I get the feeling as well. The bumper on the curb on the exit, I think he's hit the curb and that's pushed the actual exit curb that he's gone backwards into, has put the rear bumper, because he's running the plastic style Euro bumper rather than the traditional the traditional metal Pro Kart bumper. It sits lower down and obviously isn't quite as robust.
Contact warning for Sophie Pawsey in the 77 as she's overtaken Joseph Williamson on that lap to take 10th. I think that was more of an impatience to get past Williamson. She was trying to line that one up for about 3 or 4 laps and then seems to have crowbarred a way through in that we've missed off camera. But we are looking at the battle for second place that rages on between Ludwell and Shields. Shields again having a nose down the inside at hairpin 3.
Ludwell's parking it at 4 though, isn't he? He's not allowing Shields to straight line it into 4.
Left the door very open though at hairpin 3, as he has done on a couple of laps as well. So Shields is going to have to go full send to make an overtake on George Ludwell into hairpin 3 and then hope that he can park it between 3 and 4 and block the momentum that Ludwell carries then through 3. We're going to see it again here, I'm sure, as Shields tries to get a better exit out of hairpin 2, but actually ends up costing himself some momentum, and Ludwell pulls a bit clear now down the back straight and into South Bank corner. There he goes again, very wide into hairpin 3 is Ludwell. Shields unable to take advantage, but that does give him a defensive line into hairpin 4.
Final lap, and I wonder if Shields didn't dive down the inside there so that Ludwell doesn't know it's coming in the final lap. We'll see in about 40 seconds' time.
Well, if Ludwell doesn't know it's coming, he's a bit of a silly boy, because there will be a move coming and he needs to be prepared for it.
Connor Lucas leads then from George Ludwell, Max Shields, Lennon French, Ike Needham and Danny Bean. Then it's Brandon Jennings in front of Matthew Hauschby, the leading novice runner. In 8th place overall, Isaac Duff and Sophie Pawsey complete your top 10. Up towards hairpin number 3. Shields wasn't close enough to Ludwell in the entry to 3. Lucas will come out of the corner to take victory. The newly crowned champion wins heat number 2 from George Ludwell and Maximus Shields in front of Lennon French and Ike Needham. Then it's then it's Danny Bean and Brandon Jennings in front of Hauschby, Duff, Pawsey, Williamson, Kay, Burns, McKenzie, and the retiree Peter Stott.
Am I right in thinking we used to see George Ludwell in novice?
Yeah, won the novice championship last year.
So, I mean, what a step forward he's taken this year. I mean, he's just to put it in perspective, we've seen this a few times from George Ludwell. He's had some very good results in heats here, but just to throw some light on that, it's he's just finished second and held off Max Shields for around about 4 or 5 laps in this one, and it's just been a huge step forward for Ludwell this year, and I just think it just needs a moment of recognition of that. I don't think we've talked about it much this year, but Ludwell has taken a huge step forward in terms of pace this year, and I'm sure we'll see him in the pro class next year and going for a championship, potentially.
Absolutely. I'm just putting some numbers in there because that club championship is still up for grabs at the moment. So we'll just confirm That will go down to the wire because George has already missed 2 rounds this season. So he won't have any drop round provision. He didn't do round 2, didn't do round 6 either, which was the round that clashed with the BPEC round. So it will go down to the wire where other drivers have competed in all of the events. So we are still waiting. As Comas are already making their way round, Tom.
Yep, Bambinos are about to grid up.
For heat number 3.
So it's going to be Sullivan Crawford going off pole position from Jensen O'Connor, with Abel Hutton in 3rd and Verity Crawford starting 4th. Archie Mostyn will go from P5 with Oliver Bullock alongside in 6th. Then it will be Calais Tennant in 7th and Aston Wilson in 8th. 9th will go to Edward Charlton. And just for a bit of a news update, we have got Tommy Burgoyne here today, but not racing. Our newly crowned Bambino champion has elected not to race this weekend. Not to race today. Raced yesterday, completed a championship victory, and has parked the car, put it in the trailer. So thank you very much. Good night.
Yes. I think what's happened there is that...
you're off, David. There we go. Now you're on.
I think what happened there is I think there's some potential suitors for the engine, so they don't want to... they want to leave that.
They don't want to have a Max Shields incident.
Yeah, and I think the cart's for sale as well, as Tommy will move up into Cadet for next season. So
is that right? Already moving up to Cadets? Crikey. Do they grow up fast?
They do grow up fast.
I've been doing this 30 years, man and boy. No, it'll feel like that. Tommy Burgoyne will have been doing it 30 years, man and boy, and I'll still feel like I haven't aged. Feel like that about certain current Formula 1 drivers who I can still remember racing in Cadets.
This kid,
Ollie Behrman.
I remember the first year. I'll tell you the story in a minute. As at the end of the first lap for Comas, if the Bambinos give us a moment's rest, which they haven't for the last the 2 heats earlier on and yesterday's final, but it's Sullivan Crawford leading us through the first corner from Jensen O'Connor. Looks like that's Abel Hutton then up into 3rd place. It is in front of Verity Crawford. The 7 of Archie Mostyn, Calais Tennant and Oliver Bullock. With a slow start there from Aston Wilson. Falls down to the tail end of the order and we are 2 wide as it's slow on exit for Jensen O'Connor, but fast on exit has been Abel Hutton.
And Verity Crawford.
Yes, through they go. So it's Sullivan Crawford under pressure now from Abel Hutton. Verity Crawford up into 3rd place. And behind them, Jensen O'Connor now. That's Archie Mostyn, I think, down the inside.
Full send down the inside at hairpin 3. That was a great move from Archie Mostyn.
Superb effort there.
What's Archie Mostyn had in the break? Whatever it is, get him some more of it for the final.
So Mostyn crosses the line.
Abel Hutton is all over the back of Sullivan Crawford like a rash.
Yeah, Crawford, Hutton, and then Verity Crawford, your top 3. What I was going to say is...
Sullivan Crawford's going to start scratching the back bumper. He's got that much of a
rash. He's got wide!
Round!
Sullivan Crawford wide, drops a wheel onto the concrete rumble strip on the outside, and Sullivan Crawford spins out of the lead down to 7th place. And almost half the length of the the back straight is going to be the difference.
We're going to have to hustle now to get some places back. And in heat number 3 is Sullivan Crawford.
Wide, though, goes Abel Hutton. Very wide goes Abel Hutton. Verity Crawford looking for a bit of a switchback. As Hutton leads Verity Crawford as she chops
switched
across.
One Crawford from the front to now one Crawford at the rear.
What I was going to say, Tom, is the first time that I commentated here on a live stream was 2019. As Verity Crawford is alongside. Let me tell my story, Bambinos. Come on. Verity Crawford.
Robust from Crawford to take the lead. Verity Crawford with the elbows out. gets the move done and takes the lead here in Bambino's. Right, David, go on then, crack on.
Oh, I've got no hope, have I? Yeah, the first time we commentated, it was Cadets with Oliver Buckton. Won the championship that first year.
Yep.
And he's now racing in Formula Ford. And when you were saying about, it only seems like yesterday and it's actually been an age.
Yeah, as I said, I remember Ollie Behrman being in Cadets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Oliver Buckton, he raced the Formula Ford.
Feel old yet?
Yeah, the historic Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch last weekend.
Yep.
We saw him here in Honda Cadet.
Alfie Briggs racing in historic Le Mans and LMP2. He's going to be in LMP2 next year.
He was doing,
I remember him in
European
Bambino's.
Yeah. It's a different life, isn't it, when you're 16 and you get to take Schumacher's Sauber Mercedes up the hill at Goodwood.
Yeah.
I'm not at all jealous.
Different gravy, that kid, isn't he?
Yeah. Good move down the inside there by Aston Wilson on Oliver Bullock. Bullock with the immediate switchback, though, as Verity Crawford is going to be very, very difficult to overtake here in this one. I'm 99% sure that she's not won a heat in Bambino.
Definitely
she's
not.
Currently leading this one
at
the moment and is proving very tough to get past. That number 20 just being parked in the right place.
Although, left the door open there and Abel Hutton tried to walk through it, but that's allowed Archie Mostyn into this one, and he could come in and spoil the party for Verity Crawford. However, it will also be a maiden victory here for Archie Mostyn if he can take it. So Abel Hutton has won heats here, as has Jensen O'Connor and Calais Tennant. I think Oliver Bullock has been in and around the mix as well.
That's Hudson with a move on the switchback, and he's on the inside. Verity Crawford with a little steering wheel twitch there, just to see whether she can put Abel Hutton off. Abel Hutton says, "No, I'm all right, thanks. I'll take that lead."
I'm liking the new Verity Crawford that's rocked up this weekend. It's a different person.
Jensen O'Connor is
and
down
a very
the inside
racy
down the inside of Archie Mostyn for third place as well. But yes, Verity Crawford has found an extra notch of aggression, I think, this weekend in Coma Bambino that is serving her very, very well. The number 20 machine.
Sullivan Crawford still pushing on, albeit about half a second off the pace at the moment.
That's the difference of just being in the slipstream, isn't it? And being in this train of karts.
I think so, yeah.
Also, just having a target to chase as Crawford draws alongside, but Hutton is wide and on the power earlier.
And immediately across to the right-hand side, the left-hand side as we look at it, coming towards us down the back straight. Crawford going a wider route, maintaining the momentum, electing not to push Abel Hutton. And a gap appears, but momentum is maintained. And I thought Crawford was going to have a look on the inside at hairpin 4, but couldn't draw alongside enough. And Jensen O'Connor now is right there as well. Archie Mostyn dropping back slightly on that lap.
O'Connor's coming into this one, Tom. And similarly to Archie Mostyn, they've just sort of both crept up. With like one overtake here, one overtake there. Calais Tennant coming with them as well. Oliver Bullock only a few kart lengths off this train of 6. As slightly wide goes Calais Tennant, as Abel Hutton, but it's keeping the revs up. And again, he's off the apex, but just keeps the power on that kart and just drives right the way round the outside of Verity Crawford and slots across into position. Minute and 15 on the clock. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Crawford taking that wider line again. That's going to be risky because if Jensen O'Connor takes a tighter line to the inside, she's not going to be able to turn back in when they head up towards hairpin 3.
Verity Crawford almost on the crossover with Abel Hutton making contact. That's allowed Jensen O'Connor right onto the rear bumper now of Verity Crawford, but likewise she's now back on the rear bumper using the slipstream well of Abel Hutton. And as I said before, don't count out Archie Mostyn or Calais Tennant. We saw yesterday Calais Tennant taking advantage of people fighting it out through the final 2 corners and taking a couple of positions on the last lap as Crawford again draws alongside at hairpin 2. That blocks her progress ever so slightly and slows the momentum down. That's allowed Jensen O'Connor to pull alongside around the outside at South Bank Corner. Archie Mostyn should have died to the inside, elected to go outside instead.
I'm seeing a contact warning for the 22 of Sullivan Crawford, but he's been on his own for the last 8 minutes, so I don't know if that's correct. Oh, yeah. Oh, he must. Yeah, no, correct. He's something's happened completely off our radar. Tom, apologies.
Trust the marshals, David.
Yeah.
We've got it's still Abel Hutton hanging on by fingernails to the lead in this one. The pressure increasing on the young drivers here as we head on to the final lap. Around hairpin 2 for the final time. Has Verity Crawford got anything left to attack Abel Hutton with? Jensen O'Connor looks to be set fair in third, certainly for the back straight.
Can Crawford find a way through? I think Abel Hutton's just going to put the car down the middle of the track. She's had half a nose down the inside into hairpin 3. As Hutton then goes wide.
Oh, there she goes down the inside at hairpin 4. Can't get quite the power down in time. There's a little bit of side to side. She peeks in and out of the back of Abel Hutton, but Hutton will come across the line and take the checker flag from Verity Crawford, from Jensen O'Connor. Archie Mostyn across the line in 4th, with Calais Tennant 5th, Oliver Bullock 6th. Then it will be Sullivan Crawford in 7th. Aston Wilson will come across the line in 8th. And Edward Charlton will finish in 9th place. So once again, all action from Bambinos.
Yeah, I was definitely wrong with the Crawford one. I just thought he was on his own for the rest of the race there, and then
it must have been Aston Wilson.
Yeah, it was. Wilson
with.
Put in a 1:13 lap as Crawford put in a 1:06. So there was definitely a coming together between the two of them. I don't know why I doubt people here, Tom. They're always well on the ball.
Yep, I'm with you on that. We miss quite a lot because we're looking at timing cameras and out the window as well, and we're trying to follow everything that's going on and give direction to our camera people.
And this cake as well, which is very easy distracting.
Yes, so Bambino's already coming into the pits, so we will move on to Honda Cadet for their final heat of the day. 27
drivers on the grid. Heat 2 winner Margaris Kvetskis goes off pole position. Luka Bachuev alongside with Tom Nichols and Aaron Berridge on row 2. Then it's Noah Clark and Archie Cannon, Ashton Horspool and Hugo McCluskey in front of Joshua Sullivan and Dexter Petty. Then it's Ollie Carter and Ollie Crumpton on row number 6, Layla Berryman and Francesco Di Caro on row 7 in front of Pierce Whitehead and Jensen Whitehead on row number 8. Sam Dixon starts 17th. Daniel Ziad alongside Sebastian McCarthy and Albie Cam complete your top 20. Tristan Gilfillan and Jake Gibbon are on row 11. Harry Scrafton and Robin Ashton on row 12 in front of Jacob McDonald, Harry McCrossan and Morgan Cooney, who retired from heat number 2, will start in 27th place here on this Honda Cadet grid.
I've limbered up, ready to go. We've got a random transponder appearing again in the top left corner of the screen. Please ignore that one.
Told you, it's in someone's pocket and they're just walking over this timing line. It's just registering.
Oh, we've got somebody going slowly down the back straight and coming to a stop.
With a prop. Oh no! I think he was just letting everybody past. I think he thought he was in the wrong position, so he's just waved everybody through. Here's Andrew McCrossan. He'll start in 26th.
He is going to start 26th. Yeah, so he was a bit out of position. So
yeah.
Well, that's going to actually save some time gridding up as well. So and then somebody's gone round. Is it McCrossan again?
Yeah.
Okay.
But first of all, great.
Hey, donut time.
Yes.
We've had hashtag cake chat. Now we're doing hashtag donuts.
Drawing some number 8s for us. Round South Bank. Quality by McCrossan. Good to see him back anyway. He missed the last round when he had the had that incident and he cut his leg. So missed the previous round. Good to see Andrew McCrossan back. I mean, all of the Honda cadets are lovely, lovely kids, and it's great that they all get on so well, but he is one of the nicest lads, Andrew McCrossan, that you will ever meet in the paddock. So nice, so polite.
So you could say that he might have been angry about missing, or not happy about missing the previous round. You could say he was almost McCrossan about it.
Right, and you were giving me grief about vice champions.
Yeah.
Wind your neck in. That is an atrocious joke. Atrocious. And I'm so
We got giggles in the commentary box, though.
I'm so pleased that we're about to go racing so that you can actually focus on like proper things.
Like being angry about the use of term like vice champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would you call a third place then?
Double vice champion.
Double vice. No, you can't call it double vice champion because it sounds like you finished second twice.
Vice champion.
Vice champion. Yeah. It's second place. Be happy with your lot.
Yeah. There we go. Right. One marshal walking towards the barrier that will be slotted back in place at the end of this one. Look at the depth of this Honda Cadet grid, Tom, as they line up. Green flag in hand of the marshal. Green is down. We're away and racing.
Good start again from
Cadet. As the field make their way across the right-hand side. They're 3 wide as Dexter Petty is going to try and go all the way round the outside of the national loop. He's already found a way past Hugo McCluskey all the way round the outside. That's a super start by the 16 of Petty. And Ashton Horspool then is squeezed wide, I think, by the S-plate of Archie Cannon. And that loses him some drive, and he's then going to come under pressure. We're 3 wide down the back straight as Nichols is going to try and squeeze past Luka Bachuev. Thought he was going to make the move early doors. Making a move further down, though, here's Joshua Sullivan. He's down the inside of Noah Clark at hairpin number 3. He's going to move him up, I think, to P6 from his 9th place grid slot start.
Yeah, so Sullivan on a recovery drive all weekend now, after the incident at hairpin 3 in heat number 1, leading the race with 2 corners to go. And the front stub axle decided to depart the kart, stage left, and bounce across the track. Thankfully, nobody was injured or anywhere near it, to be fair, to cause any further incident. But Sullivan recovering all the way up to 6th already.
Yeah, I was just looking there at how quickly Bachuev being pushed along by Tom Nichols and Aaron Berridge, towed up onto the back of Margaris Kvetkis, who had a gap of nearly half a second, and Berridge is down the inside of Nichols at hairpin 4 on exit. Berridge up to 3rd, Nichols down to 4th, with Archie Cannon, Sullivan, Noah Clark, Horspool, McCluskey, Petty. Ollie Carter is in the P11, P12, with Piers Whitehead, Nolly Crumpton and Jensen Whitehead rounding out your top 10, as down the inside of Tom Nichols goes the S-plate of Archie Cannon. And at the same time, Sullivan goes down the inside of Nichols as well at hairpin number 2. But then he's being pushed along, I think, by Noah Clark. No, he's not. He's defending off Noah Clark with a bit of a helmet tap as they go round South Bank.
Yeah, Kvetskis still leading this one with Bachuev in very close company now, as it looked like Berridge was going to make a move. It was a bit of a half move, wasn't it? Probably just pulled out of line to maintain momentum rather than hit the brakes and back out of it.
At the moment is introducing Margaris Kvetkis to Morse code.
Yes.
It's currently tap the ... all over the rear bumper of the 115.
Berridge now also signalling Bachuev as well. So signals all round. Well, we'll start some smoke flares in the commentary box and smoke signals and see if they can get the message to play nice, people.
We're still only 3 minutes into this 3rd heat. Kvetkis under pressure then from Bachuev, but at the moment it's not quite hitting the levels of Honda Cadet chaos.
I'll get the glow sticks out and we'll see if we can signal them with that. They'll probably just think we're raving.
Yeah, Noah Clark's fallen down the order on that lap, Tom. Haven't quite seen why. I think it was the previous lap, actually, because he was with Tom Nichols, wasn't he? We saw them round South Bank, and he now finds himself behind Ashton Horspool and Hugo McCluskey.
Batyev and Berridge have now settled down into second and third place and aren't quite being anywhere near as aggressive with each other as they were and to Kvetskis on the previous lap. And it was Tom Nichols actually setting fastest lap of the race that lap around as he closed in the gap on the group in front. And he's now back on the tail of that front group.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a train of 6 pretty much as they come through. Then there's a slight gap back, albeit only about 7 or 8 kart lengths to Horspool, McCluskey and Clark.
As they head through, I thought Batyev was going to take a move there on Kvetskis and elected not to. So it's all still pretty much as you were. They're just playing it a bit calm at the moment. We've got that mid-race lull going on.
I got the feeling that Cannon thought that move was coming as well because he took a very wide entry. And I got the feeling he thought it was because there was a move coming there and it would give him a little bit of extra thinking time.
Horspool unable to bridge that gap so far to make this a group of 8. But there is still plenty of time. So that front group of 6 are absolutely flying. So Horspool is going to have to work hard and use the slipstream as best he can down the back straight in particular to close in on that front group. It's still and Berridge and Batyev came into contact there, and that's actually going to allow Archie Cannon to make a move on Berridge, and then Sullivan as well.
Nichols is going to follow him, I think, to the inside.
Yeah, so they're going to freight train Berridge. I think it all started with Berridge and Batyev in hairpin 1, and it's going to cost Berridge 3 places as he now slots in behind Nichols. But that has now brought Horspool and McCluskey into play. So we do have a group of 8. Bit of a gap then back to Clark, but again, about 7 or 8 kart lengths. So don't count Clark out of this one either. Particularly if they start fighting at the front. Batyev with a bit of a gap to close now on Kvetskis. Won't take him long to do that with the slipstream.
Not at all.
Hugely important, the slipstream here in Honda Cadets. It's so powerful.
2 minutes to go in this one as they run down this back straight towards the South Bank corner. And as Tom said, it's all about slipstream, particularly here at Teesside, because it's fixed gearing. This is why it's so close. As down the inside goes Archie Cannon on Luka Batyev for second place. So Cannon is through. So we've got Kvetskis leading Cannon from Batyev and Sullivan.
We saw fireworks at the track last night. I'm pretty sure the blue touch paper's been lit here in Honda Cadet Heat 3, and we're about to see our own as Sullivan goes side by side with Batyev, gets air over the curb. That catches out Tom Nichols as well.
Neither of them two are going to give it up, and it's going to rage on at 2 as well, as Sullivan is down the inside and Nichols is down the inside of Luka Batyev as well. And if Berridge can tag on, Batyev's looking to get across. Aaron Berridge is in there, and now it's Luka Batyev's turn to get freight train. Here comes McCluskey as well, down the inside of Luka Batyev.
Well, Batyev just manages to hold off McCluskey, but that dropped him 3 places, possibly even 4 places, I think, by the end of that one. So it is Kvetskis still leading now from Archie Cannon. They've made a bit of a breakaway now from Sullivan, Nichols, Batyev, Berridge. Nichols, Berridge, Batyev, then McCluskey, Horspool, and I think Clark is still involved in this one. He's a little bit detached from that front group, but if Archie Cannon can make a move on Kvetskis, don't count out Noah Clark either coming back into play.
Down the back straight they go for what will be the penultimate time. The time will elapse to 0. They cross with 43. They're lapping in the 47.8s. Are your leaders. Ashton Horspool has set the fastest lap of the race so far in this one with a 47.6. He's in 9th place off the back of this one as Nichols tries to draw alongside Sullivan. Final lap for Margaris Kvetskis with Archie Cannon behind. Sullivan in 3rd place with Nichols. Then Aaron Berridge front of Luka Bachuev, Hugo McCluskey, Ashton Horspool, heading up towards hairpin number 1, and everybody is tight. And that's Berridge and Nichols are side by side, and Bachuev is down the inside of Berridge into hairpin number 3, and then we'll come across to defend, as does Kvetskis on Archie Cannon. Sullivan in 3rd, defends fresh air really, because he doesn't know that Nichols, Bachuev and Berridge are going at it for 5th place as Kvetskis will come through to take victory, Willie, unless Cannon can spring a surprise. Kvetskis wins and heads towards the pole, I think, for the final, with Cannon, Sullivan, and then Aaron Berridge.
Aaron Berridge and Luka Bachuev were side by side coming over the line, and they were knocking 7 bells out of each other side by side as they came over the line. Well, it did go the way of Berridge just, but then that caught out McCluskey behind, and I think Horspool as well. They were involved in that that altercation, and it ended up sending McCluskey and Berridge left and almost into pit entry.
Just about catch it on the camera. Berridge gets down the inside of Bachuev into hairpin number 4, and he goes slightly wide. That puts Bachuev wide as they come through the dogleg, but then as they're coming over the start line, they're turning into each other to try and ruin each other's momentum. Correctly, then you say that caught out Hugo McCluskey, but when you're coming over a start line at 55 miles an hour, you have to be very, very mindful that there are other people around you. Kvetskis takes the victory from Archie Cannon and Joshua Sullivan in 3rd place. Nichols, Berridge and Bachuev, Hugo McCluskey, Ashton Horspool, Noah Clark and Dexter Petty complete your top 10. But plenty of talking points, Tom, not only for us, but for those people that have to make the difficult decisions.
Indeed.
Which luckily isn't us.
Yes.
That's the best bit. Our hardest decision is what we're going to have for dinner. Because of course the cafe's open. I had chicken nugget chips and I had chicken curry with rice and chips. You didn't have the chips last night.
No, I didn't.
You missed out.
No, I just had the rice. I was a good boy.
You went for the healthy option.
I did. Well, the healthier option, and then I then had a little nana nap around about 10 p.m. last night while the Formula 1 was on.
I'm going to have to ask you to pipe down
in
the nicest possible way, because apparently with this homemade pulled pork, which you can have on top of like macaroni cheese and everything, it's quality. Right, I'm going to leave you to grid up.
That sounds naughty. Sounds right up my Strasser. Anyway, Red Lind is going to go off pole position for the Inter Rotax class with Buddy Hugo alongside. Then we're going to have Joey Swan and Grayson Crawford. Then it's going to be Layla Bell. Rocco Geraghty is going to go off pole position for the Ronda class, the Honda R200s, from Toby Turner with Peter Webster in 3rd, Matthew Blunt in 4th. Then it's Harry Pennington and Daniel Hulse, William Clare, and the retired from Heat 2, Edward Rye, and has just actually lost it at hairpin 1 as well and spun on the warm-up lap. Has Edward Rye, but it's back underway again, and I'm sure will close the gap and start in position by the time we get round. And in fact, there we go. They're all pretty much almost already on the back. There we go. Hairpin 3, he's already on the back. We've not quite got the usual gap that we've got between the Hondas and the Inters. In fact, they're almost going as one pack.
Which is fine, because the Hondas aren't as quick as the Inters, so I think this is sensible. It brings them together and means that there's less opportunity for catching lap traffic.
Very, very slow from Red Lind. But they are now away and racing in Inters, and Red Lind is slow away, and Grayson Crawford jumps all the way through from 4th to the lead.
The flag had dropped, so the flag drops, you get your racing.
Put his foot down and went. Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Me, you know, the flag drops. It's the same as when as Red Lind fights back at Grayson Crawford. It's the same as when the flag drops or the lights go out, you move out your lane. So, for me there, there
was no issue for me. No, Grayson Crawford just had the cleanest spark plug and away he went.
Redlin down the inside of Buddy Hugo and, down the inside of Grayson Crawford and drags Buddy Hugo through as well into second place. Crawford third. Joey Swan, though, was the unfortunate party there. He drops down into P5. In Honda R200, it is Toby Turner leading from Rocco Garrity, Peter Webster and Edward Rye already up into fourth place. Matthew Plant, William Clare, who's having a bit of a better showing today, is William Clare in the 31.
So far?
Yeah, very impressed
with
his progression from yesterday, where he did struggle and had a few retirements, as Harry Pennington and Daniel Horse. Wide goes Peter Webster.
No,
why was that?
Edward Rye took third place away from Peter Webster at hairpin 1.
Well, that was why Peter Webster went wide.
And Rocco Garrity is alongside for the lead in Honda R200s.
He's through as well. Good move. And Edward Rye now is coming up on Toby Turner. Would you like an update as to why Edward retired from heat number 2, Tom?
Sure.
Accidentally turned his engine off. In
right.
what I can only describe as a bit of a whoopsie.
Yeah, that's... Not really sure how you do that, but...
elbow normally, yeah.
Right, okay. Cover that switch up. So, as he now makes his way through on Toby Turner into second place. We just caught it flashing through the camera shot. Edward Rye now into second place.
There he is. Just wanted something to do, didn't he, in Heat 3?
That's it. Well, you remember? Do you remember what happened with Lewis Hamilton in Azerbaijan a couple of years ago, where he left the brake button on the steering wheel, and so they have a button, what they call the magic button on the Mercedes, and they press a button. It's on the back of the steering wheel, and you tap it, and it basically kind of doesn't lock the front brakes, but it applies the front brakes without you pressing the brake, and it heats the brakes up, and then heats the tyre up because of that.
Yeah.
And they call it the magic button. And Hamilton at Azerbaijan left it on at the start of the restart. There goes Edward Rye, with none such issues this heat. Left it on, and so to stop it happening again, they've covered the switch up. And I think they need to do that on Edward Rye's. That's what the long version of a very short story that needed to happen.
Layla Bell has fallen away off the back, and I don't know if she had a spin at hairpin 1 at the same time as she was rejoining. I don't want to be a grass or anything, but I don't know if Edward Rye's done an OTY. We'll see. I mean, we only... Similarly, we I say
I
that
don't want to be a grass,
well, no, but in the end, we commentate on what we can see. That's the point of us being here. If not, the stream would be fairly silent, and similarly, it'd be very boring, because Tom and I are very amusing. But yeah, I think...
Well, we think we are.
Yes, but again, I only ever... commentate to an audience of 1, and that's myself. Anybody else as a bonus. Fastest lap of the race there, Tom, from Redland on the previous lap. He's gapping Buddy Hugo. He's under pressure now from Joey Swan.
Yes, indeed, as is Edward Rye is now pulling away from Rocco Garrity at the front of the Honda R200s. As side by side is Toby Turner, Peter Webster, and Matthew Plant heading through the D chicane and round the national loop. There goes Buddy Hugo and Joey Swan. So that's the battle for second place in Inters. Joey Swan having a look on the inside at hairpin 3, but not willing to commit to the move just yet. So Red Lind is having won the final yesterday, has really not looked back, has he? Heading round into hairpin 1. Swan still putting Hugo under increasing amounts of pressure now. Hugo having a bit of a look behind, and we'll have a look across, I think, at Joey Swan, who is now alongside down the back straight and is far enough alongside to get the move completed into South Bank. Hugo having to tuck in behind. So it wasn't just the nose that Hugo could chop off. There was a front axle alongside a rear axle, and that was enough for Joey Swan to get through. And through he goes. So it's Lind now from Hugo, from Swan, Crawford and Bell. Then in Honda R200s, just coming across the line now. We've got Edward Rye from Rocco Geraghty. From Toby Turner, still just in front of Peter Webster and Matthew Plant. Then we're going to have William Clare with Harry Pennington and Daniel Hulse. They're in a fight as well, a train of 3. So we've got 2 trains of 3 in Honda R200s that are going to make things lively. But at the front, it's comfortable now for Edward Rye and Rocco Geraghty, a very comfortable second place as well. Joey Swan, I said Red Lind hadn't looked back in Honda R200s, but Joey Swan is now closing in on Red Lind.
Half a second on the previous lap as well, Tom, from Joey Swan on Red Lind. So that's the fastest lap of the race with the 44.309, and he's super quick out of hairpin 2. Whatever they've done with that car, whether it be a change of jetting, it's now, it could just be tyre pressure as well, but it's a rocket ship in the second phase of this race. Joey Swan's coming good.
Harry Pennington passing William Clare on that lap in Honda R200s and has now gapped as well William Clare, as we need to be looking at the front pair in our Inters class with Joey Swan with the orange helmet just coming through the wiggle section and into hairpin 1. There they go. It is Red Lind still just holding on at the front of this one. I'm going to head down the back straight now. There they are on camera. Joey Swan feeling the need to have a little bit of a look behind. Checks everything's clear. And it is. Right, full attack mode for Joey now. I don't think there's any point in holding on, especially with 30 seconds to go plus a lap. As they come over the line, that will be the exact time, in fact, 30 seconds to go plus
2
one
laps
lap.
to go then in Intermax and our Honda R200, which is currently being led by Edward Rye with Rocco Geraghty comfortable in second. The battle for third now sees Peter Webster finding a way past Toby Turner in front of Matthew Plant for third place. Webster from Turner from Plant. But this battle for the lead in Intermax, Red Lind and Joey Swan. The 13 in front of the 95.
Big left-hand lean for Red Lind all the way through South Bank and hairpin 3 as well, just to try and put a bit of extra weight over those outside tyres. Squash it into the ground and increase the grip a little bit as he goes round there. Joey Swan not feeling the need to do that as the final lap commences. It is still Red Lind from Swan. Heading through the wiggles and into hairpin 1. Red Lind tight entry into hairpin 1. I thought Swan might take the line that's going to give him more momentum, but he elected to follow Red Lind and then took the normal racing line through hairpin 2, gave him a huge run down the back straight, but wasn't able to make a move, just pushed Red Lind along instead. Can he get a move done at hairpin 4? No, he can't. It's going to be Red Lind taking victory here in heat number 3 with Joey Swan a very close second place. Buddy Hugo will come across the line in third with Grayson Crawford, who took the lead early on, taking fourth place and rolling straight into pit lane, potentially with an issue. Had a hand up well up before he crossed the line. Then we're going to have Layla Bell just in front of your Honda R200 winner, Edward Rye, with Rocco Geraghty a comfortable second place. Then we're going to have Peter Webster, who eventually gapped quite significantly Toby Turner from Matthew Plant. Then we're going to have Harry Pennington. And then it's going to be Daniel Hulse and William Clare will be the last of your classified runners here. All drivers making it to the finish line. Whew. That was a bit of action. We do like a split grid, don't we, David? It gives us plenty to talk about normally. Yes, Tom, it does.
Yes, Tom, it does. Always does.
Let's we'll get you a grid up for the Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax heat number 3.
So as everybody rolls in, it's going to be Joseph Mills and Riley Sims-Ezard this time off the front of the random grid, in front of Max Wilkinson and Jake Grufferty, Freddie Witherington and William Howard. Then it's Sam Robson and Jacob Carnes on row number 4. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson starts 9th. Oliver O'Donovan alongside Amy Peacock and Elliot Dalton-Ayres, with Holly Swan and Jared Fox-Whiteley going off P14. Joseph Yao, Samuel Yeadon and Ava Reynolds. Then it's Evelyn Bye, Piers Whitehead and Oscar Waugh in front of our 4 senior runners: Bradley Heath, Joseph Johnson, Paul Swan and Ben Horner.
Okay, so just waiting on there. Oh, here we go. Now they are exiting the dummy grid in a cloud of 2-stroke smoke, which is the best smell in the world, bar none. You can take your perfumes, you can take your flowers. Give me 2-stroke exhaust fumes any day of the week. Still waiting on somebody to buy me a 2-stroke candle for Christmas or birthday or Wednesday. But apparently you can buy them online, but I can't seem to find them anywhere. But you can find 2-stroke scented candles somewhere. I keep being told every time I mention it. I'm told you can buy them, but nobody ever sends me a link to anything.
Yeah, right. We're gonna. I think this is a false start already. We're showing it on the overhead flag, so it's because the junior grid is fairly fragmented. I mean, look, if you can buy a bacon scented candle, then you could definitely buy a 2-stroke scented.
Why would
candle.
you buy a bacon scented candle? Just cook some bacon.
Yeah, I know.
Job done.
Well, sometimes you just don't fancy bacon at like 11 at
maybe
night.
It's for the vegans.
Yeah.
We don't like eating it, but God, do we love the smell of it.
The smell is delicious.
But no, apparently I am told, reliably told, that there is a 2-stroke scented candle out there, but still yet to find
Here
one.
we go, Tom.
Oh, there we go, look. Oh, it's on eBay. Etsy. Oh, that'll be why I can't find it. Yeah. Lovely. All right.
That looks like a beer bottle of Castrol. I'll have a drink. I'll have a pint of that.
Oh, a race fuel scented candle as well.
Oh, you don't want the one at PF. It'll be about £3. It'll be three quid a litre.
Maybe that's why they charge so much, because
Yeah.
they turn them into candles at the end of a meeting.
Here we go then in Junior Rotax. Mills and Sims Ezard off the front row. Green drop somewhere away in racing. It's a good start from Max Wilkinson. He's on the inside and slots through from 3rd place. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson rolling slowly on the inside to a halt as the seniors go through. Barrier will need moving. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is in the way. The barrier will still need rolling across, and that'll be across in sufficient time. It is as Stansmore-Wilson is pushed to safety in the number 88 machine. We're already down 1 runner.
And meanwhile, Max Wilkinson has now taken the lead in this one and doing exactly what Max Wilkinson needs to do for a championship charge. Riley Sims-Ezard will cross the line in 2nd from from Joseph Mills and Freddie Widrington. Then it's Jared Fox-Whiteley up 2 places to 5th. Jake Grovity drops 2 to 6th, and Oscar Waugh already up 3 into 7th. So Oscar Waugh so far doing what Oscar Waugh needs to do for a championship charge. Every point is going to make a difference here, and we can't stress it highly enough that how close this championship is between Yao, Waugh and Wilkinson. There is potential for them to be, all 3 of them, separated by 1 point, depending on results in this heat and the final. There goes Oscar Waugh now on the inside of Jake Gruffity to take away 6th place.
Yeah, I just want to I'm fairly sure that if we're level on points, it's the number of final wins, and then after that it's the number of heat wins is your championship denominator.
And then it'll be the number of heat second places and heat third places.
I don't know. The lady that writes the regs has just looked at me and gone, "Is it?" I'm like, "I don't."
Do you know what we'll do? We'll just have a race off. We'll just have a three kart heat,
like at the end of Talladega Nights.
Yes, we'll just have a 3 kart race. Winner takes all.
Yeah. We could have that officiated by our very own Ricky Bobby, Jack Morris.
Teesside Stig.
Wilkinson then leads Sims Ezard, and These two actually went really well yesterday together when they were gridded at the same time. When they were gridded closely yesterday.
I was thinking about Talladega Nights earlier on, just to cut across you there, because I bought some Big Red when I was in America, and I had a piece this morning.
Lovely.
And if you don't chew Big Red, then...
Yeah, Fox Whiteley down the inside of Joseph Mills as they run up towards the right-hander of South Bank. Wilkinson and Sims Ezard continue to lead this race. And I say yesterday they pushed away nicely together before being reeled in by Fox Whiteley, and he's already right up onto the back of them through that D chicane as Jared Fox Whiteley started this race in 14th place, I think, on the grid. Heat 3, indeed he did. He's already up into 3rd place, which could well become 2nd around about now.
And Sims Ezard was giving Wilkinson the push on hand signal, and that just allowed Fox Whiteley a completely open door to get the move completed on Sims Ezard and take 2nd place away. Yep, you have to forgive my guffaws in the commentary box after the Big Red comment, which you followed up with Fox Whiteley.
Yes.
So it fit very nicely.
Yeah, I think I think this could only be a matter of time for Jared Fox Whiteley. And there it goes down the inside into hairpin number 2, and he does enough to stop the switchback from Wilkinson. As Sims Ezard tries a move, Wilkinson comes across to defend off, and there's a little bit of contact between the two of them. Behind, though, there's a great little battle going on from 6th onwards. We'll pick up that in a minute as Sims Ezard decides that he fancies a bit of 2nd place.
Well, Wilkinson got right into the rear of Fox Whiteley as well. I think Fox Whiteley just parked it in hairpin 3 and then has gone away from that. And in fact, Sims Ezard picks up a warning.
Yeah, it's that train of karts further back that I think we're just going to drop onto in a few moments as they come through. Behind Oscar Waugh, it's Freddie Witherington under pressure from Amy Peacock as she tries to stick her nose down the inside, does as well. Then Elliot Dalton-Ayres turns Freddie Witherington round at hairpin number 2. The door was really tight there, tried to squeeze the 84 machine down the inside of the 19. That didn't go to plan, and could have been a lot worse for them both, actually, Tom, because I think in the end they all end up facing in the right direction, albeit with some places lost.
And while you've been having a look at that, I've been keeping my eye on the screen, and it is still Wilkinson just from Sims Ezard, who pulled alongside down the back straight on the previous lap. We've got a contact warning going out for the 84.
Yeah, that is for Elliot Dalton-Ayres, yeah. Incident at hairpin number 2.
Wilkinson going defensive into hairpin 2. He's going to block the progress of Riley Sims Ezard, and is now defending, and he's going to need to defend for 4.5 minutes plus a lap from Riley Sims Ezard, and all that's going to do is allow Fox Whiteley well clear at the front of this one.
Yeah, that's not Wilkinson's battle, though, is it?
No, it's not. It's Oscar Waugh that's in 5th place at the moment, and is now, due to the defensive tactics, is actually now on the back of this group.
Yeah, and Joseph Yao in 12th place as well is struggling to make headway in a train of karts that is currently being led by Jake Grufferty. The 118 of Samuel Yeadon's in there as well. The 19 of Witherington, as Yao does indeed go down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres into the right-hander, as there's a warning for the 12 of Ben Horner. He is our senior runner. I imagine that was when he was coming through some of the juniors.
Yeah, and Wilkinson still managing to hold on to 2nd place. As we said, it's Oscar Waugh that he needs to be watching out for, that's in 5th place. Of course, that will be a 3-point difference between them. In fact, 4-point difference at the moment between them. Then you're going to have Joseph Yao, who's now starting to pick his way through that fight in the group behind. But Yao is going to have to be as clean as humanly possible. He's had a very difficult day yesterday. And has compounded that with a difficult Heat 1 as well. Decent result in Heat 2, if I remember rightly. I mean, we've had a few races since then. And so he now makes his way past, I think that was Witherington. He's just overtaken.
Yes, it was. And now he's going to try and draw up onto the back of Samuel Yeadon.
For 9th place, yep. So Joseph Yao just doing what he needs to do and just try and take every point possible without coming a cropper. Oscar Wars lost a bit of contact now with the Wilkinson group and is in a group of 1.
Amy Peacock finds a way past Riley Sims-Ezard and up into 3rd place. And now Max Wilkinson is going to have to try his best to keep the 17 back.
The thing is, Wilkinson's got the pace to stretch this one out. If he doesn't come under attack from Peacock immediately, needs to get a head down and just try and get some pace and stretch this group of 4 out rather than just defend and defend and defend, and it's all going to come back together, and that's going to put him then under pressure from Oscar War. Goes tight there. I thought Amy Peacock was going to go straight into the back of him, but she did a good avoiding job, and they all come out as he were.
Peacock, and now Wilkinson is defending. We've still got 1:48, but every point counts now in this championship battle here on the final day of the 2024 NRG Karting Teesside Owner Sprint Series. And Peacock and Wilkinson being pushed along by Riley Sims-Ezard.
Barring any issues, I think Oscar War's out of this one in terms of mounting a challenge on this group for that's headed at the moment by Max Wilkinson. So it looks like 6th place at the moment for Oscar War.
And at the end of this one, we'll know exactly what all of our drivers need to do.
Joseph Yao further back has now got past Samuel Yeadon as well. So Jake Grufferty next on the cards for Yao.
We said yesterday, didn't we, that you don't often see, particularly in Junior Rotax here, a clean sweep of points but on random grids. Fox Whiteley came close yesterday. He scored 2-1-4 out of a possible 2-1-5, bested only in heat number 3 yesterday by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Well, Jared Fox Whiteley has 3 heats in at the moment, Tom, and Amy Peacock and Max Wilkinson almost come into harm at hairpin 1, and that allows Riley Sims-Ezard a chance to dive down the inside. That opens the door up for Joseph Mills, who Sims-Ezard is going to defend fairly firmly to the inside as Amy Peacock
receives a contact warning for that push on Wilkinson into hairpin 1. I would be, if I was Max Wilkinson, I'd be tapping on the helmet here like, think I'm in for a championship here. I don't need any bother, and every point counts. So unless you're going for a win, it's I'd stick behind me, please.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 more laps because Fox Whiteley crossed the line before the time elapsed.
And then I'd be buying Amy Peacock a fizzy pop at the end of this one for not attacking.
No, don't give teenagers fizzy pop. They'll get excited. The final will be lap and a half to go with Fox Whiteley with a clear gap at the front of nearly 4 seconds from Max Wilkinson and Amy Peacock, who again tries to find a way through. Here is Fox Whiteley taking the timing line for the final lap. We'll stay with this, I think, until the final corner.
Oscar War is now coming under pressure from Sam Robson. Yes, that could have implications. Joseph Yao has now made his way through that group and has overtaken both Grufferty, and Dalton Ayres has now got past Grufferty as well. So Yao up to 8th. That could be vital as it all shakes out. That one position could be everything.
Sims-Ezard is past Amy Peacock as Peacock went to try and overtake Max Wilkinson at hairpin 2. That slowed her down, and Riley Sims-Ezard will come through. They're still battling it out of the final corner. Fox Whiteley takes the victory from Max Wilkinson. A superb P3 for Sims-Ezard from Peacock. And Joseph Mills in front of Oscar War, who did indeed hold on from Sam Robson on the final lap. Joseph Yao, Elliot Dalton Ayres, and Jake Grufferty.
So,
the top 10 in juniors, Ben Horner wins seniors once again. Tommy got up to 10th place this time overall.
We will await an official result from heat number 3, barring any weight penalties and drop-down penalties and things like that. Then we will
work hard during lunch to figure out
what the permutations are. Who needs to finish where to make a championship, and we're not going to announce that until they're rolling out on the grid as well,
Don't you tell me what I can and can't do.
I think that's what we should do. I think we should let the drivers work it out for themselves, and then we will talk them through it once they've got their helmets on. Talk the audience through it, shall we say. Through that, we're going to move on very swiftly to Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. So 2 more heats here today, and then we're going to have a finals. It's going to be Liam Edmonds going off Junior Pro Kart pole for heat number 3, with Alana Howard alongside, then Grace Matthews and Reese Cranston, and Ollie Clegg will go from P5. We're missing a P1. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and no 1. Anyway, that's just our grid sheet. As we said, we've had some issues throughout the weekend, random transponders
I know we
appearing.
thought Stansmore Wilson had a problem at the start in terms of mechanical, because she didn't. She came to a halt almost at the start.
Yeah.
But with helmet on, she's just walked up the bank, and I think she's been down to see the clock. I think there was contact before the start that has caused a potential bent rear axle for Stansmore Wilson.
Oh, right.
Because, well, we're 10 minutes in and the helmet's still on.
Oh. Fuming then.
Yes.
Needs to keep the helmet on to stop the steam coming out. Still not been offered a piece of cake, by the way, folks, as David tucks into piece number 4.
I offered you a piece of cake earlier and you said not yet.
No. No. That didn't happen.
If somebody remembers me offering Tom a piece of cake, please let me know in the live chat.
Yeah, didn't happen, and I didn't say not yet. Not been offered yet. David tucks into his 4th piece of giant Cadbury flake chocolate cake.
That's a slight exaggeration.
Still not been offered one, folks.
You're not going to get one.
This is what we're dealing with in the commentary box.
If you keep acting up, you're not going to get one either. Would you like some cake, mate?
Not yet.
Cheers, mate.
You set yourself up for that one, didn't you? No, I will have some at lunch break. Thank you for the invite.
Here we go then in Junior Pro Kart. We're away in racing as Liam Edmonds leads us up to the first corner. Alana Howard on the outside train is going to be forced out wide. I thought she was actually going to drive around the outside of everybody, but slots into what will be 5th place. Thought she was going to hold on from Ollie Clegg for 4th, but Liam Edmonds leads from Grace Matthews and Reese Cranston. That's your top 3.
Reese Cranston has so far been the coolest of bananas in this particular set of heats today. Working his way through nice and cleanly, and there's another lovely, clean, smooth move past Grace Matthews for 2nd place for Reese Cranston.
Unbeaten so far this weekend, Reese Cranston.
But what I'm saying, particularly this today, just bided the time. Just knows he's got the pace in hand, knows it's been fairly comfortable victories once he's hit the front. Just able to take his time and work his way through.
Yeah, he was very patient earlier, wasn't he, when chasing down Ollie Clegg earlier on. As the field make their way out onto the back straight.
Cranston ducking in behind the steering wheel to try and get a bit of extra slipstream from the kart that's leading, which is Liam Edmonds. And Grace Matthews holding on to 3rd place well at the moment from Ollie Clegg. And Alana Howard going with as well. We'll see whether that... I think it's... I want to say it's inevitable. It's fairly inevitable that Reese Cranston is going to pass Liam Edmonds at some point for the lead of this race. It's whether that group behind can then close in on Edmonds.
Oh, Ollie Clegg down the inside of Grace Matthews.
Lovely
Super move into one for... Ollie Clegg, and now he'll be hoping that he can close up before this happens, which is Reese Cranston diving down the inside of Liam Edmonds into the right-hander at South Bank, and Clegg was hoping for another lap to try and turn that into a 3-kart scrap. Let's see whether Edmonds can go with Cranston.
Again, though, it was a lovely smooth move from Reese Cranston to take the lead away here from Liam Edmonds. It's exactly what we saw when he overtook Grace Matthews as well, almost a carbon copy of the move, but Cranston now hitting the front of this one, and will most likely, if history is anything to go by, move away. And, as we said before, it's whether third, fourth and fifth can then close the gap on Edmonds in second.
Yep, Cranston then with a commencing to pull a gap here on Liam Edmonds at the front as Ollie Clegg is found a way past Grace Matthews a lap or so ago, but is now starting to edge away from the 26 and the 28 of Alana Howard respectively.
Yeah, and it is just edging away as well, and I think Alana Howard is looking to put moves on Grace Matthews here in a few corners' time. If Alana can get a good drive out of hairpin 2. And actually Matthews got through there better than Howard did. The gap's gone out slightly. Howard using the slipstream well though to close the gap back in. But not close enough to make a move at hairpin 3. Thought about straight lining at hairpin 4, tucked in. And it all is as you were. Ollie Clegg is pulling away ever so slightly to the tune of less than a tenth of a second from Grace Matthews. Fastest lap now goes to Reece Cranston. Now he's hit the front. Has got the hammer down, was a full 3/10 faster than Liam Edmonds, who was in turn 3/10 faster than Ollie Clegg. So gap going out now, and we're starting to see the usual field spread that we've seen throughout the last few rounds in Junior Pro Kart. I think the last heat was a bit of an anomaly where they were all nose to tail for a significant amount of time, but not the case once again in this one so far.
So Reece Cranston will come through in front of Liam Edmonds and Ollie Clegg. The Clegg closing in on Edmonds by 0.4 of a second on that previous laptop.
Oh, it went out 3/10 on the lap before. Now it's come in by 4/10.
Personal best from Ollie Clegg. So let's see whether...
Whatever he did there, do it again.
Yeah, let's see if he's found something.
Of course, there will be, while he learns the track, there's going to be some experimentation with lines. It's only, in fact, was quicker than Reece Cranston that time around as well, was Ollie Clegg. So definitely able to find some pace there. We'll see what the lap times are like coming over the line this time. Here comes Cranston with a new fastest lap of the race. And then Clegg dropped 3/10 on a personal best that time around. So on his personal best that time around. So all set personal best with the exception of Clegg. So everybody getting a bit quicker. Liam Edmonds was only a 10th off what Reece Cranston was able to do as well.
Yeah, still got a good battle going on behind between Grace Matthews and Alana Howard. They're still nose to tail for 4th place, whereas our top 3 are close together.
There they are, just coming into shot now.
Let's see whether Howard can make a move on Grace Matthews.
They head through the D chicane, and I thought we were going to cut to the camera there where we were going to see the rise and fall. In fact, you can just see it there, right in the middle of the shot now, how much it rises and falls through the D chicane. However, I would say that the camera does flatten it out a bit.
Yeah,
it's not. It's actually steeper than it looks on camera. It's a very up and down section. You turn in to the D chicane through the right hander, and it's cambered in, so you carry a lot of speed in. But then as you hit the left hander, it rises up and then goes off camber, pushes you off to the right, and then of course you're turning right. You need to kind of have a late apex at the D chicane as it then drops away and becomes cambered again to the right-hand side of the track as you hook it round for the national loop. And there we go, in fact, just going through our Matthews and Howard. we'll try and catch them coming through that next lap, and you'll see what I mean. It's up and down as you go through it, but it's cambered, then off cambered, then recambered again, and it can really catch you out. It's a very, very tricky corner to get right.
Matthews doesn't quite get the drive out hairpin 2, but I think that's because there's a focus on defending off Alana Howard. And she takes the tighter line on the exit of hairpin number 2. 2 minutes on the clock in the Junior Pro Kart as Reese Cranston comes through the timing line. Behind him, Ollie Clegg is still chipping away at Liam Edmonds. A few tenths a lap.
Still looking at our leader there, Reese Cranston, coming through the national loop. Very comfortable at the front of this one now. What's the gap, David? 2.3, and then it's 2.9 back to Ollie Clegg.
Back to Liam.
Oh, sorry, 0.6. It's Ollie Clegg is now behind Liam Edmonds, so that gap has come down significantly now. Clegg to Edmonds, as we've got 1 minute and 20 to go, plus a lap, so still chance for Edmonds. For Clegg to overtake Edmonds for second place.
Yeah, does he close in this time? No, it's fairly equidistant in position between the two of them.
We'll start to pick up the slipstream now, though, from Edmonds. Let's get tucked in behind the back straight and try and pull himself along a little bit. Get the magnets on the rear bumper of Liam Edmonds.
Hairpin 2, doesn't he? As Edmonds now has a bit of a nervous look over the shoulder. As, again, Grace Matthews brings the 26 kart to the inside of the back straight originally. That should give Howard more of a run, but Howard so far has been very reluctant to go for an overtake on Grace Matthews, despite being close enough at times.
New fastest lap of the race for Reese Cranston that time around, and again Ollie Clegg was quicker than Liam Edmonds. So the gap is coming down. It's not coming down quick enough for Clegg so far.
Hairpin 1 as well. Don't know whether that was a deliberate ploy to just try and carry more speed and get more drive, but
it doesn't look to have cost him too much, though. I think he's still closing in on Liam Edmonds. In fact, he is closing in on Liam Edmonds.
Really good on the brakes there into 3.
Yeah, that was that's not 0.6 of a second anymore, is it?
No, it's not. So they come through. Final lap for Reese Cranston. Similarly for Liam Edmonds and Ollie Clegg in this battle for second place now.
That's the one we need to be looking at. That's still the battle for fourth place between Matthews and Howard, and we're just going to pick them up. There we are. So Ollie Clegg still with work to do in the second half of this lap to close up on Liam Edmonds and potentially make a move. Meanwhile, Howard and Matthews are still as you were. I'm keeping an eye on that one as well. Clegg is closing on Liam Edmonds, but I think he's just going to run out of time. He needed another lap, a lap and a half, and I think he'd have got that one done on Liam Edmonds. But Reese Cranston takes victory here once again in heat number 3, and it is Edmonds just holding off Ollie Clegg for second place, and Grace Matthews indeed holds off Alana Howard for fourth place as well. So Cranston, Edmonds, Clegg, Matthews and Howard, the top 5. And only 5.
Yes.
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 Moving.
Very Little Britain-esque.
Yeah, moving on. We're about to have our final heat of the day, which is going to be Senior Pro Kart. And we will try and bring you a grid momentarily. David's still beavering away with championship results, and so here we go as the final drivers make their way off circuit in Junior Pro Kart. Senior Pro Kart heat number 3, we've got it looks like 16 runners now.
Oh, yeah, because we had 2 on there that weren't here, so
yes,
we've got rid of them.
So we've adjusted, and we're now on to 16 runners, which is going to be headed by Brandon Jennings, taking pole position with Danny Bean alongside. Sophie Pawsey will go off P3. and Matthew Hauschby will be in 4th place. Then we're going to have Joseph Williamson in 5th and Peter Stott in 6th. He's had some adventures today. Connor Lucas has taken both heat victories so far. He goes off P7. Then it's James Kay and Isaac Duff. Lennon French in his final heat here at Teesside before a sabbatical from potentially any form of racing. Goes off P10. Then it's George Ludwell and Ike Needham. Maximus Shields will go off P13 with Tyler McKenzie in 14th, Kyle Burns in 15th, and Oliver Hill 16th.
Just trying to figure out as they come round the picnic bench that we were mentioning early on. I'm trying to figure out who they're here supporting. I'm going to guess George Ludwell, but I'm not 100% sure. A thumbs up would be appreciated. But I think they're here supporting George Ludwell. I am good at this game. Away we go then in Senior Pro Karts. Brandon Jennings leads us up towards the first corner, but it's Danny Bean early. And coming down the inside is Joseph Williamson, as Bean and Jennings and everybody else sort of came together. Williamson just went, I'll go straight through that gap you've all created for me. Thank you very much. Up to P2. Danny Bean is back down the inside of Sophie Pawsey for 3rd place. Pawsey down to 4th. Matthew Hauschby, Connor Lucas, George Ludwell. But coming past him down the inside is the 181 of Maximus Shields.
Crikey, he's had a good start, hasn't he? Where did Shields go from? P13.
He's going down the inside of Connor Lucas into hairpin number 3 as well. Here's Shields. Lucas will come back at him, I think, into 4. With interest as well.
Yeah, so it is Brandon Jennings now romping away at the front of this one in the opening lap. He's gone full Sebastian Vettel Red Bull era and has broken DRS to Danny Bean. Then it's Sophie Pawsey, Joseph Williamson, Matthew Hauschby, Connor Lucas and Max Shields. And Joseph Williamson is still going side by side as well.
Great move down the inside there. Shields saw the gap open up and went down the inside of Lucas as Lucas tried to go down the inside of Hauschby. And then Joseph Williamson is going to follow 2 of the best. It's going to be 3 of the best now, as down the inside of him goes Lennon French into hairpin number 3. Lucas on Shields into 4. And through goes the newly crowned champion.
Yeah, Matthew Hauschby and Joseph Williamson both dropping 4 places on that lap, as did Isaac Duff as well. So they're step up Williamson and Duff into seniors, as that's not had the best of laps. And in fact, when I said Brandon Jennings was romping away at the front of this one, Danny Bean clearly has other views on that. And has closed right in on Brandon Jennings and was quicker by half a second, was Danny Bean that time around.
Down the inside goes Danny Bean at hairpin number 3. And we've got a new race leader. Danny Bean with the fastest lap on the previous lap as well, a 47.012 for Danny Bean. And, that is eclipsed this time round, though, by 0.4 of a second by Connor Lucas, 46.62. For the 43. So they run up towards hairpin number 1. Bean from Jennings, Pawsey, Lucas, Shields, Lennon French, George Ludwell. Down the inside of Joseph Williamson goes Peter Stott into the right-hander of hairpin 2. Moves him up to P8.
Yeah, as we said in the warm-up to this race, I think Peter Stott's had some adventures this weekend, but just needs a nice clean race now, work his way through, and potentially a decent grid for the final.
Lucas and Shields both past Pawsey. 3rd and 4th respectively, 6:50 on the clock still to go. Plenty of time for them to close the gap, which sits at 0.8 of a second. Danny Bean and Brandon Jennings. Lucas.
Yeah, that gap has now been bridged very much.
Yellow flag. We've got Ike Needham round at hairpin number 1. He was in 10th place at the time.
And Lucas set a fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, but not that time around, and is now making a move on Brandon Jennings at hairpin 4.
Shields could well try and get alongside as well. Not close enough to Lucas to benefit from his overtake on Brandon Jennings.
They head round the national loop, and it's where is Lucas going to make the move? He thought about making it into hairpin 1, but Danny Bean had him covered off. Going to try it at hairpin 2, tries the Fox Whiteley move and gets it completed, in fact.
Behind them, Shields does a carbon copy move on Brandon Jennings as they go down the back straight towards South Bank, and as Bean sits in the wheel tracks of the 43. Similarly, Jennings does the same with the 181 towards hairpin 4. Middle part of the race now. It normally lulls, but with this random grid format, it's stays exciting through the middle part, doesn't it? Depending on where some of our faster runners start. So Lucas now will want to try and break away before Shields can find a way past Danny Bean. Will it be at hairpin 2? Yes, it will.
And Jennings thought about coming back through on Danny Bean as well. Of course, they swapped positions earlier on in the race, and Jennings has not lost contact.
It's those behind now that I'm looking at here. Ludwell, Pawsey, Lennon French, Peter Stott have
Peter Stott's come to join the party now, hasn't he?
As Lennon French goes down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. Peter Stott is alongside as well.
Follows through and now pushes French over the start-finish line as well. So Stott willing to work a little bit with the kart in front if he feels it's going to help him and can't overtake at that point. So are we going to see a move from Stott on French? We're seeing a move from George Ludwell on Brandon Jennings through hairpin 2.
Good move by Ludwell. Just adding another point to his tally, and in doing that, just makes the final very much a case then of just seeing the checkered flag, I think, for George Ludwell. We will confirm that later on in the club championship, which was won last year by Max Shields. And, we'll see George Ludwell making that step up next year into...
I think he's earned it, don't you? I think he's definitely got the pace to be running in the pro class.
Yeah, absolutely, in the number 13. Currently on the back of Danny Bean at hairpin number 1. And now down the inside of Danny Bean at hairpin 2. Peter Stott is round at the exit of...
hairpin 1, wasn't it? Yeah, and the adventures for Peter Stott continue this weekend. Or drop him down the order.
It's like a series of books, isn't it? The Adventures of Peter Stott. Volume 3. Spin at hairpin 1.
The Adventures of Peter Stott and the Spin at hairpin 1. Like it.
That's loads better than Harry Potter and the Goblet of whatever it was. 2 minutes and 50 on the clock.
I'm going to correct you on that. Goblet of Fire is the best one out of the lot.
I've not seen nor read either of them.
I've not read it. I've seen the film.
Oh.
Best film out of the lot. It's like a mini Olympics.
Is it?
Yeah. Only with dragons and stuff.
Oh, all right.
Anyway, moving on. Still got a race on here.
Yeah, I can't even segue out of that, unfortunately, and normally I can do that sort of thing. Connor Lucas leads then from Max Shields and George Ludwell. The top 3 looks fairly set behind them. A battle going on now sees Lennon French down the inside of Brandon Jennings into the left-hander of hairpin number 4, and through goes the 120. The Flying Farmer, as he's known, from Dundee in Scotland, finds his way through up into P5.
I know what our series of books are going to be called.
Go.
So it's Peter Stott and the damaged front end. Then it was Peter Stott and the damaged rear end. And now we've got Peter Stott and the 50p wheels. Ah,
fair enough. Well, down the back straight goes Lennon French. He's now found a way past Danny Bean up into 4th place for Lennon French. The Bean and Jennings for company. Don't think he's going to be able to break away, though. The Danny Bean and Brandon Jennings have been very quick in this one, actually.
Yeah, he has. Credit where it's due.
2 of them have been really good.
Yeah, French has certainly not dropped them yet, and Bean, in fact, looking like he was going to come back through there at hairpin 1, but the door was closed late by French.
I think if it wasn't necessarily for the potential of Jennings finding a way through, I think he might have had a bit more of an endeavour there, Danny Bean, but you have to be very mindful when you're in the middle of a sandwich that if you try and take a place, there's a fairly decent chance you're going to lose one if it doesn't work out.
Yep, you're right. Lucas still pushing on at the front of this one. Maximus Shields, in fact, closing in to within a second now of Lucas, with quicker than Lucas on the previous 2 laps as well. So that gap closing in. Whatever they've changed on the 43 as a setup tweak for this particular heat isn't working quite as well as it has gone in the other 2. But, Shields still managing to close in. In fact, you can see the gap visibly closing now between the 2 of them. So Bean and Jennings still go at it for what is now 5th place on the road. Final lap board is out. And almost identical lap times that time round for Lucas and Shields. I think Lucas pulled it out a little bit towards the end of the lap. But, Shields did look to be closing in, certainly through the first 2/3 of it. George Ludwell looking very comfortable in 3rd place as well. And Lennon French likewise in 4th now, has managed to gap Danny Bean and Brandon Jennings. I don't think that one's quite over yet. Brandon Jennings has a look to the inside at Lennon French. On Danny Bean, my apologies, into South Bank corner. Can't get the move completed. It's going to be As You Were, I think, heading out, and it is. And it's also a victory once again for Connor Lucas in Heat 3, followed by Maximus Shields in 2nd place. George Ludwell takes victory in the Clubman class in 3rd. Lennon French in 4th. Danny Bean comes over the line in 6th from Brandon Jennings. Then it's Sophie Pawsey. Joseph Williamson had a good recovery drive up to P8 in the end. And Matthew Hauschby in 9th. Peter Stott in 10th. Ike Needham in 11th. Isaac Duff 12th. Kyle Burns, James Kay and Tyler McKenzie. The 15 runners in the end that we had.
Who were we missing? I'll figure it out. During the lunch, we'll figure it out and we'll come
so
back.
That brings us to our lunch break as well. And we will be back with you very shortly, I'm sure, around about half an hour's time. Please stay with us. Like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and please keep your comments coming in on YouTube as well. We will, once we're back from lunch break, we'll read them out. So let us know who you're following, who you're supporting, and any other joyful comments, as well as Ike Needham just comes in front of the commentary box with a full lockup and a nice rear end slide, smoke pouring off the tyres. Classy. Stylish rather than classy. Anyway, lunch break commences. We shall see you back here shortly. Hello and welcome back to the stream here for our finals, our finals of the season here at Teesside in 2024. Our Bambinos are already making their way towards the grid, and as you can see from our lovely long shot from South Bank corner there, that it has indeed clouded over significantly here at Teesside. I wouldn't quite go so far as to say that they're rain clouds just yet. We've probably got about an hour and 3/4 or so until we start to potentially see some drops of rain.
Which means we need to
crack
on with this and then the presentation too.
Yes, and I think we will be fairly sprinting from here in the commentary box towards the presentation area and get them done as quick as we can before the rain hits. So if you are hanging about today, please come along to the awards and trophy presentation.
In particular, because we have a driver of the day and a commentator's choice, so it could go to anybody.
So even if you haven't won a trophy,
yes,
you may get
and
one.
More often than not, it does go to a driver that's not inside the top 3.
In fact, almost universally,
yes,
that is the case. So yeah, please come along to the presentation, which will be happening pretty quickly, I would imagine, after the Senior Pro Kart final.
So Jenson O'Connor goes off pole position, despite not having a heat victory, but he's been really consistent in the top 3 places. So he will go off the pole position berth. Sullivan Crawford, who's had 2 heat victories but a spin that dropped him well down the order, will start second. Verity Crawford and Abel Hutton on row number 2. Archie Mostyn and Calais Tennant on row 3. Oliver Bullock, Aston Wilson and Edward Charlton complete your 9-kart Coma Bambino grid here at Teesside. It's the first of 6 finals. Green is up in the air, green is down, Coma Bambino is away as Sullivan Crawford draws across to edge his way in front of the 20 of Verity, but it's Jenson O'Connor who will lead us round the national loop for the first time. In front of Sullivan Crawford, Verity Crawford, and then Abel Hutton in 4th place. It's Archie Mostyn in P5 with Calais Tennant, Oliver Bullock, Aston Wilson and Edward Charlton.
Yeah, as they head down the back straight for the first time, Jenson O'Connor getting good drive out of hairpin 2, but not as good as Sullivan Crawford, who pulls alongside, and Abel Hutton and Verity Crawford now, as they all steam past Jenson O'Connor. It looked like he got great drive out of that corner, and then he's now being overtaken by Archie Mostyn as well. So O'Connor 1st to 5th in essentially 1 corner and a straight.
Tough break for Jenson O'Connor, but still plenty of time for him to recover in this race. And on a number of occasions, we've seen that number 26 kart just get stronger throughout the race. So still plenty of time for O'Connor in the 26 to come back into things. But at the moment, the top 3 are breaking away with Sullivan Crawford a few kart lengths clear of Abel Hutton and Verity Crawford.
Yeah, it's just broken up slightly. The front 3 have moved away as O'Connor gets dispatched another place by, I think that was Calais Tennant overtaking. Just caught it. In fact, it was Oliver Bullock moving past Jenson O'Connor. So O'Connor now down into 6th place. And Calais Tennant then thought about a move on O'Connor as well into hairpin 3 and then runs very wide. And that allows Aston Wilson to get a run at Calais Tennant as they come out of hairpin 4. They're side by side but slot back into line as they were. Tennant still in front of Wilson.
So Sullivan Crawford has a gap of 0.3 of a second at the front here from Abel Hutton.
Verity Crawford dropped off the front 2 slightly on that lap and is now in the clutches of Archie Mostyn and Oliver Bullock, who's having a good showing here in the final, able to go with this group at the front. It's the strongest showing we've seen from Oliver Bullock here today for some time.
Yeah, there's been a A little bit of an anomaly as Oliver Bullock, 'cause we've seen him here on occasion be sensational.
Yeah, earlier on in the year he was right up there, wasn't he? And then just sort of tailed away a bit.
He struggles a little bit with his height. We've mentioned it before about him being the tallest Bambino in the world, Oliver Bullock.
Well, you can see as they come down through that shot, you can see the difference between Oliver Bullock and Archie Mostyn. You literally can see over the top of Mostyn's helmet.
But he is still, I think he's only 6 or has only just turned 7. So, obviously you're limited on age in which classes that you can take part in.
What he needs to do is go over the curbs on the wiggles a few times and compress his spine a bit.
That's not advised.
Yes, definitely don't try that at home.
But he has drawn alongside Archie Mostyn down the back straight. You can see them in the background as Verity Crawford is defending position from Archie Mostyn, who's tried to go around the outside. He's going to find himself high and dry, and Bullock's going to do them both as Verity Crawford concentrated on defending off Archie Mostyn. Oliver Bullock is through and into 3rd place.
Oh, that was tight as well from Archie Mostyn into hairpin 4. So Bullock now into 3rd in front of Verity Crawford. Jensen O'Connor now back up to 5th. Calais Tennant 6th, Mostyn 7th, Wilson 8th, and Charlton in 9th. And again, Aston Wilson able to go with this front group as well. Yeah, he's very good to see.
Yeah, he's not. When he was here at I think round 7 a month ago, he was with that sort of front 4 at the time, wasn't he? There was 4 of them breaking away. Has struggled throughout this race day today to stay with the pack on a regular basis, but is with them now in this final when it matters the most. And Calais Tennant now with a move, I think, down the inside of Jensen O'Connor. O'Connor has the door firmly closed.
And Verity Crawford seemingly struggling at the moment.
And very defensive as well.
Yeah, trying to hold off those behind, which is not what we've seen from the first... well, what have we seen now? Seven races here this weekend.
Yes.
And Verity Crawford has been strong in all of them, but struggling in this one at the moment.
At the moment is in 4th place and backing up Jensen O'Connor, Calais Tennant, Archie Mostyn and Aston Wilson. There's a train of 5 with Oliver Bullock. Maybe one that we wouldn't have felt was going to be on the podium. Here from the back, down the inside comes Calais Tennant as Verity Crawford was weaving across the track to try and keep Jensen O'Connor behind. Probably not the most advised move in the world.
No, and it's O'Connor lost 2 places because of that, and then Crawford lost 1 in the process. So Calais Tennant now in front of Crawford, and Archie Mostyn has overtaken O'Connor in the process of that as well. So Verity Crawford just needs to kind of keep the wheel straight, I think, is probably the best way to put it. As Mostyn, beautiful move at the D chicane on Verity Crawford. Full send around the outside, on the inside for the left-hander. Got the move completed in enough time to then tuck back in on the normal racing line through the national loop. And now goes to work on Calais Tennant. Does Mostyn. Crawford dropping back through the pack now like a stone. Not the best of finals for her by any means, which is a real shame for Verity Crawford after having such a strong couple of days. As Hutton and Sullivan Crawford are now fighting it out through hairpins 3 and 4, and Sullivan Crawford able to hold off Abel Hutton for the time being at the front of this one.
Verity Crawford drawing alongside Archie Mostyn as they come up towards the timing line. She was alongside, but the right-hand side, the shorter route round the corner. We are at 40 seconds on the clock. I think we might see the last lap board next time round, Tom.
I think you might be right, yeah.
Could well be tight. We have had some 59s, particularly earlier on, with as Sullivan Crawford gets some snap oversteer on the outside of hairpin 2, and through goes Abel Hutton to lead this final. And this definitely will be the penultimate lap. The timer is down to 10 seconds, and they're still coming round South Bank.
Yeah, Sullivan Crawford had to have a full lift coming out of hairpin 2. Slowed the momentum so much that Abel Hutton was just able to drive clean past. But Sullivan Crawford now holding some speed. But looks like his rear bumper's a little bit loose as well. Is it just me? As he goes over the bump, it sort of wobbles around a little bit. I don't think it's loose as in it's hanging off, but it's certainly moving around.
Crawford has closed back up, though, through the D chicane onto the back of Abel Hutton. They head through the chicane for the final time in Coma Bambino 2024. Abel Hutton already has his name on second place in the championship. Down the inside goes Sullivan Crawford. Abel Hutton takes the car park route all the way round the outside of Sullivan Crawford, retakes second place. And Abel Hutton, who's battled hard for this championship all throughout the year, which was won yesterday by Tommy Burgoyne, the S-plate, as they head round hairpin 3 now for the final time.
I thought it was going to be a big dive up the inside for Sullivan Crawford. He had about 3 thinks about it and then opted not to, and Abel Hutton will come across the line and take victory here in the Bambino final. Oliver Bullock takes 3rd place, absolutely over the moon with that one is Oliver Bullock. Calais Tennant finishes 4th, Verity Crawford 5th. Archie Mostyn comes across the line in 6th with Aston Wilson 7th. Then Jensen O'Connor in 8th. And Edward Charlton comes across the line now in 9th place.
I love Oliver Bullock's enthusiasm. I've seen him before celebrate like 7ths and stuff. He just loves his racing.
He does. And that's what we love.
Brilliant.
We love to see it.
But today he's going to take 3rd place home. Abel Hutton wins from Sullivan Crawford and Oliver Bullock. That's your top 3 and your podium in Coma C50 Bambino. 1 down, 5 more to go. If round number 9, the culmination of the 2024 NRG Karting Teesside Owner Sprint Series.
Culmination. Can't help myself. I hear that word and I just have to say it.
And that's why I said it. 'Cause you So here's your grid then for the next race of the day. Honda 200 Cadet Final. Margaris Kvetskis will start on pole position. Tom Nichols alongside with Luka Bachuev and Archie Cannon on row number 2. Noah Clark starts 5th. Aaron Berridge for company with Hugo McCluskey and Ashton Horsepool in front of Ollie Crumpton and Dexter Petty. Ollie Carter starts 11th. The departing champion from 2023, Joshua Sullivan, starts in P12 with Layla Berryman and Daniel Ziad in P14. Then it's Francesco Di Caro and Sam Dixon. Jensen Whitehead and Pierce Whitehead are on row 9. Sebastian McCarthy should be starting 19th, but he won't be taking part in the final. An injury sustained in qualifying. Too much for the young man in the 56. He'll sit this one out and watch from the bank. Morgan Cooney starts in P20. 21st will be Tristan Gilfillan with Albie Cam alongside him. Robin Ashton and Jake Gibbon. Harry Scrafton and Jacob McDonald in front of the 36 of Andrew McCrossan.
So that is your grid for Honda Cadets. We're just waiting on them being given a green flag off the dummy grid. So we'll, I think we'll take a moment just to appreciate what's happened this season, David. What do you think?
It's been a superb season for the overall. You know, we've had great racing across all classes. Some classes have really taken us by surprise as well, particularly Coma Bambino. The last couple of rounds have been a great battle. Most of all, I am looking forward to Junior Rotax, Tom. That's going to be an incredibly tight battle. We've got a 2-horse race now after a removal from the standings for a technical infringement for Max Wilkinson in heat number 3. It means it's going to be a straight shootout between Joseph Yao and Oscar War.
Yeah, Max Wilkinson came into it with, I think he was second in the championship coming into the day, but a retirement from Heat 1 and a disqualification from Heat 3 has now ruled him out of certainly a victory in the championship. Could, of course, become runner-up in the championship, depending on if results go that particular way. But we don't think that Max Wilkinson can catch Joseph Yao. No. So it's just a question of where Oscar War finishes in relation to Wilkinson in the final.
This Honda Cadet one has already been wrapped up. Max Taddy wrapped up the championship inside the first 7 rounds. He's not here this weekend. But what we do have is a 4-way battle for second place in the championship. After yesterday, Sullivan came into this with a 1-point lead over Hugo McCluskey. His retirement in heat number 1 drops him to 5th in the standings ahead of this final. Hugo McCluskey, Luka Bachuev and Aaron Berridge are the other 3 drivers that can take 2nd or 3rd in this championship. To coin a phrase that I've used many times before, Tom, it's tighter than a submarine door.
Indeed. It's going to be a good one to try and work out at the end of this race who's actually finished 2nd in the championship. It's we've got no idea of the permutations. It's that complicated at the moment with so many drivers. 4 drivers able to take 2nd place in the championship. To be quite honest, we haven't bothered.
Well, there's no point, is there?
It'd take too much and take too long to work out. We have done it for Junior Rotax, and we'll bring you that once their final is rolling out and underway. We'll bring you the permutations of who needs to do what. But for Honda Cadet, 2nd in the championship, still very much up for grabs.
Yeah, penalty applied in heat number 3 for Aaron Berridge for the incident with Luka Bachuev into hairpin number 4, drops him a few grid spots, I think, for the final. I think we would have maybe seen him inside the top 5, but he does indeed start 6th on the outside of row number 3. It's been a tough day for some of our for some of our championship protagonists. Berridge, you had a good day yesterday with heat wins and 2nd. McCluskey had a spin. Sullivan had a spin, as did Bachuev yesterday. There was incidents for all of them. So it's been a tough one to keep track of, this one. But we've got 10 more minutes plus 1 lap to figure it out. Green flag in hand. Margaris Kvetskis on the inside. Nichols on the outside. We're away and racing. Good start from Bachuev. He's got into 2nd place off 3rd.
Yeah,
so
Nichols
it's
didn't
a great start by Luka Bachuev. He slots into 2nd place as Ashton Horsepool decides he's going to take the wider route and slots back in just behind Aaron Berridge as they run up towards hairpin number 1 for the first time.
Yeah, Nichols didn't get off the line well at all. Was a bit slow to react, and that's allowed Bachuev through into 2nd place. It's also allowed Archie Cannon into 4th place as well. Not because of Nichols' start, of course, but Archie Cannon is now into 4th. It looks like Clark's dropping back down the order. I think he's about 7th at the moment.
He's
for
behind
Noah
Horsepool, isn't he? Yes, that's correct. P7 for Horsepool, just in front of Hugo McCluskey. Solid start for Sullivan off P12. Tom, he's going to cross the line in P9, is it? P8. Let's have a quick look, because the timing on these...
There it goes. P9 it is, just in front of Dexter Petty. Kvetskis still leading this one, but coming under increasing pressure from Luka Bachuev. And Archie Cannon now putting a move on Tom Nichols down the back straight, through hairpin 2 down the back straight. And it looks like, who is that? That is Aaron Berridge. Yes, indeed. Aaron Berridge trying to take 2 in 1 as they chop and change in terms of line heading into South Bank Corner. And it's just Tom Nichols that Berridge gets in the end. Couldn't find a way past Archie Cannon as the door was very firmly shut in his face.
That's Hugo McCluskey sliding his 0-4 machine down the inside of the 144 of Noah Clark. Moves him up into 7th place for Hugo McCluskey. So this first 2 minutes of this 10-minute plus 1 lap Honda final.
Yeah, Kvetskis and Bachuev have gapped 3rd and 4th now with them changing positions. But Berridge giving Cannon the big shove down the back straight.
So much top end in that 122.
He really pushed Archie Cannon along there. Was very happy to work with at the moment to try and close this gap. That's what Berridge needs to do anyway. So smart thinking, smart driving from Aaron Berridge, working with Archie Cannon, and the gap is closing to that front two because of it. Luka Bachuev, I'm sure, is absolutely flat out, but he needs to be bumping along Margaris Kvetskis if they're going to move away at the front.
Well, yeah, he doesn't necessarily need a win. He just needs to be the highest really placed of Berridge, Sullivan, McCluskey, and in order to cement his place inside the top three. So for me at the minute, just use Kvetskis to push away.
And you can see Berridge again into the back of Archie Cannon just to try and move him back towards again Luka Bachuev. Right at the end of the straight, you just saw Archie Cannon's head move back slightly as Berridge went into and pushed along. And now that gap is nothing. And Luka Bachuev having a look behind as well, feeling the pressure, and that's actually allowed a small gap of about a kart length to Kvetskis now. Cannon looked pretty racy on Bachuev through the national loop. Couldn't find a way through. He's going to try it at hairpin one, though.
He is indeed. He's down the inside.
And ran him right out to the edge of the track as well. Finished that move off, did Archie Cannon.
Yeah, Bachuev's asked for a push from Aaron Berridge, and Berridge duly obliges as he helps him round.
Still got Nichols and Horsepool and McCluskey in that group. Sullivan now distanced slightly, but he's going to have to work hard to bridge that gap. Yes. Noah Clark in behind now, so Sullivan has passed Clark, and he's going to need some help from Clark to bridge that gap. Yes, it's difficult to do it solo.
Fallen away off the back of Hugo McCluskey the last couple of laps.
Bachuev's just lost a couple of positions through the national loop. Berridge and Nichols both came through.
Yeah, so Bachuev down into 5th place, McCluskey in 7th. As we mentioned, the two behind haven't been close.
And Archie Cannon's gone for the lead.
He has gone for the lead. And Berridge is through as well on Kvetskis. And here comes Nichols. Kvetskis could drop 3. Nichols is down the inside. Nichols squeezing Kvetskis to the inside. And then Kvetskis giving it him back with a bit of side pod as they come through over the timing line. Nichols and Bachuev are side by side. Bachuev re-emerges in P4. Nichols down to 5.
Yeah, Berridge now doing, taking a couple of places on, or 3, I think, places in that lap in total. And now he's taking the lead at hairpin 1 as he passes Archie Cannon. So, Aaron Berridge is doing absolutely everything possible to take 2nd place in the championship. If he wins the race, he can't do any more than that. It's all down to where the others finish.
Can't do any more at all, Tom. He's flying through. Is Aaron Berridge started this race in 6th place with Archie Cannon behind him, Margaris Kvetskis and Luka Bachuev. Then it's Tom Nichols, Ashton Horsepool, Hugo McCluskey, Sullivan and Clark are back in the mix as well now.
Yeah, they are. They have bridged that gap due to the fighting at the front. They're now a group of 9 it is now, in fact, all the way back to Clark. The next one in the train is Dexter Petty. He's in a race of 1 at the moment. Sort of a bit no man's land. And then there's a group of 2, which is Ollie Crumpton and Daniel Zayad. And then there's a big train of 7 that goes all the way down to Albie Cam.
Down the inside for the lead goes the S-plate of Archie Cannon into the right-hander of hairpin number 3. Takes the lead from Aaron Berridge.
Berridge got good drive between 3 and 4 and ended up pushing Cannon out of the corner and then pushes him down the straight and through the D chicane as well. So Berridge with good speed still in hand. It's just going to be a case of everybody getting in front of Berridge so that he can't now break away.
And then Berridge with a nose down the inside of Cannon. That's opened the door for Kvetskis to come back on Aaron Berridge. And then there's contact between Berridge and Tom Nichols as they all come to the inside. And now the train of karts down that back straight is going to leave Hugo McCluskey high and dry. There's a contact warning for Margaris Kvetskis as wide goes Ashton Horsepool as well.
McCluskey got into the back of Sullivan.
They're all squabbling here.
And eventually they're going to get themselves into some sort of order as they come out of hairpin 4, and we'll bring it to you as they come over the line. It is Cannon, now from Bachuev, from Kvetskis, Nichols, Berridge, Sullivan, Horsepool and McCluskey. The only one who stayed in position that time around, Noah Clark.
Yeah, Cannon and Kvetskis as well, first and third, as Berridge comes back down the inside of Tom Nichols at hairpin number 1. Train of karts. This is Honda Cadet racing at its best. Fixed gearing, seeing a train of 8 karts, nose to tail, chopping and changing, not lap on lap, but corner on corner for our Honda Cadets. And you can see just the amount of people on the bank, the families watching this. Sullivan down the inside of Nichols at hairpin 4. Through comes the 13. And up into 5th place from P12 at the start of this race.
Yeah, good recovery drive once again from Sullivan. We've seen it a few times this weekend, unfortunately for him. But now up into 5th as Bachuev sends one down the inside of Archie Cannon and takes the lead away. That's going to bring that group. Once again, there was a bit of a gap opened up between 4th and 5th. And that's going to bring them back into play once again, I'm sure of it. So it's Bachuev now from Cannon. Kvetski's still there, as is Berridge, who's now going side by side with Kvetskis out of 3 into 4.
Yeah.
And still side by side as they come out of 4, and then they finally tuck back into line, and that has now bridged the gap between 4th and 5th. Sullivan and Nichols still right there, as is Horspool, McCluskey and Clark. There goes Cannon, still leading now, and you can see how close they all are. Noah Clark just doesn't seem to have the car underneath him that he needs at the moment to be able to hang on. He went a bit wide at hairpin 1, hasn't been able to make a move on anyone in this group so far. As Bachuev looked to put a nose down the inside of Archie Cannon and decided against it.
There's Berridge, though, making the move on Margaris Kvetskis into hairpin number 3, and through comes Berridge, and there's contact between the two of them, between Kvetskis, and Sullivan's going to come through for P3 from 5. And yesterday, there was drivers taking advantage. Yesterday, Archie Cannon came through and took advantage of other drivers squabbling. On this occasion, it is Sullivan who takes advantage of Aaron Berridge and Margaret Kvetskis coming together through the dogleg and the kink. The top 2 now. Luka Bachuev just quickly
urging
forward. Urging
Cannon. Look at him. He's like, look where they are. Just go.
Lap and a half to go in Honda Cadet. The best ticket in town is here at Teesside Autodrome in this Honda Cadet. Cannon leads from Luka Bachuev. Sullivan in 3rd. Kvetskis is back up into 4th place. Now it's Nichols in front of Berridge. Wow.
Yeah, Archie Cannon is he's going a bit defensive, and Luka Bachuev is still urging him on to just keep driving forward. We'll sort it out in the last half of the lap. As there they go through hairpin 1 and hairpin 2 for the final time. Archie Cannon feeling the need still to go defensive. Bachuev drew alongside briefly, but ran into the back of Archie Cannon in the end. That's going to stop some momentum. It might even allow the train to catch up. I don't think they're quite going to be there.
2 corners to go, really.
Pick a winner out of this lot. Here we go. There goes Bachuev down side by side with Cannon. Cannon's going to have the inside line for the final corner. David, take us over the line.
Archie Cannon leads us out. We've got yellow flags further down the order. Cannon wins it from Bachuev and Sullivan. Kvetskis, Berridge in 5. McCluskey in 6. Nichols, in 5. It was Berridge. The timing update's late. Berridge, McCluskey, Horspool, Clark, then Nichols, and then Dexter Petty comes through in P10. Daniel Zayed, Francesco Di Caro and Jensen Whitehead, Ollie Crumpton, Pierce Whitehead, Ollie Carter, Layla Berryman and Albie Cam in front of Jake Gibbon. Sam Dixon and Jake Gibbon to complete your top 20.
Wow. Whew. I needed a moment there. I don't know about you. I needed a moment to just catch my breath after that one. That was pretty intense towards the end of Honda Cadet.
Your championship permutations after that, results provisional until post-scrutineering, sees Luka Bachuev snatch 2nd place in the championship. Hugo McCluskey will be in 3rd place in the standings in front of Sullivan and Berridge. who are split by only a single point.
9 point.
9 points, Tom, split second to fifth in Honda Cadet. Behind
over a whole season, which in a heat is 9 positions. Just to put that in perspective. 9 positions. That's, yeah, insanely close. And it just shows what a strong field of competitors we have here in Honda Cadet. How level that playing field is as well. Congratulations to everybody this season who has taken part in Honda Cadet, because that has been, as David described it in commentary, the best ticket in town. Very good words, David. I like that. And we will very swiftly, unfortunately, have to move on to our Inters and Rotax. Not unfortunately that we have to move on, but unfortunately that we have to curtail our praise for the series.
Just quickly, Tom, as that brings an end, obviously, to my lad's career in Honda Cadet. We've made some wonderful friends along the way. That paddock in Honda, so helpful, so friendly, so nice. All the kids get on. You know, they spend hours off the track with each other. They spend hours on the Xbox, you know, and on PlayStations and things like that, talking to each other when they're not at tracks. It is such a friendly grid. We've made so many friends along the way that we'll keep when we move into different classes and they move into classes. A personal thank you to everybody in Honda. It really is the nicest environment, and I'm going to miss it massively.
So our grid for the Inter Max final is going to be Red Lind going off pole position from Buddy Hugo, Joey Swan, Grayson Crawford, and then Layla Bell, and they are just about to get underway. Then we've got the Honda R200s. It's going to be headed by Rocco Geraghty from Toby Turner, then Edward Rye, Peter Webster, Matthew Plant, Harry Pennington, Daniel Hulson, William Clare, and we are underway and racing in Inters already, and Red Lind is going to lead us around the national loop from Buddy Hugo, and then it's going to be Joey Swan in third place. Is it? Yes, it is. But Buddy Hugo side by side with Red Lind through hairpin 2. Going to try and switch back down the back straight. Gets the power down early.
Here comes Honda, and it's a good start from the outside run by Toby Turner as he sweeps around the outside of Rocco Geraghty. Edward Rice slots up in second place. Matthew Plant third. Geraghty drops down into P4 in front of Peter Webster, who's then attacked by Harry Pennington's number 22. William Clare and Daniel Hulse complete your grid.
So over the line for the first time, Red Lind leading the way in Inters from Buddy Hugo, who's been hounding Lind all the way around that opening lap. Joey Swan likewise on Buddy Hugo as well. The front three now moving away from Crawford and Bell in fourth and fifth. And Joey Swan with a long look behind over the shoulder. You just saw it on screen there as they realise that they're pulling away now from Crawford and Bell. And it's going to be a fight for the victory and the overall podium between these three, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen both Red Lind as he goes wide there out onto the rumble strip and then immediately looks over his shoulder back at Buddy Hugo. All three of these have really had the pace as Buddy Hugo noses down the inside, I think, of Red Lind. Red Lind holds firm. Super late on the brakes, aren't they, these Inters? And for such a small car, it looks even later on the brakes than what the Junior and Senior Rotaxes are because the speed of them. As here comes Joey Swan down the inside of Buddy Hugo. It's for second place.
Yeah, nice move down the back straight. It scrubbed a bit of speed off through hairpin 3 and allowed him a better line through 4, and we'll go to work on Red Lind next on the list for Joey Swan. Where are we in Inters? Edward Rye taking the lead from Rocco Geraghty. Toby Turner and Matthew Plant being demoted a couple of places on that previous lap. We're looking at the front fight for the Inters at the moment, as we have been since the start of the race.
Yep.
And we're going to keep an eye on what Joey Swan can do in terms of taking the lead away from Red Lind. Once again, just to clarify, the camera that's on South Bank is pretty dark, it seems. It makes the track look like it's almost night time, and we should have the lights on here at the track. I can assure you it's nowhere near that dark at the moment, as you can see from the other cameras. It's just the South Bank one light. There we go. Is a bit dim. Oh, there we go. Someone's flicked a button and heard me and flicked a button.
The camera took offence to you calling it dim. Here is Daniel Horse making a move on William Clare down the back straight towards South Bank. Clare's going to try and stick that one out round the outside. And then Daniel Horse is finally through. Yeah, loads better colouring now on this one.
Yep.
So William Clare tries to dive back through. To slot back in behind the 53 of Daniel Horse. Yeah, this time for the final, the Hondas were a lot further away off the back of the Inters than they were in heat number 1, or sorry, heat 3, sorry, where the field was a lot closer, which means that the Inters are definitely going to catch the Honda R200s.
Yeah, they're going to catch William Clare and Daniel Horse probably in the next couple of laps, I think. So there's still quite a way to go in this one as well. We've just gone over half distance. And, Joey Swan still trying to get onto the back of Red Lind and washes out wide. He's got a bit of aero effect there almost on the front end of Joey Swan's car. Mid corner through South Bank just developed a huge amount of understeer.
Yeah, just washed out, didn't he, with the... It's not like you get dirty air in the same way that you do in Formula 1, where you've got like flicks off the back of karts and things like that. But yeah, definitely seems to have a little bit of a washout, understeer on the front side. The leaders are going to catch up here to the 31 of William Clare down the back straight. They should both find their way through comfortably before South Bank. Clare just holds his line on the outside and then tries to slot across just to take his normal racing line, but also finds that Joey Swan is there. Buddy Hugo will need to find a way through if he's got aspirations of going with this duo. But is getting caught up and he can't find a way through cleanly. Mentioned it before. It's not the 31's job to get out of the way. It is the faster kart's job to find a way through. We don't deviate from lines. That's because karts move very, very quickly if you just jack the wheel to one side. So what you don't want is any unexpected surprises. When the
that was very nicely done from Daniel Holst, though. Realised that Red Lind was coming and...
didn't lose him much time either, did he? Just went offline, let them through, tucked back in, away you go.
Yeah. So Joey Swan, last couple of laps, has had that washout at South Bank corner, but managed to... hold it a bit tighter this time around, and that's allowed him right back onto the rear end again of Red Lind as they come over the line one more time. Still 4 minutes to go here.
Yeah, got loads of time left here, and let's see whether Joey Swan has got anything at the end of this race. May well have gone lower on pressure to see he's got something towards the end of this race, as they are noticeably closer heading down that back straight, and he is in the slipstream now. He's going to be dragged along as Lind has a look over the shoulder. Swan not close enough for that move that we normally see, which is as soon as they finish looking over the shoulder, you dive straight out and go down the inside of them and catch them by surprise.
Yeah, and Swan did wash out again that time through South Bank corners. They're going to come up onto the lap traffic of Harry Pennington, of course, running in the Honda R200 class as well. So not lap trafficking into. This is the separate split grid that we're running. Looks like Red Lind's going to do exactly what he did before and does, and then Joey Swan follows him through immediately as well.
In front of them, you've got a battle going on for fourth place in Honda R200. Peter Webster down the inside of Toby Turner at hairpin number 2. We just caught that in the background with a very good calculated move. And this will be the problem in due course for Lind and Swan, because so far they've been coming up on lap traffic on their own that aren't in scraps, that aren't preoccupied with chasing or battling with another kart. And now they are going to be catching up to drivers that are preoccupied with catching other karts and that are going to be in their own battle. So we've got a bit of thinking to do, and we said this yesterday that it does help the drivers. I think in the long run, it helps them think. When they've got to catch up on that lap traffic, there is stuff to do. You'll go to some shorter tracks as well, where you'll have novices starting from the back that you will catch up on a regular basis, and you have to plan ahead as to when you feel you're going to catch that traffic. Here with a multi-class format, we've got karts of slightly differing speeds, so we'll see what happens. They are spread out a little bit more in Honda R200. Edward Rye currently leading from Rocco Geraghty and Matthew Plant in the number 5 Project 1 kart. Joins us every now and again, does Matthew Plant from Ranskill in Nottinghamshire. And he's currently on a provisional podium at the moment in the number 5.
Yeah, Edward Rye looks very comfortable at the front of this one. He's clear to the tune of 3.5 seconds to Rocco Geraghty. I think it'll be a bit more than that this time around as well.
Plant's
3.8.
Plant's taking a tenth a lap or so out of Rocco Geraghty, but we're down to 1 minute. That's 1 minute from when Red Lind crosses the line, as he is the overall race leader. They've found a way past Toby Turner, and it has opened up a little bit of a gap to Red Lind and Joey Swan. And here comes Lind down the inside of Peter Webster, and Webster's going to slot back in to the line. Now, round South Bank, there isn't really a lot of speed difference. It's on the acceleration and a little bit on the brakes in these Intermax. Being a 2-stroke engine, they do power out of the corner quicker than a 4-stroke that sort of needs that to get going. But now, as they go through the single file D chicane, and Red Lind helps his way past Matthew Plant with a hearty little nudge into the rear to ease Matthew Plant's number 5 machine slightly wide. Plant won't really want that, and Swan tries to move down the inside of Lind, and they're both sideways, and the battle for the lead is all but over. Red Lind rides it out. Joey Swan has fallen behind Matthew Plant, who is now under pressure from Peter Webster for the final step on the podium, because Plant had to deviate from his normal line to go all the way around the outside. Contact warning for Joey Swan, but it's also, he's not going to know about it because we're telling everybody at the same time it's the last lap. Peter Webster waves Joey Swan back through, and he's going to hope now that he can sort of tag onto the back of Swan, use a little bit of slipstream, drag himself back onto Matthew Plant in 3rd place.
Yeah, that was unfortunate from Swan. He tagged the rear end of Red Lind with an ambitious move, I think it's safe to say, at hairpin 2. Didn't look like that was ever going to come off, and in fact didn't. And fortunately for Red Lind, it was Swan only who was affected by that in terms of the Intermax class anyway. So a half spin, but coming over the line now to take the checker flag is going to be Red Lind. Victory here in round number 9 at Teesside, to go with victory at round 8 as well. So double victory on the doubleheader weekend for Red Lind in the Intermax class. Joey Swan eventually takes 2nd place, a 2.5 back it. But that was all it cost him, really. It was a 2.5, or sorry, 2.8 now that the... Oh, no, that is a 2.5. Sorry. Yeah. Just waiting for the timing to update. My apologies. So a 2.5 back for Joey Swan. Buddy Hugo then 2.8 behind in total in 3rd place. Then it was Grayson Crawford and Layla Bell.
Edward Rye still hasn't taken the checkered flag yet, except the fact that all the other Hondas have. So he's definitely the winner, and will come through to take the checkered flag as the only one not overtaken by the Inters on the way through. Red Lind takes the overall victory. Rocco Geraghty is 2nd. Matthew Plant also goes to the podium in Honda R200. So it's Lind, Swan and Hugo in Intermax. It's Rye, Geraghty and Plant in Honda R200. Right, Tom.
Okay, so we've got Rotax, Junior Rotax final, Junior Rotax Championship decider.
Here we go.
So
I will run you through the grid, and then Tom will run you through the championship permutations. I'll mention the 2 that are involved in a few moments' time. Jared Fox-Whiteley, despite a penalty for a jump start in Heat 3, still held on to his victory, having opened up a gap of 5.1 seconds. His 5-second penalty still means that he will start with a maximum points haul off P1. Amy Peacock will join him alongside on the front row. Riley Sims-Ezard starts a final in the highest position he has at Teesside in P3. Oscar War, the first of the championship protagonists, goes off the outside of row number 2. Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Joseph Mills on row 3. Then it's Joseph Yao. He's the other one to keep an eye out for in the championship in the 8. He starts 7th on the inside of Freddie Witherington. It's Samuel Yeadon in 9th, Sam Robson in 10th, in front of Jake Grufferty and Jacob Carnes. William Howard starts 13th. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who's had a tough day, starts 14th. Oliver O'Donovan and Ava Reynolds on row 8. Evelyn Bye and Max Wilkinson, row 9, with Holly Swan and Piers Whitehead completing your juniors in front of Ben Horner, the first of the seniors, on pole with a maximum points haul, with Bradley Heath, Paul Swan and Joseph Johnson.
Right, so to run you through the championship permutations very, very quickly, as we're going to have a false start.
Oh, if I'd have known, I'd have gone slower with me grid.
So we're going to have a false start and they're going to go around again. So, your championship protagonists are Oscar War, starting P4, Joseph Yao starting P7, and Max Wilkinson starting P8. However, Max Wilkinson cannot win the championship. He can only finish second based on where Oscar War finishes.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
We'll carry it out through the race.
How the championship overall can be decided is Joseph Yao needs 5th place if Oscar War takes victory. If Oscar War can only finish second, Joseph Yao only needs to finish 9th. If Oscar War finishes 3rd, Joseph Yao needs to just be inside the top 10. So Joseph Yao just needs to aim for 5th place or better, and he will secure a championship regardless of where Oscar War finishes. That's got to be the target. Yeah, I've done all that.
No, that if he finishes 3rd, he's got to be 13th.
Oh, it's 13th,
yeah.
Is it? Oh, right, okay. So it's sorry, my apologies. Then that was I put it in your spreadsheet and it came out wrong.
Oh,
maybe it was me.
Probably.
That's because I can't work your spreadsheet. Where's Peter Webb? Peter Webster, where are you when I need you?
Get the.
Right, we're going to get going. Poor start from the outside of the grid from Amy Peacock as Fox-Whiteley leads his round and Riley Sims-Ezard slots into 2nd place. Oscar Ward takes 3rd place. Joseph Yao currently 5th behind Elliot Dalton-Ayres. We've got the 22 of Jacob Carnes under investigation. Possible jump start, I would imagine, for that one. As Wilkinson, I think that was, going through.
Oh, we've got driver off in seniors on the outside of the first lap. And it's not, it's juniors, it's Samuel Yeadon in the 118. And he is already out of this race.
And we've got a yellow flag now over start-finish line that's going to negate all of the first, probably most of the first half of the lap.
Well, till they get past Yeadon at the national loop. So hairpin 1 is clear. 4 overtakes. War has fallen back behind Amy Peacock. Down into 4th place. Joseph Yao's going to dive down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres for P5.
We're just going to try and pull live timing up onto the screen so we can see. But Max Wilkinson seems to have had a heck of a start. He is up into the top 10, up 8 positions on the opening lap, and has moved inside the top 10. He got a great drive off hairpin 2, drove through clean past about 4 or 5 karts down the back straight, and is starting to move onto the back of Freddie Witherington now. So, Fox-Whiteley clear at the front of this one at the moment from Sims-Ezard. Then it's Amy Peacock. Oscar War holds on to 4th place with Dalton-Ayres 5th and Joseph Yao 6th. Mills 7th, Witherington 8th, Wilkinson 9th and Robson 10th. And as it stands at the moment, Joseph Yao is the champion-elect. All could change in the next few corners, though. Oscar War, 4th place, is that's going to put Yao needing about 14, 15, something like that, which he's well inside of.
Just a finish, I think, for Yao, where we're at the minute with Oscar War.
So Oscar War needs to catch and pass Peacock and Sims Ezard to be able to even put Yao under any kind of pressure.
Yeah, but he fell away by 4/10 on the previous lap as Peacock and Sims Ezard in front are just pushing at the moment. Whether Peacock decides to pop out of the slipstream, yes, she does on Riley Sims Ezard, but he kind of sees it coming and just drives around the outside, will slot back in behind Amy Peacock. That was a clean overtake and one that Riley Sims Ezard really didn't defend. But now
he was very willing to negotiate around South Bank, wasn't he?
Yes, very willing to negotiate, and also as well, this could help drag him away, you see, because now he's got a slipstream. If he feels that Peacock was a little bit faster, well, fair enough. Let's tag in, let's go. Let's try and break away from Oscar War, who's actually going to be squabbling very shortly, I think, with Elliot Dalton Ayres.
Well, we've seen this a lot with Amy Peacock. Once she hits clean air, very, very fast car, very fast driver. It's when there's somebody in front that there's a kind of a cork in the bottle effect. But once she hits clean air, she's very quick. So let's see what she can do in terms of potentially closing in on Fox Whiteley, who also we know is incredibly quick. 3 championships in 3 years in 3 different categories. Kind of tells you a bit of the pedigree of our leader of this current final.
Yeah, and with all due respect to Jared, and at a time when he probably wasn't anywhere near as good as he is now, he's developed even further beyond his championship win here this year. 3rd in the Motorsport UK British E-Plate at Warden Law last month was probably the highlight of his overall racing career so far, being on a podium in a Motorsport UK national event. Pole position earlier in the year as well for the first time at PFI Club for Jared Fox Whiteley. So a driver that is continuing to push. Speaking of pushing, Elliot Dalton Ayres and Joseph Yao, Tom, are pushing themselves onto the back of Oscar War for 4th place.
I'm wondering now how much Yao knows about his current positioning in the championship.
Well, you wouldn't let anybody know about anything, Tom, so it probably doesn't.
Well, I said it's up to them to work it out, and then we do it when the helmets are on.
You were full-on secret squirrel about it, but he's just got to keep his head down now as Joseph Yao keep Oscar War somewhere near his sights. And
he's going to know that he's in front of Oscar War, surely, in the championship at the moment. And so if that's the case, he only needs to follow him home. That would be the mentality, I would think, going into the race. Max Wilkinson, of course, could potentially move positions. I think it will be most likely that he will finish 3rd in the championship. But still, in and around the mix is Max Wilkinson. Just had a hellish day in the first heat and 3rd heat.
Yeah, he needed a win in this one, really, to stand any sort of chance of progressing. As Oscar War and Elliot Dalton Ayres are side by side. Dalton Ayres down the inside, puts him on the outside for Elliot Dalton Ayres. He slots back in. Joseph Yao is going to go for a move down the inside, which
playing it smart, Joseph Yao.
Suggests to me that he doesn't 100% know the permutation, but at the moment I would just...
I think he's just playing it smart, but I also think as well, after the yesterday and today that he's had, Joseph Yao, although today he's been far better than he had yesterday, just play it nice and cool, Trig.
Yes.
Don't fall through the bar.
No, not at all. Yeah. Should get my blue suit on for that, shouldn't I?
You're cramping my style, Trig. You're cramping my style. Anyway, moving on. Oscar War still holding off Dalton Ayres for 4th place in this one. Jared Fox Whiteley extremely comfortable at the front of this one from Amy Peacock, who has now pulled away from Riley Sims Ezard. Barring any issues, 5.5 minutes to go. Of course, we don't want any issues, but barring any issues, that's your podium set.
Oh, Ava Reynolds drops 3 places. An incident down at hairpin number 3. Saw the yellow flag come out very briefly as she was in a half spin. That's allowed O'Donovan, Swan and Howard up a place. And
Oscar War, sorry to come across you, David. Oscar War went very defensive into hairpin 1, did a switcheroo with Dalton Ayres through hairpin 2, and now that pack that includes Max Wilkinson and Sam Robson are now all as one. Oscar Ward just needs to go. Go. Get your head down and try and catch those in front. Defending from here is going to do your championship hopes no good whatsoever. I don't think Dalton Ayres is going to make it easy on him, though. That's the problem that he's got. Stick or twist for Oscar War.
The thing is here, if Oscar War finishes in 4th place, Joseph Yau's just got to be...
he's going to be past Elliot Dalton Ayres right there.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got to be anywhere inside like the top 18. So Joseph Yao asking Elliot Dalton Ayres to push him along. Elliot Dalton Ayres doesn't fancy it and slots straight back down the inside. Then Isabella Stansmore-Wilson tried to put the nose down the inside. And then Max Wilkinson there, Stansmore-Wilson. Yao here now. He's got to stick around because if one of the top 3 retire and hit a problem, he's got to be there or thereabouts, hasn't he? He can't just let everybody through and just stick in there, because if something happens to Fox Whiteley, Peacock or Sims Ezard, who are absolutely miles away at the moment as it stands, and down the inside of Yao goes Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. There's a contact warning for her.
I think that was for South Bank on the previous lap.
As Yao then slots in, you've got Max Wilkinson just behind, and then it looks like is that Joseph Mills and Sam Robson as well. Alex Forsyth was here yesterday in the same colours as Mills. He's not here today in the 89 machine. 3.5 minutes to go. Jared Fox Whiteley leads by 3 seconds. He's comfortable at the front. From Amy Peacock, Riley Sims Ezard, 5.5 seconds behind is this titanic scrap behind Oscar War, involving Elliot Dalton Ayres, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Joseph Yao, Max Wilkinson, Joseph Mills and Sam Robson. We are 4th down to 10th, battling it out here for 4th place.
Yeah, but as I said before, barring any issues, your podium now looks set fair. It's just the battle for 4th place that rages on, which of course involves all 3 championship protagonists in this group, currently being headed by Oscar War, who, despite finishing in front, won't claw back enough points to overhaul Joseph Yao as it stands. Max Wilkinson in behind Yao now as well. He's not going to be hanging around. He's going to want to make a move on Yao as soon as possible if he can. And then you've got Joseph Mills and Sam Robson.
Yao with a look over the shoulder back at Max Wilkinson. Wilkinson says, let's go forwards. Which is just got to keep his head in the game now. 2 minutes to go. Fox Whiteley is already heading through the chicanes in the number 1 machine. Our reigning champion, as down the inside goes Elliot Dalton Ayres of Oscar War. And War down into 5th place. And if he finishes in 5th, Joseph Yao is the champion already, because he's just got to get to half-race distance. And Stansmore-Wilson is down the inside of Oscar War as well. War is down to 6th place as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson goes through as well. Joseph Yao is just onto the back now of Oscar War. Now he's just got to ride shotgun for the remaining minute and a half plus 1 lap for Joseph Yao.
Yeah, he's just got to play it cool, just sit behind Oscar War now, and that is job done enough for Joseph Yao. It won't be a podium finish for any of our championship protagonists here today, but they have done enough over the course of a season to earn that championship podium positioning.
Great move there by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson down the inside of Elliot Dalton Ayres, and that could allow Oscar War through as well. Down the inside, Dalton Ayres is going to be wide round the outside. War is through. Down the inside is Elliot Dalton Ayres going to stick it out. It's not going to be close enough, and that could shuffle Joseph Yao back into the pack. It does indeed shuffle Joseph Yao back into the pack.
Yeah, Mills came through there.
Yao is down to...
I think it's 8th.
Yeah, it is
P8. Mills came through on Wilkinson and Yao on that lap. And Mills is up to 7th. Sam Robson still holding 10th.
Yeah, just looking at the front as well. Riley Sims Ezard has closed back in over the last couple of laps on Amy Peacock, who's closed the gap down from what was nearly 7/10 of a second. He's taking 10th or so a lap out of Peacock. Battle for second is not completely over yet. They cross the line with 10 seconds to go for the leader, Jared Fox Whiteley. 2 laps of the Teesside National Circuit. And it stands Mo Wilson in 4th, War in 5th, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Joseph Mills, your champion-elect, Joseph Yao in 8th place as it stands.
And Isabella Stansmore Wilson now moving away from Oscar War in 4th place. War still holding on to 5th from Dalton-Ayres and Mills, and then Yao, Wilkinson and Robson, the top 10. Final lap board goes out for 2024 in our Junior Rotax competition series championship. Jared Fox-Whiteley taking the final lap board with Amy Peacock in 3rd and Riley Sims-Ezard in very close company.
Then it's Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Oscar War and Elliot Dalton-Ayres in front of Joseph Mills, who's probably, I think this 7th could be his highest final finish for Joseph Mills, with Joseph Yao, Max Wilkinson and Sam Robson. We've got a move potentially incoming, I think, from Riley Sims-Ezard, but out of the final corner, a maximum points haul for Jared Fox-Whiteley. Victory on the Sunday here from Amy Peacock, and a first Junior Rotax podium at Teesside for Riley Sims-Ezard. Out of the final corner comes Stansmore Wilson, War, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, Joseph Mills, and your 2024 Junior Rotax champion is Joseph Yao.
Yes, 100%. Congratulations. Provisionally, of course, the results we will wait for final confirmation, hopefully before the end of the Senior Pro Kart final and the end of our stream as to the official results. But provisionally, yes, Joseph Yao, our 2024 Junior Rotax champion. Jared Fox-Whiteley, once again, a clean sweep of the weekend, all 3 heats and the final here. I say the weekend of today, taking victory. Amy Peacock, a brilliantly earned 2nd place, and Riley Sims-Ezard hounded her over the line so much that he gave her a big shove into the D chicane as the checkered flag went out, and a well-earned 1st podium for Riley Sims-Ezard. Joseph Yao and Max Wilkinson come over the line side by side as Joseph Mills and Oscar War then follow in as well. So our championship protagonists, as we said, and I think they'll probably be able to hear me down on the dummy grid and in the Parc Ferme and Weybridge area. We have Joseph Yao as our provisional 2024 Junior Rotax champion, followed by Oscar War in 2nd, Max Wilkinson in 3rd, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson will take 4th in the championship. So congratulations to all of those, and a brilliant final at the end, worthy of a great championship. Coming up next, already on to our next race, our penultimate, our vice race of the weekend.
And the one before that one was just the vice race of
the
weekend.
Our penultimate race of the weekend, Junior Pro Kart final. Reese Cranston goes off pole position from Liam Edmonds, with Ollie Clegg in 3rd, Grace Matthews in 4th, and Alana Howard starting 5th in our 5-kart grid for the final. Already halfway around their rolling up lap. They are taking it nice and steady, which is good to see, although Reese Cranston has gapped them a little bit. They're going to have to put the foot down a little touch just to catch up. And there we go. Now we're all in a nice order, heading through hairpin 3 and 4. Exactly how they should do it. Perfect. Well done, kids. Nice to see. Now, as we said, the championship has already been decided quite a while ago for Junior Pro Kart, with Isaac Duff taking victory in that one. Joseph Williamson as well moving up into seniors. We'll see them both go in the next race. Reese Cranston takes the green flag, and it's only Liam Edmonds who decided to hang it out round the outside, and in fact drops down to 5th. I think put the hand up in the air remonstrating, and we've got Ollie Clegg up and over the back of, was that Alana Howard? It was Ollie Clegg up and over the back of Alana Howard. All still maintain their places in terms of they kept going. All of them have kept going. Alana Howard is now in 2nd place in front of Grace Matthews. Liam Edmonds, as we said, remonstrating around the exit of the national loop, but he put himself in that position and then kind of decided to brave it out around the outside and was not happy with it, but kind of a bit your own fault there, Liam, I'm afraid. And that's allowed now Alana Howard into second, Grace Matthews in third, and then Ollie Clegg, a slightly detached fourth place, but we have seen him with some good pace here this weekend for Ollie Clegg. So we'll see whether he can close that gap back up and then what impact he can make on the three in front. I think Reece Cranston is now moving away comfortably, already a second and a half clear. I think part of that was due to the coming together between Clegg and Howard on the opening lap. That's allowed a gap to appear for Reece Cranston as he rounds hairpin 3 and 4. The gap was a second and a half already last time over the line. Liam Edmonds now looking pretty racy on the rear end of Grace Matthews. And the gap to Alana Howard now out to 2 seconds from Reece Cranston. 3.2 back to Grace Matthews, then 3.5 for Liam Edmonds and 4.3 to Ollie Clegg. So the gap for Clegg, he was half a second quicker than Liam Edmonds that time around. So Ollie Clegg is starting to eat into that gap, and we're going to have a group of 3, I think, very shortly, unless Liam Edmonds can get past Grace Matthews here quickly. Grace Matthews has proven very difficult to overtake as well this weekend. Just put the car exactly where they needed to, put it on the racing line, and you're going to have to find quite a bit of overspeed to be able to make a move through there. Grace Matthews still holding on to third place. Alana Howard looking very, very comfortable in second as well at the moment. I think that would be a best result for Alana Howard here at Teesside so far this year. I think we're second in the final, definitely, if my memory serves. Ollie Clegg was still quicker than the 2 in front on the last time around as well. A quarter of a second quicker than Grace Matthews, in fact. So Ollie Clegg is starting to claw them back towards him. Whether they've got any kind of response for Alana Howard, I'm not too sure. Reece Cranston with a new fastest lap of the race that time around. Head down the back straight one more time. We've still got 8.5 minutes to go here, so plenty of time for Ollie Clegg to close it in on Liam Edmonds and Grace Matthews. He is coming, but it's slow and steady. It's not been massive leaps forward and massive inroads into the gap, but now he seems to be getting closer. Thought about a move at hairpin 3, but it was a long way back he was coming from, and then lost a bit of momentum through 4. And we're rightly focusing on this battle because, as you can see, Alana Howard is in a race of 1 for second place, and Reece Cranston is significantly further up the road.
I've got 1.363.
So.
1.358. It's still a 1-point swing.
Oh, and there we go. Liam Edmonds draws alongside down the back straight of Grace Matthews. Got great drive out of hairpin 2. He's going to be able to chop across in front. He is. And Liam Edmonds now takes third place away from Grace Matthews down the back straight. And Ollie Clegg is still there in 5th.
Sorry, Tom. I've been I went for a break and then I checked some maths. But I'm back now.
Okay. And
you've done a sterling job for the first 3 minutes.
Where are we?
We're at Teesside. We're in the commentary box.
No, I mean...
Oh, nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
It was just clarifying something on Junior Rotax. But,
okay.
No, we are...
Is everything as we called it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's fine then. Oh, Ollie Clegg had a half move down the inside at hairpin 2 on Grace Matthews as well. And again, had to back out of it slightly. Now I'm going to tell you, as a little bit of a public service announcement, that camera is pretty much reflective of the light that's outside at the moment. It is getting darker here. I mean, it's only 5 to 4 in the afternoon, which means where I live currently, it will be pitch black because we don't get daylight. And with me moving on to night shift in my new job, I might have to go for a 6-minute holiday once a week just to try and get some vitamin D. If I come back looking lusciously brown, you'll know why. Been down fantastic for a 6-minute holiday. Liam Edmonds is now gapping Grace Matthews in front, so had pace in hand, just couldn't find a way through. Grace Matthews, again, as I said before, just puts the car exactly where it needs to be. Makes you work hard to get an overtake, and Ollie Clegg so far has been unsuccessful in finding any way through. Hasn't actually even been able to really mount an attack bar that half move at hairpin 2. I think it needs to be it needs to sort of maybe come up the banking and watch the Senior Pro Kart race that's going to take place next, and watch some of the front runners as to how they go into hairpin 1 with how late they brake and the kart control they exhibit or will exhibit heading into there. Ollie Clegg still, of course, trying to learn the circuit here as the day goes on. Round South Bank they go one more time. We've just lost them on camera for a moment. There we go. And now Ollie Clegg is on the inside of Grace Matthews. I had no idea he was coming through. And they came together side pod to side pod. And then Ollie Clegg went, for some reason, very, very wide on entry into hairpin 3. And that allowed Matthews back through. Liam Edmonds is starting to close in as well onto the back of Alana Howard. It might be coming a bit too late. Quarter of a second with the gap at 1.6. So it's going to be touch and go for Alana Howard as to whether she can take a personal best finish in Junior Pro Kart in a final. Ollie Clegg and Grace Matthews side by side once again down the back straight. Is Clegg going to send it into hairpin 3? No. Is he going to go and straight line it into 4? No, he's too far back. Got a bit crossed up in hairpin 3. Slowed the momentum down.
Gets a good run out of 4 though, does Ollie Clegg, and he's right on the back. He's going to take a wide line just to stop him running into the back of Grace Matthews as they come over the timing line with 3 minutes and 40. The daylight really is starting to fade. We're going to have enough time to get the Senior Pro Kart in, that is for sure. But really is starting to the daylight starting to dwindle now here at Teesside in what for me is probably a grim week as of the year as I acclimatise to it being dark when I leave for work and dark when I come home. Not only that, but it's a very grim moment of the year for all of us because this is our last race weekend of the year here. It is. On a technicality, it's not because we've got the O plate between Christmas and New Year, Tom. We definitely don't want to miss that for the drivers. The entry for that opens next Thursday. Are we here for that? I've no idea. I haven't asked the question. Between Christmas and New Year for the O plate. I'll need to check what I'm working, Kat. And the registration. It's midweek, isn't it? So I'll need to see if I'm working. If I'm free, I might be here. Tom's having a live conversation live on air. I might be doing it remotely. But yeah, Christmas and New Year for the O plate, and then we've got 2 winter rounds in January and February at Three Sisters and Glanyagors in North Wales, respectively, for the winter series. And then the week after that, the 22nd of February. Our end-of-season presentation at the Leonardo Hotel in Middlesbrough, so those drivers in the top 3 in the championship will be able to collect their silverware. Just to give the... in fact, you can see the Leonardo Hotel from the South Bank camera. I was just going to give them a shout-out, and they appeared on screen. I stayed there last night. Very comfortable. Was it? It was. Very nice.
Oh, it's Friday, Saturday. Oh, Saturday, Sunday, sorry.
Saturday, Sunday? Saturday, Sunday. The off-plate? Yeah. Off-plate is a Saturday, Sunday. Right. Well, I might be here then. I hope you're working. I might be here. I'll see what works out with family plans as Ollie Clegg and Grace Matthews. Grace Matthews, another one who's going to be learning Morse code over the winter to find out what Ollie Clegg has just said to her down the back straight. Clegg then just what happens into hairpin 3 because he just loses all that momentum that he got. I just want to see if we can jump onto the battle for second place because
Alana Howard has been reeled in the last few laps by Liam Edmonds, although stems the tide this time round. And
not there, though.
No.
Liam Edmonds is right on the tail of Alana Howard. Well spotted, David. I said it might be close or he might run out of time, but no, he is right there now, is Liam Edmonds.
Yeah, the gap at one point was 2.4 seconds. He's chipped away. Made a big gain a few laps ago when he set the fastest lap of the race at the time of 47.5. Took a full 6/10 out and does indeed still hold the fastest lap of the race with a 47.517 for Liam Edmonds.
Reece Cranston hasn't seen a last lap board yet, though.
No, well, he got to plug one in at the end.
Yeah, he's going to let's have a look at what you could have won.
But he did cross the line at 43 seconds, Tom, which means I think he will see it next time round. For Reece Cranston, that will give Liam Edmonds a lap and a half or so to close in and try and find a way past Alana Howard. Ollie Clegg has fallen away off the
we've
back
lost Ollie Clegg somewhere.
of Grace Matthews. That was on that previous lap. He lapped in the 50.5, so lost 2 seconds or so to the back of Grace Matthews. Get the feeling he's gone for a move there that hasn't quite panned out. We've missed that on commentary. But Cranston, he crosses the line with a second to go. We're going to get 2 more in. That's not what Alana Howard would want to see.
It's not what the Senior Pro Karts wanted to see either, because it's going to be dark by the time they finish.
Be another 2% darker by the time they roll out. But
how are we looking for weather for the final?
To be fair, the Pro Karts are fine, Tom. We race the British 24-hour here, so they're used to racing in dusk. And
some of them are.
Yeah, well, take your tinted visor off. It's not all about looking cool. Sometimes it's about being able to just see.
Yeah, sometimes it's about just looking.
Yeah, Alana Howard then with Liam Edmonds in hot pursuit on that number 5 machine.
So they will get the last lap board this time around. Here comes Reece Cranston, miles in front, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, won all the races yesterday, did Reece Cranston, and it looks like he's going to match that feat today.
He's doing an Isaac Duff.
Yeah, he's leading this race. Alana Howard in second place, holding off Liam Edmonds, being spurred on by a number of people halfway down the start-finish straight who are willing her on here to second place in front of Liam Edmonds. One of them being Evelyn Bye, who we've seen in Junior Rotax. Her and Alana good friends, and she's willing her on to second place as they head towards South Bank. The kart parked to the inside by Alana Howard. Kart width in. Out of hairpin number 4, though, will come Reece Cranston to take the checkered flag and a perfect weekend of 8 victories. Second place looks like it's going to go to Alana Howard. Under pressure all the way to the line, but she takes second place from Liam Edmonds. That's your podium. Reece Cranston, Alana Howard and Liam Edmonds are your top 3 in front of Grace Matthews and Ollie Clegg.
Personal best lap of the race as well for Ollie Clegg on the last lap. So once he actually got into some clean air, found a bit of time and put in a personal best lap for Ollie Clegg. So didn't stop pushing. Good to see. And a debut weekend here for Ollie Clegg. I think has ended on a slight positive, despite finishing in 5th place. But a good showing nonetheless. Reece Cranston, of course, perfect weekend. All races yesterday and all of the races today have gone the way of Reece Cranston. Alana Howard with a new best finish in Junior Pro Kart of 2nd place. Liam Edmonds into 3rd. And then Grace Matthews and the aforementioned Ollie Clegg. We will move on very swiftly to our Senior Pro Kart final, our last race of the day, our last race of the 2024 Teesside Owner-Driver Sprint Championship. And it's going to be Maximus Shields going off pole position.
Yeah, well, we saw Lucas with the issues earlier on today in heat number 1. We said that it would be Shields or potentially French to go off pole position. It's Shields with Ludwell alongside. He's the champion-elect in the clubman class. Really just has to finish, does George Ludwell. So his is going to be very much a case of similar to Joseph Yao, which is keep out of trouble for George Ludwell. Needs to finish this race Just needs to keep an eye as well on Brandon Jennings and the others.
Should we do a full grid?
We should do a full grid, yes. It's Shields and Ludwell on the front row. Lucas and French on row 2 with Brandon Jennings and Ike Needham on row 3. Sophie Pawsey and Danny Bean on row 4. Matthew Houseby and Joseph Williamson complete your top 10 in front of Peter Stott, Isaac Duff, Kyle Burns and James Kay, Tyler McKenzie and Oliver Hill.
And here they come rolling up. It was an early get-go from Maximus Shields being pushed along by Lennon French and Connor Lucas. As they try to freight train their way through, and there's two off, and is one of them Ludwell?
No, it's Jennings and Ike Needham who are round, and Jennings is Ludwell's nearest championship rival. They're both round onto the grass. Needham more so than Brandon Jennings, but both of them tentative now into hairpin 1.
It was a similar helmet and colour scheme that threw me off, but no, it is Ludwell holding on to 4th.
There's Lucas going early on Shields, and Shields is not having any of that. Sweeps round the outside, nails the break into hairpin 3. Superb from Maximus Shields to hold on to the lead on lap number 1.
Yeah, I think Lucas is going to push him along, certainly for the first few corners of this lap, and then it'll be a full send into hairpin 1, will it? Or will it be between 1 and 2? Either way, Lucas is going to get through as soon as humanly possible. In fact, Shields has gapped him.
Well, yeah, it's because Lucas didn't quite get the run out of hairpin 4, but we know hairpin 1 can be tough. We find Pro Karts generally do more overtaking at hairpin 2.
No, Shields gapped him between the D chicane and the national.
Yeah, when you said, the moves coming up might come at 1, like, we know when they hit the brakes, they go slightly sideways and widen that kart up. So doesn't particularly make it easy, but
great driving from Shields so far in this one. He's held on to the lead for another lap. Lucas is closing the gap once again, though. He's going to be right on the tail as they head into the D, exactly as they were last lap around.
These are your top 2 in the championship, albeit this one is secured in terms of the Pro Class Championship, with Connor Lucas adding to his 2019, 20 and 21 victories in 2024 success as well. Shields will be second in this championship with Lennon French in 3rd. That's your top 3, albeit not in championship order. Behind them, champion-elect is George Ludwell. And here comes Lucas again down the inside of Max Shields, who was very inviting at the end of the straight there to Connor Lucas.
Well, I don't think Shields expected a move quite as late as it was from Lucas, but Lucas had just got pure power with the slipstream and some waft in them motors, and away he went down the back straight and took Shields at the end of the straight. So it wasn't hugely significant, but it was enough to get him through, and getting through cleanly, and Shields is now going to have to try and hang on and try and put a move back on Lucas as Ludwell and French go side by side into hairpin 2. That actually halts the momentum of both of them, but French manages to hold on to 3rd.
Yes,
and Peter Stott's there in 5th now.
Stott coming into this one, he's had a tough day, having won the final here at round number 6. And he's going to be on the back of Ludwell and Lennon French very shortly. So Ludwell looks desperate to find a way past Lennon French for me, Tom. Absolutely no reason at all other than personal pride.
Well, he's going to have to do it quickly because Peter Stott's going to overtake them both at this rate. He's closed that gap very, very quickly on the previous lap. I'll try and pull the live timing up.
Yeah, and Ludwell's defending him into the run-up towards the South Bank corner.
It was fastest lap of the race for Peter Stott last time around. And, in fact, he's now through on Ludwell at hairpin 3. And Ludwell returns the favour at 4. Stott's going to drive clean around the outside of him. Is he? He's got the inside line into the dogleg. He's going to get the move completed eventually, but that's allowed a big gap now to Lennon French for 3rd place. So Peter Stott still potentially could be on a podium here, but we've got our front 4 are now all in the Pro class, so the seeding has started to work itself out.
Yeah, so George Ludwell still leads in the clubman class, or the club class, and is still in 5th place. Danny Bean starting to try and hunt him down, and because of the Ludwell Stott battle on the previous lap, gained half a second on George Ludwell. Ludwell now, though, he's just got to use Peter Stott to drag him along. 7 minutes, 25 seconds for George Ludwell. Plus that one lap, it'll be a long 7.5 minutes for his supporters up on the bank. So he heads towards a second championship here at Teesside after taking novice honours last year.
Last 2 laps around, Connor Lucas has set new fastest laps of the race, and they've been matched by personal bests from Max Shields, who has not been dropped at all, and if anything, is actually closer on this lap than he's been on the previous 2 laps.
Yeah, Lucas with the look over the shoulder. Still there is the response to that question.
I think if these two were to work together, you'd want them the other way round.
Yeah, I think Lucas has got a little bit more waft.
He's got a good pusher cart, and I think Shields has got a good puller cart. I think they're able to sit together as they are, but they're not able to work together at the moment. I think if they were in the positions reversed and they needed to work together, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, you'd swap them round, wouldn't you, and let the...
Yeah, if we were in an endurance race and we needed to gap as a team, that's what I would be doing. We've got a contact warning going out for the 71 of Brandon Jennings.
He's in P12 at the moment, having found a way past James Kay on the previous lap, which probably has something to do with the digital flag.
And Ike Needham is starting to move onto the back of that group as well. So both drivers recovering from that first corner off, and Peter Stott is now right there once again on Lennon French, and going with is George Ludwell. We're looking at the front 2, but just at the back of the shot there, you saw 3rd, 4th and 5th, which is Stott. French, Stott and Ludwell. Crikey.
Yeah.
It's been a long season.
Hopefully we stay with this one, I think, for Lennon French, Peter Stott and George Ludwell as they come through. I think we're going to.
I'll keep an eye on the front 2, but I wouldn't expect it to change significantly.
Oh, just as we stay there, in the battle for 4th place, George Ludwell and Peter Stott have a do-si-do, and that puts Stott back through. Ludwell getting himself into a mix, which is nervous, and as we've pointed out, he can't hear us, but largely unnecessary in terms of his points. And Shields is down the inside of Connor Lucas at hairpin 4.
What do I know?
Maximus Shields, who wasn't going to overtake, according to Tom Butterworth 35 seconds ago, is now leading from Connor Lucas. 4 minutes and 50 on the clock, and the 181 leads us into hairpin 1.
Last race of the season, can't hold anything back now.
And here comes Lucas, back down the inside, side pod to side pod. Shields is going to get forced out wide, and it takes to the rumble strip, looks over his shoulder, realises that they've got a lot of time in hand that they can squabble, and let's hope this one rumbles on for the remainder of the race. A fitting end to the season here at Teesside.
Yeah, heading round now as Shields still pushing along now. Lucas in that 43 and fully pushing him along as well. I'm keeping an eye just behind on the, there we go, just on screen. French, Stott and Ludwell, the battle for the final step of the podium. We've got a contact warning going out for Ike Needham as he's passed Burns and Jennings on that lap, but has received a contact warning in the process. So
Ludwell with a long look over his shoulder and defending now Peter Stott now that he's up into 4th place. Here's George Ludwell. He's made the move up to P4 in front of Stott. Lennon French in front of them on the way to the podium in 3rd place. Lucas has a gap of around about a kart length now back to Shields.
Peter Stott picking up a contact warning as well, and just to reiterate just how dark it is getting here. I know it's getting dark because the digiflag is now flashing and lighting up the commentary box.
It's like the British 24 in the middle of the night when we have a full course yellow.
That wakes us up.
A warning for the 13 of Ludwell. For, I imagine his overtake on Peter Stott, and then I think the two of them went side by side with each other with a hearty dose of side pod. Looking at leaders in hairpin 4, and Lucas is noticeably defending Shields on the straight line into 4 at the front of this race. Obviously feels that Shields is strong into that corner.
He does look properly cool and collected, though, does Max Shields, in that second place in behind Lucas. And I don't mean that Ludwell and French come have side-to-side contact in hairpin 1. And
French
French
down the inside
at hairpin 2. There's 3 abreast down the back straight. Here we go. Who's got the most waft? As we drag race three wide down the back straight, it's going to be Stott from Ludwell, from French now. All change for third place. French is going to be brave down the inside, and Ludwell's going to be even braver into hairpin 4. And all that's going to do is allow Peter Stott to actually drive away from the two of them, and has done. French holds on to 4th place now.
Yeah, a reminder that Ludwell needs to finish this race in order to secure the championship. Albeit we are past half race distance, so we will still collect points. But at the moment, having a lot of fun out there.
I was just going to say, yeah, he's having fun at the very least, isn't he?
Certainly is. I think he's increased a few heart rates up on the bank. I think we've got a couple of hearts going like drum and bass records up there with some of the moves. But he's currently sitting in 5th place at the moment.
They all think it's wicked, man, wicked.
Oh, do they really? I bet they don't. Leaders cross the line with 1 minute and 6. 3 laps to go of Senior Pro Kart and the 2024 NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series here at Teesside Autodrome. As Connor Lucas, yes, Tom points out, plugs in the fastest lap of the race for giggles.
Well,
right towards the end.
Max Shields set it on the previous lap, so they're toing and froing. Shields, as I said before we this all kicked off in the battle for 3rd, but Shields looks just very comfortable in behind. And I don't mean that as he's not trying to overtake. I mean, he just looks like he belongs there. Just looks super cool. He's not flustered. It's just another day at the office.
Yeah, 2 laps to go then as they cross the line. Gap between the two of them, 0.2 of a second, but that's not really representative because they close up and open out depending on who gets on the power and where. And it's whether Lucas then will feel the need to defend some corners towards the end of this, or whether he's got confidence that Shields isn't going to send a move. But we thought that was going to happen earlier, where we thought he was going to comply.
Well, I did.
And then he sent one down the inside into hairpin number 4. So we'll see what happens in this remaining lap and a half of Senior Pro Kart.
A lot of understeer for both karts there into hairpin 3. You could see them on full lock turning in. So I think the temperature has dropped significantly out there now. Final lap board goes out. It is taken by Connor Lucas with probably the biggest gap we've seen for a few laps now back to Max Shields.
Yes, a whopping quarter of a second.
Yeah, it's not much, but it's the biggest one we've seen so far. The Lennon French George Ludwell pair are now starting to reel back in Peter Stott as well.
And now Lucas did indeed defend into hairpin number 2, and that's allowed Max Shields to be a little bit closer. Not close enough, I think, as he jinxed to try and
send him a dummy, didn't he?
To try and send a dummy on Connor Lucas into South Bank. Lucas a kart width narrower into hairpin number 3, up towards 4. Shields is not close enough for a dive, and I don't think he'll draw alongside on exit. Connor Lucas wins the final of 2024 from Max Shields. Thumbs up to him over the line as well, with Peter Stott joining them on the Pro Class podium. That's your top 3. Lennon French and your 2024 club champion George Ludwell finishes in P5 in front of Danny Bean, and Sophie Pawsey is on the podium as well in club. Matthew Hauschby wins novice from Kyle Burns and James Kay.
Yeah, well, what do we do now? That's it for another year. 2024 Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series is done and dusted here with a great final. All action once again in Senior Pro Kart. And congratulations to all of our drivers this weekend and throughout the season as well. Thank you for taking part. Thank you as well to our sponsors, of course, Medics UK, Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, and of course MS Karts as well, who have just taken victory here in Senior Pro Kart. So thank you thank you as always to our track marshals and our medics team as well, and all of our organisational team here, as well as the cafe staff, who we give the cafe multiple mentions, but never the staff, and we should really. So thank you to all of them for their hard work throughout the year, and hopefully we will all see you again in 2025. David, I'll let you take us out.
Thank you very much, Tom. It's been a superb year of racing throughout, 9 rounds of which 7 count towards our championships here at Teesside Autodrome. Congratulations to all of our champions in Tommy Burgoyne in Bambino, Max Taddy in our Honda Cadet class, Joey Swan in Intermax, Joseph Yao in Junior Rotax, Paul Swan Senior Rotax, Isaac Duff in Junior Pro Kart, and then Connor Lucas, George Ludwell and Zach Dawson, our 3 Pro Kart champions in Pro, Club and Novice, respectively. 2024 comes to a close. Thank you very much for spending the entire season, not just this weekend, with us. Thank you to our guys out on the cameras, to Toby directing. A huge thank you to Tom Butterworth alongside me. It wouldn't quite be the same without having Tom alongside me here at Teesside. The season comes to a close. Hopefully we'll see you again in 2025. Until then, enjoy the rest of your Sunday, enjoy your winter, and we'll see you soon.